meeting.
Yeah, okay. It was separate. It seemed like it was a scheduled thing. It was separate before. All right, so it seems like everything's good. Tell Rob Q and Rob
It
Rich.
took me to the Facebook. Okay, we're now streaming live.
Good. All right.
Oh, sheesh. We need to get Brother Rob in here.
Yeah, I'm tagging them right now in a message to hop in here.
Cool.
Let's get some of these live streams on the go for people. Just for anyone who's starting to tune in now, this is the UPM March on the DNC in Chicago, protesting against the DNC and the genocidal slaughter of Palestinian people. Comrades on the ground have already been recording stuff, so I'm gonna get some of that on the go. Should put that up like that. Say I do prefer how quick you can be with restream.
Do you have it muted, comrade? Because I know I'm not able to hear what you're supposed to say on camera.
Yeah, I can't hear any audio from the feed either.
What about now?
No.
Is the audio still not there?
It's not there.
What in the fuck? I'm streaming the odd. I'm just gonna do the not so
Would that
great
be
for
a reason you want to put it up? That is audio supposed to be set up on my end?
Or like there's a button that you press when you press to share the thing that says optimize. There's enable audio and optimize the thing. Oh, do you know what it is? Fucking Zoom does a stupid crap where it has to be the same as my fucking. Oh, 1 second. I know what it is. Okay, I don't need to share my screen. It's not very good security stuff. I have to change my fucking audio system to match. I use my speakers for my internet and my other speakers for other stuff, so I can listen to multiple audio channels at once without being overwhelmed. So I gotta fuck around like a twat because Zoom doesn't just take the application sound, it takes your speaker sound, which is a really goofy way of doing sound. Gotta love Zoom. Pebble V3. No, I should. Oh, it's a lot loud enough. Share Facebook. Boom. Working now?
And the administration
Good now. Thank you.
Israel the green light to murder our people is having a celebration in our city. The Biden administration and Democrats have ignored our calls for an end to this genocide, claiming harassment when anyone confronts them about supporting the mass murder of Palestinians. For example, Speaker Pelosi made ridiculous claims that Chinese Chinese and Russian governments were paying Palestinians to protest for support for the genocide. We have seen horrific photos and videos coming out of Gaza from elders in wheelchairs being displaced for the third time in their lives, to children being blown apart, to Palestinians being held captive and tortured, to schools, mosques, and churches and homes being blown up. The Democrats, along with the Republicans, have created an environment that is vilifying our students, sending militarized police to harm them for calling on divestment from Israel. They are using political and state repression to intimidate activists from calling a war to end the genocide. They have FBI visits and law enforcement harassing our communities to stoke fear. They have reignited racist tropes towards Palestinians and Arabs. Those racist tropes were the motivator for an adult to stab a 6-year-old with the FAU over 28 times until he was killed. This was outside of Chicago. Today at the DNC, the keynote speaker is no other than Genocide Joe, whose administration gave unlimited bombs and bullets to Israel and gave Israel an addition $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Israel does the bombing. Israel pulls the trigger, legally carrying out this genocide. But the U.S. is paying for it. Genocide Joe in 2020 tried to scare us with the threat that Trump would cut UNRWA, while his administration suspended UNRWA funding since October. The politicians in this convention are telling you that Palestine should not be your issue. When U.S. police departments get trained by Israeli occupation forces and bring those military tactics back to kill Black and brown communities, Palestine is your issue. When our tax dollars are being used to kill doctors, nurses, and paramedics, Palestine is your issue. When the IOF blows up universities in Gaza and kills 15,000 children that will never return to school and refuses to fund education here, Palestine is your issue. I want to add that there are people who are upset that we're criticizing and holding the Democrats accountable, that somehow we are giving power to Trump. We recognize Trump and Project 2025 are dangerous. We know the dangers of his administration and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's racist rhetoric and colonial ambitions to further colonize Palestine. We know Jared was honored by the anti-Black, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Anti-Defamation League, ADL. The ADL had him as a speaker at the convention. So that's why we marched on the DNC. In closing, this incredible mobilization is here because of all of you and your solidarity. And we will end Zionism. We will return back home. And we will continue to resist occupation and colonialism. From the river to the sea!
From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
And from the sea to the river!
From the sea to the river!
Palestine will live forever!
Palestine will live forever!
Palestine will live forever!
Palestine will live forever!
Please help me welcome up our next speaker. Frank Chapman is the Executive Director of the National Alliance Against Racism and Political Repression. Harper fights across the U.S. against police crimes and for community control of police. A revolutionary for over 60 years, he is one of the leading Black liberation organizers in the U.S. and has published 2 books. His memoir, The Damn Don't Cry, pages from the life of a Black prisoner and organizer, and Marxist-Leninist perspectives on Black liberation and socialism.
Yeah!
All power to the people.
All power to the people!
I said all power to the people.
All power to the people!
Welcome to Chicago. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say for a couple of days. In fact, I woke up at around 2 o'clock this morning thinking about what I was going to say. And these particular words came to mind. In the whole entire history of the world, there's never been a moment like this. A moment so packed with the horrors, the genocide, a catastrophic moment for sure. Yet also a moment of unspeakable resistance of the Palestinian people to free their land from the scourge of settler colonialism. That's why we're here today. We're here today, among other things, to declare our unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. And so nobody misunderstands what I mean by that, let me just quickly say, we want Palestine to win. Also, I'm here today to denounce the criminal, outlaw government that's in Washington, D.C. right now. Because when you support, correct me if I'm wrong, if Netanyahu just addressed a joint session of Congress, an international war criminal, just addressed a joint session of Congress. So we know what side they're on. We know what side they're on. If we are clear about what side we're on. We say end the genocide now, stop all aid to Israel, and we're going to keep on fighting back until we get what we want, because you may not get all you fight for, but you got to fight for all you get. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
The river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Long live the Palestinian Revolution.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
End the occupation now! End the occupation now! End the occupation now! End the occupation now! Lift the siege on Gaza now!
Lift the siege on Gaza now!
Lift the siege on Gaza now!
Lift the siege on Gaza now!
Awesome, y'all. We're going to hear from another phenomenal speaker. Give it up for Andrew Josephchak, who is one of the founding members of the Anti-War Action Network, which has led multiple national days of action in solidarity with Palestine and across the globe. Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
The Anti-War Action Network is so proud to be marching here on the DNC today, shoulder to shoulder with all of you. We brought folks here today from Minneapolis, from Milwaukee, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville, Portland, New Orleans, and Tucson, all to be part of this critically important national protest. Party, when they ousted Genocide Joe, they thought we wouldn't be here today. They hoped we wouldn't be here today. And well, his ouster was a victory that I think we should claim. It is not enough. We want an end to the genocide, not just new leadership of a genocide. We need to end weapons sales to Israel, and we are not going to get it if we just line up behind Kamala. We will only get what we demand if we keep demanding it, if we refuse to be silent during a genocide. And lately, many of you have been too. Why I'm here protesting Harris today, when I stand for trans rights, when I stand for reproductive rights, when I stand for climate justice. But the reality is, we deserve candidates who will stand up for progressive policies like reproductive rights, like immigrant rights, like labor rights, like fighting against climate change, and rule end the genocide in Gaza. We should not have to choose whose lives we value in an election. And taking a stand against genocide should not be treated like a fringe issue, and we are going to make sure it is not treated like a fringe issue. Many of us here today, we spent our whole summer protesting for Palestine at home, at the RNC, and now here at the DNC, because we know who, regardless of who wins this election, Trump or Harris, our work will not be done. To USA to Israel, and in order to do this, we need to continue to fight for divestment in our states, on our campuses, wherever we can. We need students to continue and build the momentum that they built in the spring. We need our movements to keep up pressure on weapons manufacturers. We need to be at the inauguration to send a message that we will not be ignored. We need to keep growing our movement until it cannot be ignored. Some people think social change is made by delegates in the DNC, but in reality it is made by us and it is made in the streets. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Favorite artist, poet, and R&B singer Jamila Woods. Born in Chicago and raised on the city's south side in both Washington Park and the suburb Beverly Hills. In 2012, she published her first chapbook, The Truth About Dolls, which includes a Pitchfork Prize-nominated poem about Frida Kahlo. As a singer and songwriter, she has produced hip-hop and neo-soul music, releasing her debut album, Heaven, in 2016. Go listen to it. Raised in her church choir, Jamila's musical aesthetic involves choral layering in addition to the hip-hop tradition of sampling and illusions. Let's give it up for Jamila, y'all.
sorry. وين بدك انت؟ بدك تروح تسأل واحد من الورا يعملوا منه قاعد تضرب ليش عم بدك انت
If I say that I can't breathe, will I become a child?
I just lost my spot for that.
Line up to see the act. The officers are scheming to cover up their ask me no more questions, tell me no more lies. You're serving and protecting. It's stealing babies' lives. I'm very black. Can't send me back. You take my brother. I fight back. I'm very black. I'm made of black. You take my brother. I fight back, and that is all I know. songs with you all. This next one. This next song is inspired by the Land Back movement and the climate justice movement. As we know, all of the struggles are connected, and one of the first tools of colonialism is to separate the people from the land and to separate people's ability to sustain themselves through the land. So this song is called Teach Me. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
What was it?
I think a lot about the olive trees in Palestine and the ways that indigenous wisdom teaches us how to relate to the land. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already know. And this song is about opening up to those lessons that the earth is ready to teach us. Named Dante Servan in Douglas Park. She was just my age. She would have been my age today. And it's inspired by the Black women organizers who organized the way we are doing today to speak truth to power. This song is called Black Girl Soldier.
the chats if you can.
I have a sad announcement to share in the Chicagoland community. Anthony Gay, who was wrongfully imprisoned and spent 22 years in solitary confinement, died 2 days ago in the hospital due to medical neglect at the hands of the federal prison system. Shame. He was a member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and I would like to take a moment of silence so that we can remember Anthony. We can use this time to reflect and remember that the same systems that are killing our people in Gaza are torturing and killing Black people in Chicago, in the U.S. These are the same systems. Chicago is the police torture capital of the world. Anthony Gay was failed by this system, and we carry Anthony Gay's spirit with us as we march on the DNC today, and we join the Alliance's call to free all wrongfully convicted torture survivors from prison immediately. And when I say free them all, you say free them now. Free them all! Free them now! 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 Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome up our next speaker. Mohammed is an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, a transnational grassroots movement of young Palestinians in Palestine and in exile who strive to ensure a better future for themselves and subsequent generations.
I'll be back. Don't go too far. Oh, Rob's back.
Whose streets?
Our street!
Whose streets?
Our street!
Whose streets?
Our street!
Chicago, I can't hear you. Whose streets?
Our street!
Whose streets?
Our street!
Whose streets?
Our street!
Our streets. Not theirs, ours. We have for generations walked and suffered as we built these streets with our own hands, while the ruling class overlooked us from their ivory towers and flew over us in their private jets, and yet they claim that they exist amongst us. Shame! In 1968, we gathered in these very streets to protest the illegal war on Vietnam that sacrificed our children of the working class and plummeted the citizens of this country into a depression. And the city responded not by listening
Okay, so I just fucking got yeeted out of the thing, so like I no longer have host. It is still streaming though. The stream didn't break, but yeah. Uh I can't share my screen again now until I've got the host privileges back. Are you there, Richard? Oh, oh,
What's going on?
hi. Yeah, I disconnected, so I lost host privileges.
Okay, comment join the line.
Wicked, thank you. Would have thought I'd have learned from when I was younger not to trust Vodafone for internet.
What's going on? They're still trying to figure out where to go. What part of the rally that they're gonna be recording?
You can do it either in the participants thing or on, because if you're on computer, there should be like a little dot 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 thing in the top right corner of my picture. And then you can like press give host that way. Because it's gonna have ping ponged it back to you and I got disconnected.
Oh, you got disconnected. So you
Yeah,
need
I've
yeah,
lost the
hosting
host
capabilities.
privileges.
Yeah. Okay, no problem, comrade.
Awesome stuff. Welcome, Panther Queen.
Welcome, comrade, Panther Queen.
All power, sister.
All power, comrades.
We've been having some technical issues. Computers, am I right?
On your hopefully everything else is good. I'm just waiting on Rob Porter said he's gonna Comrade Rob said he's gonna
Yeah,
live stream back in here, right?
well, I mean, we can focus on what they're doing if we want, and then get back to whacking these things inside the.
Are there any other live streams going on of the event in other parts until our comrades get in? I know Status Quo and some of those other progressives.
Right
might
now,
have
we're only just going through the first one. So, like, what was it? There was a second one that I saw. Yeah, there was two live streams. The second one is only 10 minutes long though, so we've like got like what 20 minutes of stuff left to watch, I think.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Makes sense.
Where are you guys watching it at?
we're rewatching the or stuff Rob already streamed live because we were having technical difficulties. So Rob saved our ass by at least managing to stream this stuff. Because god damn, I'd be heartbroken to find out that those were the speakers I missed out on because we couldn't get there on time. Like god damn,
Right.
on fire. And then that lassie that was singing, her voice was crystalline.
I didn't see it, but I've been trying to keep up with the post.
It's on the For We Are Many page and other things. It's really good.
Okay.
Well, yeah, go ahead and Comrade Storm, go ahead and put it back on. Or not,
yeah.
Jack, you said there were 10 minutes left to put on from the other one, right?
There's 10 minutes on this one and then 10 minutes on the next one, because I haven't finished this first one yet.
Okay. Then whichever, yeah, go ahead and continue. Definitely, we don't because we have people who are watching for the stream, you know. And then hopefully, come by the end of probably about 20 minutes, Comrade Rock Quarters will have some more live footage on the ground.
No amount of brutality. Gaza being the most recent target of U.S. imperialism, at the suffering of their own people. And it has responded in the same way: systemic oppression and brutality. And what the ruling class has yet to understand for the last 5 decades is that no amount of brutality will ever quell the movement. Their violences has only increased our will for justice, our will for freedom, and our steadfastness. Best believe we are not here by our own will, but because the Democratic Party has forced us to be here, because they continuously play performative politics and utter the word ceasefire while they send checks to Israel. Who are they trying to fool? We are here to demand better. We know that it was our movement that made Joe Biden so unpopular that he had to step down. And we know and have known for 10 months, the power of the movement. And that is why we continuously mobilize by the millions and have not lost any energy along the way. So what makes them think we will stop now? We won't stop, that is right! To the current administration and to Kamala Harris, we are done with platitudes. We demand action. We demand an end to Israel's war in Gaza, and we demand a total arms embargo. $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Imagine what you can do with $3.5 billion within your own communities. That amount of money has just this week been awarded to Israel by our so-called Democratic administration. This comes at a time where 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The leading cause of bankruptcy is medical debt, and test scores across American schools are at its lowest. And even here in Chicago, 200,000 residents of marginalized communities are at threat of gentrification and displacement. And do you know how our representatives responded to these problems? Well, you guys know the answer. With more funding to a foreign nation, the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel, as it commits the worst genocide of this century. Over 100,000 estimated killed, including my very own baby cousins, Nuran Allah, only 12 years old, and Razan Allah, only 10 years old, were found in pieces by their families. Imagine that. And just to wrap up, in our thousands and our millions, we are all Palestinians. This is not merely a slogan of solidarity. It is the reality of our intertwined interests. My brothers and sisters, let us be the generation of change. Let us be the generation of liberation. Free Palestine.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Go, let's go, Abdul!
My name is Abdul and I am a student organizer. I'm currently residing as the SJP Chicago co-chair. I love you too. Okay. In what seems like an overnight shift, the city of Chicago has been transformed into what resembles a police state. The city has issued road closures within the perimeter
the DNC. They have deployed 2,500 police officers and even sent the National Guard out here to protect these genocidal profiteers. Chicago communities do not need increased policing. We need our welfare systems funded. We need our schools to stop shutting down. We need access to quality health care, and we need an end to this damn genocide. I witnessed firsthand during my time at the Chicago encampment the effort to stifle our voices and repress our movement. The student encampments curated a space of education, community support, and beautiful solidarity. Day in and day out, on multiple encampment grounds, student, faculty, and community members came through for each other in unprecedented ways. However, we see the crooks, like the Biden administration, criminalizing the students, deploying public and private police force to violently suppress our presence on campuses. Shame! Up until now, students continue to be targeted by both the administration and the police. And currently, UChicago is housing 500 cops in student dorms. Our people are facing unprecedented homelessness, yet the administrations like UChicago are more committed to giving cops a place to stay than to meet their students' demands of divestment. Why are we funding Israel and not our students? Why are the students painted as the criminals when our universities are the ones backing a genocide? Even to get on this stage, we had to fight the city for approval, even though this is our right. But despite their repressive tactics, we have not stopped. We will no longer accept the status quo. These are not normal times, and we will continue to dissent for immigrant rights, for Black liberation, for queer liberation, and for the total and inevitable liberation of all of us. And to our corrupt university, and to the corrupt universities, and to the racist Democrats, the whole world is watching. Repeat after me. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. I'd like to introduce my co-MC, Reverend Jamie from the Soul Organization.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna try that one more time. Good afternoon. That's better. Hello, I am Reverend Jamie Fluker. I'm a faith organizer with Southsiders Organized for Unity and Liberation, also known as SOUL. And I stand here today as a faith leader called to fight the good fight for justice. In the words of the freedom-fighting Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm here to tell the Democratic Party that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And to say to them, no more nickel, no more dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. I'm here to introduce also our next speaker. Javi Velasquez is a unionized worker with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and a Chicano community organizer with La Frontera Los Cruces in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. He is the son of a formerly undocumented immigrant and today is representing the National Immigrant Rights Organization, Legalization for All. Let's give him a rousing Chicago welcome.
All power to the people. Let's try that again. All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Much better, thank you. I'm Javi, she already introduced me, so I'm not going to go through that spiel, thank you. All right. The Legalization for All network is here in solidarity with the Palestine struggle. Our struggles are not isolated from one another. Both of our peoples live with the scars and constant threat of unfettered imperialism. We immigrants, we children of immigrants, are under attack. There has been a constant shift in our lifetimes, a rightward shift within the Democratic Party and their policies. Rather than lighten the weight of American imperialism that burdens the shoulders of hard-working immigrants, the Democrats, especially under Biden and Harris, have taken up anti-immigrant policy in an attempt to bring in Republican voters. Shame. Our borders are already being policed as if it were a war zone. With the same technology Israel uses from companies like Elbit Systems and Caterpillar, U.S. Border Patrol uses the same tactics to genocide and oppress our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We immigrants who come here for refuge within the belly of the beast gather in solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle and the Black liberation struggle. We gathered in solidarity against the RNC, and we gather in solidarity today against the DNC for both parties' complicity in the imperial project at home and abroad. I was in Matawan, Mexico a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in utter desperation. I saw families who marry off their 2 young daughters in hopes of one less mouth to feed in the house. I saw broken neighborhoods living in funded by U.S. capital that receive no environmental oversight, no worker safety standards. And this was just a tiny glimpse into what happens in the rest of Latin America. In Mexico, I saw families so full of love for their children that they do everything possible to make sure they are fed through very desperate conditions. Contradictory to the ongoing rhetoric of the right that these people are violent criminals, I saw hungry children and tired parents yearning for some sense of stability, yearning for some sense of safety. And these are the conditions from which people flee their homeland. We see through the lies they tell against our people, and we demand Harris put a stop to all anti-immigration policies. We demand an end to the border wall and border militarization. We demand an end to the demonization and exploitation of our people. We demand an end to the Palestinian genocide, and we demand legalization for all and equality for all. If you're interested in joining us, you can follow Legalization for All Network on all social media. And I'll leave you with an oldie but a goldie. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you.
Look at yourselves. 15,000 in the park today, right now. 15,000 people representing all of the major issues and communities in this country. Black liberation, immigrant rights, reproductive rights, women's rights, workers' rights, the right to strike, the right to unionize. Here, the black community members here, the documented and undocumented immigrants that are here. How powerful this is to be together, all of us. They asked me ad nauseum, what makes a success for a protest like this? And I said, I don't give a shit what happens in the DNC. This is a success already. You've already accomplished it. This is what Killer Kamala and Genocide Joe and Baby Killer Blinken and all the rest of the Democratic Party in there, we're not going to let them get a pass. We don't let Durbin or Schumer or Jeffries or Pelosi or any of the top Democrats get a pass. And this is what they're afraid of. They're afraid of all of us. They're afraid of the unity between black and Palestinian people in this country. They're afraid of the unity between Palestinian people and undocumented immigrants in this country. They're afraid of the unity of the working class and the rank and file workers and the Palestinian people in this country. So I want to thank every single one of you for being here. I want to thank you for what you do for us and for our families and for our people in Palestine. And on that vein, we need to thank you some more by putting money in the buckets that are going around. I know you've seen me do these fundraising pitches before. I don't have the time to do the 30-minute one, but I'm asking you to go into your pockets. We got young people all across the park that have buckets. Please drop what you can in the buckets. This is a grassroots effort. I know some of you have already given. I know some of you have seen the website and gone on the link and you've given money and we appreciate it. But it really is a grassroots effort. And we need all the money that we can to pay for all the expenses. We got another big protest coming up on Thursday and we're gonna need to do that as well. So please, the buckets are going around, continue doing that. And one last thing I want to say, we are winning. It is very difficult to say sometimes when you know that you've buried 40,000 of your beautiful people. But we are winning. The Israelis can't defeat the Palestinian resistance in Gaza, and the Americans and the US and the Europeans cannot beat us in the streets.
An attorney and board member for the Chicago chapter of American Muslims for Palestine. He likes to take on modern Palestinian history and Palestinian rights under international law.
What a crowd! And liberation for the Palestinian people, I'm speaking. You, Kamala, and the administration to which you belong have been openly, proudly, and disgustingly complicit in the first live stream genocide in the history of the world. While you're speaking, Palestinians are dying. While you're speaking, schools, hospitals, and mosques have been bombed and destroyed. While you're speaking, children, women, You could have ended it when he made the biblical reference to Amalek, which means Israeli forces go and kill everyone and everything in sight with no distinction. You could have ended it when Likud Minister Avi Dichter said, quote, "We are now rolling the Gaza Nakba." The Nakba, or catastrophe, represents the ongoing forcible displacement, dispossession, ethnic cleansing, land theft, oppression, and denial of self-determination and basic human rights and repatriation, freedom, justice, and liberation. You've done nothing while Palestinians were being slaughtered. The specific intention to destroy civilian life and infrastructure was clear, yet you did nothing. The ICJ ruled that Israel's plausibly committing genocide and ruled again for what it's doing in Gaza. The ICC was about to issue arrest warrants against Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant. That wasn't evidence enough for you to do something. Yeah, you did nothing. Well, correction. You did do something.
Oh, I haven't.
You proposed to give Israel an additional $14.3 billion in military aid, and an additional $20 billion in sales on top of the annual $3.8 billion that we give to Israel to continue its apartheid regime and genocidal campaign against the Palestinian people. Rather than use the funds to help the schools in inner cities, to help people achieve basic dignity in their own home here in the United States, help them in housing, help them in schools, help them in basic infrastructure, give the American people that money so that we can develop ourselves. But instead, you're using it to destroy an entire civilian population. Shame on you! I know we've heard a lot about Project 2025. Here's our Project 2025. Free! Free!
Up with liberation! Down with deportation! Up with liberation! Down with occupation!
I'd like to introduce Sydney Loving, who has been active in the Black liberation movement and the fight against police crime since 2015, leading work in Dallas and nationally. A Freedom Road socialist organization. A revolutionary organization with a long history of solidarity with Palestine.
That's all of it.
Rob Quarters, you still with us? I know he's on the ground. He might not be able to hear me right now, but if we can get his attention, he might be able to kick his camera on for some live coverage.
I say though, those speakers were absolutely fucking amazing, mate. That was some solid things.
Yes, indeed. Also, I have not received the videos yet that Curtis is taking, but I'll let you know as soon as I get those in. My apologies. Give me a moment to hit the chat and see if I can get Rob's attention there, because I don't know if he can even hear us. It was really, really loud there when I was on the phone with him earlier.
Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, yeah, footage. You're muted though, by the way, Rob.
What?
Welcome.
There we go. Hey, Rob.
Yeah, I didn't have my mic unmuted because I couldn't have heard you where I was standing anyway. We were kind of trying to figure out our game plan here, but Jake will be speaking soon. I'm not quite sure exactly when. There's a band that's supposed to be playing 5 minutes ago. Well, technically they were. That's why I couldn't hear you where I was. But they're still like setting stuff up.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we're going to be marching back down towards the United Center where the convention is. There's 2 marches going on right now, right? Well, technically we're not underway down here yet. But Comrade Shanti and Curtis are down at the other march, which is like the big one, right? That's where there's like 25,000 people. Here, there's probably about 100, but it's like dedicated revolutionaries. You know, it's not, the bigger march has got a lot of, like RevComs and CPUSA types. Down here we got, well, and I mean, the whole Palestine movement is down there. That's why that's the big march. But yeah, down here we got Poor People's Army, we got the Young Lords, we got UPM. I'm not totally sure what other groups are here, but we were just talking to a Yippie. Yeah. Yeah, I'm letting them know. They're actually live right now.
I hope.
Yeah, so this is I mean, I guess I can flip the camera around and kind of like show you guys what's going on here. God, I feel like an old man poking at my phone screen. So, there's way less of a police presence here. That does not mean they're not here. I see 2 cruisers right there. We got a couple over here in the fucking corner. There's a whole bus of them down there. You can't see it from here,
Yeah,
but
they're waiting for an excuse to do something.
Oh yeah, but there's thousands of cops down at the big march. But yeah, so as you can see, like we were just talking to an old Yippie, like he knew John Sinclair and Abby Hoffman, and we were just talking about the overlap between the Yippies and the original White Panthers. But yeah, anyway, so we got they set up a little church there because the cops can't tear that down. It's the People's Church. Anyway, that's the only structure that they ended up being allowed to set up down here, even though they were supposed to have a permit for 48 hours. They were met with 2 busloads of police that informed them that they couldn't set up anymore. I'm sorry, I don't have any cash on me. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so these schedule cannabis now. These guys, we were just talking to one of them too. They're a pro. They want to deschedule marijuana, right? Not decriminalize it, not legalize it. Well, that would effectively decriminalize it. But we're not talking about a pharmaceutical company having control over it. We're talking about anybody being able to grow their own fucking weed, right? Like, let's stop treating it in the same way that we treat drugs.
Right.
You got I see Elder Andy Willis and his wife Leslie over there. Got Sherry Honkala. There's going to be some speakers though. As I understand it, the 2 big ones are Jill Stein and Cornell West. But as you see, we got a lot of elders out here. We got a lot of families. So it's a pretty cool event. Definitely not as big as the other one, but quality over quantity, you know? And
Hell yeah.
live music. So I guess I'll zoom in on that.
All power.
This is what revolution looks like. This is what revolution looks like.
Yeah, the audio's a bit scrambled. Muffled.
Thank y'all. So we almost ready to march. We see you out here. We feel the energy. This is from Seriously Revolutionary Energy. Give yourself some love one time for being here right now.
Oh yeah.
We'll do a couple more at least. We got not only my band up here, One Love. Can we show some love one time for these musicians up on stage?
Oh yeah, like we
Also,
gotta share some
singers
love.
for Songs for Liberation Collective. To our left right here, can we show some love for Songs for Liberation?
Oh yeah.
And we may have some more folks joining us as well. We'll start things off with a Bob Marley song, and then we'll go from there into a medley that will feature the chorus from Songs for Liberation, Sending Love, and Collecting Our Energy, Chicago to Gaza, for Free Palestine, and for revolution of poor people all over the world. There's one word for it. Being when shows one place superior and another inferior in valor and fulfilling.
Zoom's noise suppression is trashing the audio. Yeah, Rob, you need to turn off noise suppression and Zoom's audio settings. It's heartbreaking that we get like told Marley's coming and then just audio problems. I want to actually cry. I was so excited for Marley. Goddamn.
Any sound comments?
We're suffering
Basic.
from a severe case of CHS over here. Can't hear shit.
Yeah,
Can you kill the audio suppression or noise suppression in the meeting settings?
It's not the meeting settings. It's everyone individually has voice and video settings, and so like normally it's on. So like it will need to be turned off in the Zoom settings specifically on Rob's app.
The only options it gives us as guests is to connect and disconnect audio.
No, I don't mean
audio
this.
suppression.
I don't mean these settings. I mean the Zoom app, like when you're not even in a call settings, like on the main menu. Like there's a load of settings, and one of them is voice and video, and it's like your camera and your voice settings. And there'll be like a setting for it that'll say like noise suppression or background noise suppression or something or the other. Yeah, that's user controlled, that is.
Is
For
he
better or
aware?
worse.
Is Rob Q aware?
He might not be able to hear me, so I'm gonna have to type that.
I've been marching, singing a song, doing things I thought would make me free. People sail down the world, I'm carrying now it seems there for me.
I swear I had it work on mobile the other day. Maybe it's like fucking Zoom's gaslighting you because you're in a call. Because Zoom's like on the PC. Like I'm literally, I was about to type the program in to load it up because you have like no way to the settings once you're in a call. Settings. Oh yeah, there's just use original order. Oh. Oh yeah, no. If you so there's a setting inside meeting settings under audio. It's called use original audio. Stupid fucking name. And that will, if you enable that, that disables noise suppression. I don't know if you can hear me though. I should probably type that. Let's forget I'm kind of quiet.
I'm not sure if everyone has those same settings, comrade. That may be available for the host.
I'm using my phone as a way to check it out because Rob's also on Android.
Maybe if you could you try to give host.
I'm typing in where to go to find it to see if he can find it.
Okay, if he can't, maybe try to give him the host capabilities just for temporarily, so you can make sure
that wouldn't change anything. Like the noise reduction specifically in your own settings. Everyone has their own thing going on that noise suppresses. It's nothing to do with the meeting room settings. Activate original. Wait a second. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. Use original audio. This will disable noise suppression. Ah, my arms. I'm too used to the PC settings. The PC settings are a lot less confusing than this.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. It seems that on Android, if you're not the host, we seem to have total different settings. Because I'm looking at mine in the same kind of the instructions that you're giving, Rob Q. I don't see them either. When I go to.
Are you on like the main menu for Zoom and then going into the more section? Is you go on,
when I go to the right and I go into meeting settings and I see always show meeting controls, show name when participants join, show non-video participants.
Try scrolling up and see if something appears above it.
No, there's oh shit, I just named the host. I'm sorry. Host tools. Yes, see, there are different play, join, and leave sound, mute upon entry, stop incoming video, show name when participants join.
Is my thing is above that. I have an audio and then a video section.
Okay, audio and video set because I'm looking at it right now and I have host capabilities. Looking host caption controls. Do you still have those settings right now while you're not even a host?
Yeah, I mean this is on my phone. Like Like I'm on my phone. I'm not even like connected to anything that's host-wise. Like this is just
Okay, just on your phone, right?
maybe y'all are on like is my UI looking different? Are y'all on like an older version? Because you might have not updated more recently, so they may have jumbled the settings location.
Yeah. I'm gonna try on my other phone, try to update it and see if there's any difference.
Try to fucking sell Zoom Pro to me. Unfortunately, Zoom is smart enough to fucking like blur out my fucking email because I'm not smart enough to show the fucking screen with it on. Fuck. 50 a month, Jesus. Ditch the 40-minute time limit. How about stop using your 40-minute time limit, you pricks? Um, technology, hey. Kind of weird now. We've acquired. Oh, there we go. It's disappeared now. Just about to joke about it. We had two Richards from the bar. That's it. We're having technical difficulties for anyone who's still watching. Well, hopefully things will be back up and running soon. You know, one of the really important things that we kind of have to be taken from this whole situation is, oh, Rob's back. Hey.
And then when we gotta go, right? Okay, and folks will catch up to us. So to start with, I'd like to call my sister up here, Tara Colo. Worked with us, the 91 and kept out every day. So, marché 91 millas desde Milwaukee hasta Chicago. Cada paso fue un paso muy duro. I marched 91 miles. Every mile was hard earned. Every step was hard earned. I'm 48. It was important to bring light. It's important to bring light to the homeless situation that our country and that this world has. We're displacing people at a rate we've probably never done at any other time in history. Estamos marchando para dar luz a las condiciones de la gente que no tiene vivienda. Estamos desalojando más gente con una rapidez que no se ha visto antes de la historia. Too many people are desensitized. Demasiada gente no le importa pisar encima y seguir caminando viendo a alguien que no tiene vivienda. Too many people are desensitized walking over people that don't have homes. There's something wrong with humanity when we can accept those conditions. When we accept that poverty is something that is just being. It is not divine from God. It is man-made. And anything that is man-made can be destroyed. The Republicans and the Democrats alike do not care about us. They don't come into our communities to see what's going on, to see the lack of health care, the lack of housing, the lack of education, the school to prison pipeline. It's not the 1%er's kids or going off to war or even recruited to go off to war. It's our kids in the poor communities that are recruited to go kill babies and kids somewhere else and come back with the trauma and the lack of mental health care. That is a shame. Shame on them. I invite Harris and Trump and whoever else is running for president to come to other communities and look at the problems that we have and help us solve them.
So you're going up.
Yo estoy diciendo que ni siquiera los demócratas ni los republicanos no nos importa a nosotros. No le importa que estamos. No le importa las condiciones que estamos viviendo. Invito a Trump y Harris a venir a la comunidad a ver nuestros problemas. Gracias.
So we have an amazing secret singer with us today, all the way from Wisconsin. I'd like to call up my sister Becca. How y'all feeling? Okay, y'all ready?
Yeah.
Too lazy to find a suitable tree. All they need now is a badge and a claim that they are afraid of me. Too privileged to tie blues. All they gotta do is be a white extreme. Look at what this crowd produced. Tickle legs and decided to run. Cause we waiting freedom or riding by the holes of a gun. Strange fruit. Change me. I'm not begging because I'm not afraid to die. And I'm certain that this is the last chance for change. Oh, yes it is. Give it to us, cause we've already decided to take. No more strange fruit. Tell your nana, I know they just use their knees. They still don't care if we beg and plead. Tell them the news of what to say. Oh, I cannot breathe. They go home and they spend up. They get promoted up. They been a strange food. Change. I'm not begging because I'm not afraid to die. This is the last chance for change. Oh, yes it is. To us, cause we've already decided to take no more strange food. And oh, la 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 la. Is this the one to love? No more Next, I'd like to call up to our beautiful stage here Pastor Phalaístin from Church of the Covenant has always been in the forefront when other preachers weren't around. So I hope people get on a crusade and to be there in any situation.
We are surrounded by love, but we are also surrounded by the empire. The empire is right there. They represent the empire. Now, let me tell you something about my unique qualifications to be here. I was a member of 11th Group Special Forces. I see some veterans out here. I was also a decorated police officer. Okay? Wow. So I was committed to the empire, but I had a catharsis. I had a revolution of the mind. And at a very young age, I realized after 6 years as a very aggressive, dedicated police officer and 8 years as an infantry platoon leader and a former member of the Special Forces, that wasn't the way to go. Today, I stand here as a 65-year-old man saying that I'm not here fighting for me, I'm fighting for the young people. I have a grandson, I have a great-granddaughter, I'm fighting for them. These police officers have the power of life and death. You know you're doing something important when they show up. I said, you know you're doing something important when they show up. When they show up, you know you're doing something. You can't show up for mass murder. But they can show up here because one mind can change the empire. We're here in the city of the champion. These same right here, along with the alphabet boys and the FBI, came and committed cold-blooded murder. A champion raid at 1 o'clock. Understand the ground that you stand on. The legacy of this city. What we're doing today is no little thing. It's a big damn thing. And we're doing this for the people. We're doing this for the people. We're doing this to liberate our minds. The minds of people that think that Jim Crow Joe, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, two wings of the same bird. Come on. Both parties are the parties of war. Both parties dropped the bombs in Gaza and dropped the bombs in Lebanon, dropped the bombs in Africa. Both parties support Africa. Both parties support the military governments. Both parties support the nonprofit. Yep. Both parties support privatization. Both parties, neither one that support universal health care. Neither one that support universal housing. So we don't have a choice but to support an independent candidate like Jill Stein, Dr. Stein. We're not going to be frightened into supporting the Democratic Party. Come on, you're not going to scare us. You're not going to make us emotional. You're not going to tell us about the boogeyman. Because we don't believe in the boogeyman. We're here to support the revolution of the mind. And we're here to do the most important thing. I'm going to close with this. We're putting our bodies on the line. Some people have financial capital. Most of them aren't here today. Some people have social capital. Most of them are here. But we have physical capital. We have our lifeblood. And as the Hebrew Messiah, the melanated Messiah said, "Don't man take my life from me. I lay it down for you." So some of us may pay the ultimate price. It might be me. But if I die, my death should not be in vain. My death will be for freedom. Viva la revolution.
And we have confirmation from all three presidential candidates that are running on third party. Round of applause. Others are trying to make their way here. But somebody that we have standing right over here is none other than my former running mate, Dr. Jill Stein.
Sherry, you will always be my running mate. And thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone for being here, for marching in from Milwaukee, from Florida, from North Carolina, from Washington, from DC. We are all over. We are what America looks like. We are the real convention here. We are the real presidential political convention, as opposed to the convention over there of the empire. That is the imperial convention, much like the Republican convention. It's not about us. It's not about what we need. It is about Wall Street and the war machine and the endless wars and the genocide going on in Gaza right now, and the war on working people right here at home. And we are here to say, and I want to thank everyone so much for being this community of love, for being who we are, for being Martin Luther King's beloved community. That's what we are with each other and for each other and across so many fronts of struggle. Because when we get together across those fronts of struggle, we're absolutely unstoppable. Those who are here leading the charge for the right to housing, for quality housing for everyone as a human right. Let's hear it for you. Let's hear it. Right now, 50%, 1 out of every 2 Americans is really struggling to keep a roof over their heads. It's absolutely astounding. It's not just, the poorest of the poor. It's really throughout the middle class. It is so many Americans who are paying up to 50% of their monthly income just to keep a roof over their heads. Meanwhile, we have gentrification going on. People are being thrown out of their housing, and the housing is being gentrified, and the rent is being raised, and people are being booted out. And meanwhile, you have private equity buying up our housing in community after community, creating this shortage. Well, we know it is shame, especially because we can fix this. We can fix this right now. We need a federal, national program of rent control to stop gentrification in its tracks. We need to end the buy-up of housing by private equity, buying up our apartments and our single-family homes and condos and so on. They're buying it all up, and then they're sitting on it. And we've got about 4 times as much empty housing now as we have people who need that housing. This is a created crisis. This is a created crisis in order to boost rents and boost profits. And in a nutshell, that is the problem with Democrats and with Republicans, because they are bought and paid for by the lobbyists and the big donors, from big real estate, from the health insurance companies, by big pharma, by the fossil fuel industry and the nuclear, and dare we say APAC and the war industry. So we don't need that. Just by cutting our military budget in half, because it's eating up half of our congressional dollars. By cutting that in half, we don't have the dollars that we need, especially when we enact Medicare for all. Because it doesn't cost us, it actually saves us money. 1 out of every $3 right now is going into paper pushing and bureaucracy and red tape. We put healthcare dollars into real healthcare. If we're actually delivering the programs that the American people are clamoring for, we can have healthcare as a human right for everyone. We can have affordable, quality housing for everyone as a human right. We can have quality schools. We can bail out student debt now. We can bail out medical debt right now. And we can end the climate crisis with a Green New Deal, an emergency Green New Deal that will phase out fossil fuels in the next decade. Don't believe what the Democrats tell you by any means. And of course, don't believe what Republicans say either. And speaking of which, we can also sum the migration crisis. The most important thing we can do is to stop causing it in the first place. By ending regime change and endless wars, the climate crisis, and the war on drugs, all of this we can fix. And then we can, of course, instead of funding a wall, we can actually fund the migration attorneys, the civil services, so that we can rapidly screen and provide papers for people so that migrants can go to work. Migrants make our country safer, they make our country more prosperous, and they actually are not the ones bringing the drugs. Those are Americans which are bringing the drugs. We are going to decriminalize drugs so that we are treating substances as a public health issue, not a criminal issue. I urge you, take this election by the horns. Do not allow them to intimidate you, into terrifying you, into extorting you, into voting one way or another. Nobody owns our votes but us. Politicians have to earn it. We can fix these problems. So go to jillstime2024.com and join the team. Remember, there's going to be free pro-genocide campaigns on the ballot. There will be one anti-genocide, anti-war, pro-climate emergency campaign on the ballot across the country. So don't let them tell you that we can't win this election or that we can't fight like hell and really change forever the landscape of politics and put people back in and take the corporations out.
I'll express some children from the Brown Berets.
It's a beautiful day. It's been a revolution.
Yeah.
My name is Shiltik. I'm the regional commander of the Brown Berets. The region is the north direction of the land, and we have chapter station work. We're always, on the movement. We're always supporting the revolution, and young things say a lot. And pretty much, that's what we're looking for. We're looking to change this government. We're tired of it, and we're not gonna put up no more with it. With whatever they send into Israel and Ukraine, we easily can cover healthcare, housing, and education. That's what we can do. I wanna thank everyone, and I wanna encourage everyone to be safe when we start marching, because these people, they wanna change things. They wanna intimidate us, thinking that it's not our right to do so, and it is, because when we being oppressed, we need to stand up. We need to stand up for ourselves. We need to stand up for this new generation that's coming. And I hear, they're gonna say a selfie stick is considered as a weapon. That's what they're saying. But we're not gonna get intimidated by it. We're gonna keep moving forward, and anything they do is gonna work on the favor. Anything they do, any oppressed movement that they do, is gonna get more people to change the system. Thank you very much.
All right, next up we got Zoe Ball from the Green Party of Cook County.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Ma. I'm an anti-poverty activist. 30 years ago, I came to this country from China because I was led to believe America had solved the poverty, because America was the richest country in the world. I came to graduate school in order to learn how Americans solve poverty. I was utterly disappointed and disillusioned. Actually, when I find out after 30 years, the Republicans make poverty. The Democrats maintain the poverty. The duopoly make sure that the corporate America will profit from the poverty. Chicago, the Republicans does not play here. It's the Democrats that oppress the poor, displace the poor. I don't know how much you know about the Cabrini Green neighborhood. 20 years ago, the city of Chicago torn down thousands of homes for the Black Americans in Chicago with false promise they will return. 20 years later, 140 families are still living in Cabrini Green. 440 units are still there, empty, boarded up for 20 years. It was a hidden secret. Only I find out that 3 weeks ago when I did a little march against the police brutality in that Cabrini Green. So we are calling the right of the return to Cabrini Green. Just like the people in Gaza, they are being displaced. The people, the Black community have the absolute right to stay in Chicago. They cannot be ethnic cleansed as the Palestinian ethnic cleansed from Palestine. Free Palestine, the right of return to Palestine.
Our next speaker is Minister Phalaístin from Milwaukee. Minister.
Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love, everybody. Y'all ready to march for our freedom? When I say all of us, you say or none. All of us?
None.
All of us?
Or none.
All of us?
Or none.
That's how we got to think. Because we studied, our sister just taught us about Cabrini Green being torn down 20 years ago. And in this place, thousands of families. But this land was founded by so-called Black people, right? And that John Baptiste Gustavo, correct? We also want to give homage to the first world nations that was over here first too. We're talking about the Ojibwe. We're talking about the Odawa. We're talking about the Potawatomi. Asheo. Asheo. The thing is this. We are here because we are tired of suffering. If you're tired of suffering, say yes, sir.
Yes.
If you're tired of being trampled on as a people, say yes, sir.
Yes.
If you're tired of being lied to by politicians, say yes, sir. We have to change the way they do politics. If they're saying that the power is in the people, then what are the people willing to do to change their own conditions? The Most High teaches us in our religion that the Most High will not change the conditions of a people until a people are willing to change the conditions within themselves. I said change the conditions within ourselves. We put these people in place. We give these people our money. We give these people our dollars. We invest in big business. We invest in corporations. We invest in prisons. We invest in all of the poverty that's happening right now because we are not courageous enough to take a stand and shut these corporations down. Well, you got all these workers working to stay in poverty. If they stop working, then how do they make money? I'm talking about the corporation. America is a corporation. You're talking about big business government. We're talking about empire. We are not talking about the people. We the people was a trick to trick you into buying into a business that they wanted to use you as a mechanism to destroy, control, and conquer other countries. And then say that you are supposed to be a part of American dream. What type of American dream is this when I'm constantly in a nightmare? I haven't awakened from the nightmare. Have you awakened from the nightmare? No. So what is an American dream? The American dream is only for the top upper class 1% empire in this country. They are the only ones who can share the American dream. We do not share the American dream as the people who are oppressed and at the bottom of America. We share the nightmare. We share the nightmare. And we are all stricken because our children are going to come behind us fighting the same fight. We go all the way from the civil rights movement, which was talking about civil rights and not human rights. We've been talking about the wrong thing for so long, and they let us do it because they knew we was on the wrong track. But what about human rights? What about education out here, life having value to it? Corporations and businesses don't care about nothing but the bottom line. And we have people who are running for this country to preserve the corporation, to preserve the empire. This is what the Democrats are doing. This is what the Republicans are doing. They are not in power to make sure that your children eat, that they do have a pension, that you're going to college without being stripped of every single resource you have. They're not trying to fight to get you out of poverty. They're not trying to stop wars. They're trying to fund more wars on your backs. I said they're trying to fight more wars on your backs. I said all of us, from the president of all of us in Wisconsin, and we over 46 states. Peace and love. Shout out to the Poor People's Army, my sister Sherry. Shout out to my sister Jill Stein. Shout out to my boy Galen. Shout out to all of you. All power to the people. All power to the people.
Thank you, Minister. Next, we're gonna hear from Chicago Jewish congregation, Rabbi Brett Rosen.
Thank you. So my name is Brant Rosen. I'm the rabbi of Tzedek Chicago. We are a congregation based here, but we have a global membership of over 400 households. We are focused on core values of justice and solidarity, particularly solidarity with the Palestinian people. Anti-Zionism is part of our core value statements, and it's a guiding sacred principle in most things, almost everything that we do. And I have to say, I am so proud to be part of this army, to be part of the Poor People's Army. Dr. Stein is absolutely right. These are the actual conventions. These are the true conventions. And the Poor People's Army has been standing down the RNC and the DNC for decades now, showing the world what the world can be, what the world should be, and what the world can be. You know, we are here to stand down these political parties that purport to be quote unquote democratic, but are utterly beholden to corporate interests, to the billionaire class, to multi-million-dollar lobbies. And Dr. Stein is absolutely right. They are bought and paid for. We should make no mistake about that. But the Poor People's Army offers a vision of a different way. We understand that in this world, there are those who have power and privilege and those who are considered disposable. But we also know that there is a different world. And it is a world that it is not only possible, but we are living in ourselves right now. It is a world based on equity, on justice, where all share equally in the world's abundance. In Jewish tradition, we have a word for this. It's olam haba, the world to come. But in Jewish tradition, as in many spiritual traditions, we bring that world into this world through our very actions. When we come together in solidarity the way we are doing right now, we are in real time living in that world. We are creating olam haba. We are creating the world as it should be. At the same time, when we talk about the world as it is, we can have no illusions about this. And right now, at this moment, as we all know, we are living in an age of genocide. We can't look away from this. We can't treat this as one issue among many. Many of us who have been marching in solidarity with the Palestinian people and been part of this movement, building this movement for so long, not only for the last 10 months, but for years and years, have been told that we are somehow siloing, that we are treating this as one issue. But this issue is not only an issue, genocide is the issue. It is a universe of issues that touches everything. We are every single day witnessing in real time horrible genocidal violence and mass murder. Last Saturday, Israel carried out an airstrike in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza, that killed at least 18 members of the same family, including 11 siblings between ages 2 and 22. 2 weeks ago, in one of the worst massacres of this genocide, over 100 people were killed in a school where they were sheltering in Gaza City. Only body parts were left. There were no intact bodies left from this bombing. And later, and by the way, there were family members, and I'm sure many of you know this because we follow this. Family members had to carry members of their own families away in plastic bags. It was only later that it was confirmed that the bombs used in this attack were supplied to Israel by the United States. In fact, 2 days before this attack, the Biden administration informed Congress that it was approving $20 billion in aid to Israel. That was an additional $3.5 billion above the original aid package. The Democratic Party is a war party. It is a war party. That is why we are here. That is why we are raising our voices. President Biden and Vice President Harris and presidential candidate Harris are part of the government that has blood on its hands and is putting blood on our hands as taxpayers. We know this. We know that Pentagon contractors like Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Northrop Grumman are major donors to the Democratic Party. We know, because we are not stupid, that it is with this corporate support comes the expectation of influence. We know that when war is profitable, you will very likely see a lot more of it. At the same time, we are building a movement that is saying enough. We are building a movement that is saying we are not accepting that the world should be divided into the powerful and the privileged and the disposable. We are building a movement that is connecting the dots between what is going on in Palestine, Israel, to right here in the United States with police departments and mass incarceration right here at home. We are building a movement that is standing down the use of billions and billions of dollars for war while we are ignoring our very own right here at home. As a rabbi and as a Jewish person, I am honored to say that there is a growing Jewish presence in this movement, in the Palestine Solidarity movement, but also in the anti-capitalist, anti-war, and anti-racism movement. It is all really just one movement. So it is my honor and my privilege and my pleasure to stand alongside in solidarity with all of you, to be part of this Olam Haba, to be part of this world as it should be that we are creating. And we will continue to lift up our voices. We will continue to demand that no one look away from what is going on so that we can bring that world to bear. Al Kol Yoshvei Tevel, for all who dwell on earth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rabbi. Our next speaker is a powerful leader from Milwaukee, Suleiman.
How y'all doing out there? We can do better than that. It's beautiful today. How y'all doing out there? We here for a righteous cause, y'all. We here to free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Gaza. Free Gaza. Children deserve to hear birds, not bombs. Children deserve to hear birds, not bombs. We're going to deliver this message today to make sure that they understand that we know what's going on. We know what genocide looks like. Everyone here is a witness. There is no lesser evils in the world. You cannot compare the two. If somebody is a killer, it doesn't matter if they killed once versus somebody who killed 10 times. It might make them more of a serial killer, but there's no lesser evil in murder. There's no lesser evil in that. You're still a killer. We know what genocide looks like. They can't lie to our face. They can't say what we see on the television and that's streaming through our internet is not real. It's real. We see it. There's mothers, there are fathers holding up babies that are deceased because of bombs have landed where they are. Shame! 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 We understand that the war that's being funded is our money. We know that. They look us in our face every day and they try to tell us that we're free. We can't be free. If Palestine isn't free, no one is free. If babies can die and anyone in the world can turn their head, turn the other cheek, then there is no salvation amongst us if we can't say, shame, shame. There's no way that we're going to allow that to happen. I'm happy to be here with you people all today. I'm happy for them to understand that we're here to deliver a message of power, because guess what I know? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of the people, because the power of the people don't stop.
Now we have another young man I'd like to introduce, who was actually in 1968. Before I bring him up, another famous guy, named the Pie Man. The Pie Man. Oh, yeah. From pies and politicians. Old, and so the Pie Man called stupid section. I can't make it, but please let everybody know that the Pie Man stands with the poor people's side. And I say absolutely, we will continue your legacy by marching today. But right now, I'd like to bring up that young man, Captain Joint from the Yippies.
Well, hello, Chicago. How are you all doing? And hello, all you people that came to visit us here at the DNC. Thank you for coming. We appreciate that. I want to touch on a few things here today because there's so much. I don't want to tread on anybody's feet. But first thing I want to say is I noticed that there are some Chicago policemen here, and I'd like to thank them for showing up to support us. There are police officers, they're here to keep the peace. And they said in a press conference, if we follow the rules, we won't get arrested. So let's see how that works out. That said, I have a lot of respect for the police. They do have a hard job. Every day they pin that badge on their chest. They go out and they go into their communities. They don't know if they'll come home. But that said, I do believe they should also be held accountable for their actions, and they should be accountable for any laws they may break. And I bring that up because the pastor, the good pastor that came up, he dropped the name. He dropped the F-bomb. Fred Hampton. Now, how many people here know Fred Hampton Jr.? We got some people know Fred Hampton Jr. You know what happened to his dad, right? Okay, for those of you that don't, the 1968 Democratic conventions got a little rough. It resulted in a trial, the Chicago conspiracy trial, where Bobby Seale was one of the defendants. Fred Hampton Jr.'s dad, was giving Bobby Seale some help from behind because they were violating Bobby Seale's rights and not allowing him to have his own representation. Judge Hoffman had Fred identify himself in court, which he did. And after that, he was subsequently executed by the Chicago police. Now, this is called murder. And somehow, some of those cops know who fired those bullets. And those cops should have been brought up on murder charges. Now, there's an organization called the Cubs of the Black Panthers. These are the children and the grandchildren of the Black Panthers trying to get the Fred Hampton murder house named as a shrine. I do believe this should happen. I think we should all get behind that cause. Okay, enough said about that. That's one of the reasons I came to Chicago. One of my main bitches about this government is, and I saw a gentleman wearing a retired slave shirt. Power to you, sir. But not all of us are retired. I'll tell you what. They have a new form of slavery in America. It's called prisons for profit. And you don't have to be black to. They'll take anybody. Okay? The new prisons for profit are a new form of slavery being run by the government. And this needs to stop. So I'm just throwing that out there, too. And now let's roll around to the Poor People's Army. These guys walked 91 miles to get here. It's like giving a really big hand. I respect you. That's commitment to a cause. Now, we all know that the homeless problem is a real problem, but people that aren't homeless maybe not realizing quite how much of a problem it is. So I'm going to tell you the story of one young man. I am from Maine, Brownville, Maine. Yeah, it's a small town. Bangor, Maine is the city where the homeless hang out, and my wife does work with the homeless, and we ran across this young man named Drake. Well, Drake is no longer homeless, but this is not necessarily a good thing. He's now in assisted living because he tried to survive a Maine winter homeless, sleeping outside. He lost his leg, his foot, all the fingers on one hand and 2 fingers on his other hand, and he's currently in assisted living, waiting for prosthetics. This is not acceptable in America. There is enough money in this damn country. Nobody should be homeless. There are enough empty buildings in this country. They should be taken over. It's, you know, it's rough, and it's such an issue everywhere. It's just out of control. Okay, so there's a few things I want to touch on. My main gripe is like the marijuana laws. I'm going to say because they have been enforced in a racial manner forever. A lot of blacks have gone to jail way before anybody white would, because that's how they've enforced the laws. It's called profiling, and it's been done forever. And those guys are going in prison for profit, becoming slaves. Just throwing that out there. Now, I would suggest to our government that maybe they stop the government lie, because they classified marijuana as a drug, and it's not. If you break the marijuana plant down, it has no toxins. And you have to have a toxin to be a drug. Okay? Like mushrooms are natural, but they got toxins. They're drugs. Plain and simple. They're fun, they're drugs. Okay? Now, marijuana should not be legalized. It should be like re-legalized, I guess is the term for it. You need to remove all the laws, remove all the penalties, and get the people in jail out that are nonviolent drug offenders. Okay. So anyway, my time is up. That's my little 5 minutes. I hope that I have not bored you. Thank you all for coming. I love you all. Peace and love.
Okay. So that's a great plug for not just the legalization, but that's a great plug for our recent book that just came out. It's called Takeover. It's our history of taking over properties in this country, as well as teaching people how to take over abandoned government houses in order to put an end to homelessness. Yeah. So make sure you go out and buy books, or several, or teach a course about it. Anyway, so our next speaker is from the Rainbow Coalition and the Young Lords.
All right, so I'm Melissa Ray. I am the acting chairwoman of the Second Rainbow Coalition and the Minister of Defense for the Connecticut chapter of the new area. All right, right, so as a little white girl in Connecticut, I remember watching a documentary about Bloody Sunday in Selma with Dr. King and being completely blown away by only seeing one white man and an entire crowd of people standing against segregation. I remember saying something like, if I was alive, I would have been there. Never in my wildest, mostly privileged white girl dreams did I think that we'd be here today, but as we know, this is a class struggle, goddammit. So here we are. Somehow life has led me to meet and work with some of the most solid comrades that were actually here on the ground in Chicago for civil rights, from the original Rainbow Coalition, the Panthers, the Young Lords, the Young Patriots, Brown Berets, and they're still here to absorb for us to absorb their knowledge right now. And I want to let you know that the Second Rainbow Coalition is here with our elders right now. For People's Army, that's how I'm involved with them in solidarity, right? There's absolutely no place better than where we are, right? All right, so boots on the ground for us, for Gaza, for Sudan, for Puerto Rico, for the trans community, for the queer community, for Black, brown, and indigenous people all over the world. This is our time. All time, right? Now, our elder comrade, Hy Thurman, really wanted to be here, so I'm going to read what he was going to say if he could have been here. All right. And he was the original Young Patriot. He is now one of our elders in the Second Rainbow Coalition. He gives us all types of leadership and great advice. And we absorb all of them, right? Little Johnny would sit at the lunch table at school with his friends every day, but he would never eat his lunch. His friend asked, quote, "Johnny, why won't you eat your lunch?" End quote. "I'm not hungry," Johnny replied. This went on for several days until a teacher notices that Johnny was not eating. The teacher took him aside and asked, quote, "Why aren't you eating your lunch?" "I'm not hungry," he replied. The teacher looked into Johnny's lunch bag and discovered crumpled up newspaper to have the appearance of what was full of food. You see, Johnny's family was very poor and he did not have enough to eat. He was embarrassed to admit it. We live in the most powerful and richest country in the world. 1 in 5 children goes to bed hungry every night, while several states have eliminated the free lunch programs. It is estimated that 37.9% of the U.S. lives below the poverty level. 2.5 million children, 15.1 million vacant housing, while 1 in every 500 people are homeless and increasing every day. Depending on the location, rent for 1-bedroom apartment is at $1,300 to $4,300 per month, depending on location. Houses start at $158,000. Parents can't afford to work when it comes to child care. It is estimated that the cost is $121 per week, depending on a toddler or preschooler. The common labor makes $25,000 to $30,000 per year. A bill will be introduced soon to lower the working age to 14, allowing teens to work in construction and other dangerous jobs. Without assistance, the poor will be poorer. Because of caring people like you, they can have a fighting chance. There are politicians who are pursuing cutting Medicare and Medicaid, still gutting the Social Security Fund and calling it entitlements, criminalizing the homelessness and passing laws against the homeless. In some states, the homeless can be issued fines for being homeless, only lead to incarceration when they can't pay the fine. So if you agree that this is a capitalist system that you want to live under, by all means, vote for the traditional fascist, Republican, and Democratic parties. But if you don't, you can make a difference by working and voting for the Green Party of the United States, where your voice and actions will make a difference. This might be our last chance of freedom.
I just want to let folks know that, Wes sent his regards. He's stuck in traffic, as well as Chairman Fred Hampton is also stuck in traffic. We told folks we're gonna begin soon, but we know you got the paper here. They would be marching too, or maybe they'll catch up. Okay, so without further ado, let me bring up an amazing brother from the White Patriot, Jake. I want to say White Panthers.
Sorry. Y'all hear me? Yeah. I want you to repeat after me. All power to the people.
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 Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Power to the people.
All power to the people.
Power to the people.
All power to the people.
How many of you struggle to find food? or have struggled to find food? How many of you don't know if you're going to be able to pay your bills next month or this month? How many of you have been homeless? I'm sure there's more than what the hands were raised. You have to recognize that these are attacks, right? Because what happens when you can't find food? What happens when you can't, you don't have any shelter? You shiver, you starve, you might die. As our comrade elder who was up here a moment ago pointed out, you can lose life and limb. Who perpetuates that? What's the difference between a bomb going off in Palestine and blowing people apart and somebody shivering and starving to death on the streets in this country? Is there a difference? We have to recognize that these are violent attacks against the people in this country, and we have to be willing to strike back. We have to recognize that, I'm sure not everybody may agree. I don't necessarily think it's a good solution, but if, in Palestine, they say, well, maybe they need a two-state solution. Well, maybe we need a two-state solution here. Maybe we need that working toward a new state solution. Maybe we need to overthrow the powers that are perpetuating this kind of violence against the people here. And I want to posit that you actually have kind of and that's not to detract from some of the great speakers we've had here, but maybe you have a fourth option here. Maybe it's not to vote. Maybe it's to recognize that the whole system is a criminal system that kills people. Maybe you need to recognize that this capitalist imperialist system is fundamentally your enemy and that it can't be reformed. All power to the people. Said boots on the ground. Said boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Thank you.
And lastly, before we begin to line up in poor people only fashion, we would like to call up our sister from California who's been doing amazing work with poor and homeless families, a formerly homeless mother, Tiny. Woo!
Do you see us houseless mamas and daughters sleeping in these tents? I need to hear you, relative. Do you see us houseless mamas and daughters sleeping in these tents? We don't got money for the lie of rent. I want to call out my mom and D. I believe we're getting started with that home that would be on me. Survived barely on the streets of Philly as a survivor of the torture home, aka foster home system, orphanages, being a mixed race child and being unprotected. We all know what happens to unprotected babies. Barely keeping and staying alive by any means necessary, but not being able to keep on keeping on within this crap and lust system. So when we talk about the root causes that the brother before spoke about, we need to name capitalism, and yes, you did hear right. I say capitalism. Because I like to think with the colonial language, because those are the words, right? I want to shout out that oftentimes in many parts of this occupied land, you will know because you heard and you know it in your hearts that we are standing on stolen land, which is occupied Turtle Island, and the first form of gentrification was colonization. And we are witnessing what's happening to our babies and our relatives in Palestine and Sudan and West Papua and Kashmir. And we're seeing it right here. Right? We're seeing it right here. I want to call out right now my relatives in the occupied Turtle Island known as so-called California, because that Governor Trickster Newsom has waged war on our backs. The elder and child abuse being committed under
of violent arrests in so-called Sacramento, capital. There is violent arrests and pushing out in occupied Uchun, Oakland, LA, Frisco, and guess what? The politics ain't nothing but a trick. So I want to lift up my brother Israel Munoz, formerly House's president of Hopefulness. I want to talk about Hopefulness really quickly and tell you Hopefulness has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with banksters. It has nothing to do with non-profiteers. It has to do with teaching folks with race and class privilege about radical redistribution. Because relatives, our only answer is not these fucking billionaires who have a hoarder clutter problem. Yes, I did say they accuse poor people of hoarding because we take too many newspapers and boxes. But what about these hoarder clutters who occupy and Mama barely survived homelessness. I wear my jail suit, not because orange is the new black, but because I was in Santa Rita County Jail for 3 months. And it was for the crime of being outside. So we don't say a land acknowledgement in Cali, in hopefulness. We say land back! Land back! Homelessness is a colonizing scam. The rich get richer, the poor get poor, while the settlers steal more land from Palestine to Turtle Island. Oh my God.
Okay. So put your hand up. I promise to engage in a non-violent peaceful march. I promise to allow the children, the seniors, and people with disabilities, both visible to be in the front of the march. Once again, I promise to walk in peace. Anybody that doesn't
What happened? We lose Rob? Shit, I wonder if his phone overheated. Sorry, folks who are watching, give us just a moment. We're having some technical difficulties here with our comrades on the ground. Give us a moment to get them back in here. All power. Comrade Kara, while we wait for Rob to rejoin the stream, can you play some of the videos that I sent into the chat from the other park where they're demonstrating at? There's a lot going on over there, folks.
Comrade Storm, you on? Storm.
Apologies to the audience. We're trying to resolve some tech issues here real quick. We will be right back with the video feed in just a moment.
Hello, comrades. We'll be sharing some of the feed from our comrade Curtis. There's certain, first of all, we have technical difficulties, and then there are interactions with the police happening in different parts of the rally. All power. Hmm. Interfere with the sound. I'm not getting any sound with these situations. These audio clips. I think this is a situation where they break through the fence. Nothing but police behind, nothing but pigs behind the fence too. Hello, comrades. Yeah, I know I ain't gonna sound.
Yeah, I ran out of energy and I passed out.
Okay, Comrade Storm, what happened? You passed out? All right.
Yeah,
Are you
I
back?
ran out of energy.
Energy?
Yeah, I got chronic fatigue syndrome. I ran out of energy and I passed out.
Okay, Comrade. Okay. Do you think you'll be able to continue or no?
Possibly. What's next?
Okay, at the moment we're trying to share some of the footage from Comrade Kurt. But what I'm having an issue with is we're still having technical difficulty. I'm not used to sharing from my screen, of course, and we are having an issue with the audio again. Thinking that can I pass hosting to you for a minute, or at least till I figure this out as far as my audio?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, Comrade. Yeah, I'll stay on with you. Just try not to fall back asleep, all right, Comrade? And could you share some of those? I hope that you have sound. Could you share those clips by from Comrade Kurt from when he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you there, Comrade? Or do you want to?
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
I'm sure if you have all of these. Okay, you have sound.
Told you.
It's one of them. I tried to show that earlier, but I damn sure couldn't hear anything.
Yeah, it was
I'm not
the
sure, I think-
audio stream has to match your output too. Otherwise it won't play the song.
Yeah. I think Comrade Kurt said that they started arresting top people already.
Oh, wait, you can literally just lift them up? Some contractors getting fucking fined. Someone's losing their contract. What's on the other side but padlock? Thank God for... Yeah, all good. I think there's something to be said about
I think there's a couple other videos as well. I'm wondering if Comrade Kurt, I know Comrade Kurt and Comrade Rob Hall were. Go ahead. Don't even worry about what I'm saying. I probably should leave some of that. Or my private.
We're staying here. You can stay here. The coalition march is going to move on over there in that corner.
Because this first fence they put up, there's no fucking lock on it. You just literally just lift it up. Gone with government incompetence. Jeez.
Yeah, I think that's just an image, right?
Yeah, that's an image of the pigs.
Yeah, so far they just chased them off with the pigs. I wonder if there's any update to that. Comrade from the
What's the
comrades.
last thing from them?
Let's see. Second, those pigs are still in the corner. They said they kept it moving for a second. The pigs are still in the corner. All right. I guess they're trying to avoid pigs at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah. Are you okay, comrade?
Yeah.
Were you able to finish the other two videos?
That was all the videos that were there. There was, yeah, I finished the other two, the one that Rob, the two that Rob posted.
You know what? We might as well go back to those for now until they pick up. They're charging their batteries, they're trying to avoid pigs at the moment. So it's okay. I'll watch it with you. I'll rewatch it. It's all right. Or what do you think we should do, comrade? What do you suggest? I just know we can't have any more dead air.
I mean, what's it? If we want to discuss about things, I'm down to discuss, but I'm also fine with putting the thing back on while we're waiting. My brain's a bit fried.
Yeah, I mean we could put them on and we could discuss. It's no problem. I'm with it. We could definitely because I knew I was in and out. I was trying to finish some of my own site designs and whatnot.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but we can definitely put back on. I know I missed some of those speeches. There were multiple speeches. I know I missed a good number of them.
Yeah, it was also a beautiful bit of Saint for my sister as well.
Yeah, they're basically trying to avoid the bullshit, while also trying to record and charge their phones. So hopefully they'll be able to give us some feed soon. But in the meantime, yeah, we do have those were some dope. Some very good footage in the beginning from the start.
Survive a genocide, and the administration that supplies and gives Israel the green light to murder our people is having a celebration in our city. The Biden administration and Democrats have ignored our calls for an end to this genocide, claiming harassment when anyone confronts them about supporting the mass murder of Palestinians. For example, Speaker Pelosi made ridiculous claims that Chinese and Russian governments were paying Palestinians to protest her support for the genocide.
Okay, the comrades are safe. It seems the comrades are safe.
From elders in wheelchairs being displaced.
Or at least one is. I'm not sure. One comrade is on their way home. I'm not sure if the other one is safe yet. But it's okay, comrade. Go ahead.
Goddamn, yeah, no worries. I hope they're safe. Fuck me. Fucking pigs are cancer.
For the third time in their lives, to children being blown apart, to Palestinians being held captive and tortured, to schools, mosques, and churches, and homes being blown up. The Democrats, along with the Republicans, have created an environment that is vilifying our students, sending militarized police to harm them for calling on divestment from Israel. They are using political and state repression to intimidate activists from calling a war to end the genocide. They have FBI visits and law enforcement harassing our communities to stoke fear. They have reignited racist tropes towards Palestinians and Arabs. Those racist tropes were the motivator for an adult to stab a 6-year-old with the FAU over 28 times until he was killed. This was outside of Chicago. Today at the DNC, the keynote speaker is no other than Genocide Joe, whose administration gave unlimited bombs and bullets to Israel and gave Israel an addition $20 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars. Israel does the bombing. Israel pulls the trigger, legally carrying out this genocide. But the U.S. is paying for it. Genocide Joe in 2020 tried to scare us with the threat that Trump would cut UNRWA, while his administration suspended UNRWA funding since October. The politicians in this convention are telling you that Palestine should not be your issue. When U.S. police departments get trained by Israeli occupation forces and bring those military tactics back to kill Black and brown communities, Palestine is your issue. When our tax dollars are being used to kill doctors, nurses, and paramedics, Palestine is your issue. When the IOF blows up universities in Gaza and kills 15,000 children that will never return to school and refuses to fund education here, Palestine is your issue. I want to add that there are people who are upset that we're criticizing and holding the Democrats accountable, that somehow we are giving power to Trump. We recognize Trump and Project 2025 are dangerous. We know the dangers of his administration and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's racist rhetoric and colonial ambitions to further colonize Palestine. We know Jared was honored by the anti-Black, anti-Arab, anti-Muslim, Anti-Defamation League, ADL. The ADL had him as a speaker at the convention. So that's why we marched on the DNC. In closing, this incredible mobilization is here because of all of you and your solidarity. And we will end Zionism. We will return back home. And we will continue to resist occupation and
will be free.
From the sea to the river.
From the sea to the river.
Palestine will live forever.
Palestine will live forever.
Palestine will live forever.
Palestine will live forever.
Please help me welcome up our next speaker. Frank Chapman is the Executive Director of the National Alliance.
Hmm?
I'm trying to say something.
No. I'm good, comrade. I was repeating the chant as well. You're good, comrade.
No worries. Just making sure.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the comrades. They're just doubling back.
Alright, no worries.
All right.
Fights across the U.S. against police crimes and for community control of the police. A revolutionary for over 60 years, he is one of the leading Black liberation organizers in the U.S. and has published 2 books. His memoir, The Damn Don't Cry, pages from the life of a Black prisoner and organizer, and Marxist-Leninist perspectives on Black liberation and socialism.
All power to the people.
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 Welcome to Chicago. I've been thinking about what I'm going to say for a couple of days. In fact, I woke up at around 2 o'clock this morning thinking about what I was going to say. And these particular words came to mind. In the whole entire history of the world, there's never been a moment like this. A moment so packed with the horrors, the genocide, a catastrophic moment for sure. Yet also a moment of unspeakable resistance of the Palestinian people to free their land from the scourge of settler colonialism. That's why we're here today. We're here today, among other things, to declare our unconditional solidarity with the Palestinian people. So nobody misunderstands what I mean by that, let me just quickly say, we want Palestine to win. Also, I'm here today to denounce the criminal, outlaw government that's in Washington, D.C. right now. Because when you support, correct me if I'm wrong, if Netanyahu just addressed a joint session of Congress, an international war criminal, just addressed a joint session of Congress. So we know what side they're on. We know what side they're on. And we are clear about what side we're on. We say end the genocide now, stop all aid to Israel, and we're going to keep on fighting back until we get what we want, because you may not get all you fight for, but you got to fight for all you get. So free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea.
The river to the sea.
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free.
Long live the Palestinian Revolution.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
End the occupation now! solidarity with Palestine and across the globe. Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! The Anti-War Action Network is so proud to be marching here on the DNC today, shoulder to shoulder with all of you. We brought folks here today from Minneapolis, from Milwaukee, Detroit, Grand Rapids, Chicago, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville, Portland, New Orleans, and Tucson, all to be part of this critically important national protest. And the Democratic Party, when they ousted Genocide Joe, they thought we wouldn't be here today. They hoped we wouldn't be here today. And well, his ouster was a victory that I think we should claim. It is not enough. We want an end to the genocide, not just new leadership of a genocide. We need to end weapons sales to Israel, and we are not going to get it if we just line up behind Kamala. We will only get what we demand if we keep demanding it, if we refuse to be silent during a genocide. And lately, I've been frequently asked, and I assume many of you have been too, why I'm here protesting Harris today, when I stand for trans rights, when I stand for reproductive rights, when I stand for climate justice. But the reality is, we deserve candidates who will stand up for progressive policies like reproductive rights, like immigrant rights, like labor rights, like fighting against climate change, and who will end the genocide in Gaza. We should not have to choose whose lives we value in an election. And taking a stand against genocide should not be treated like a fringe issue, and we are going to make sure it is not treated like a fringe issue. Many of us here today, we spent our whole summer protesting for Palestine at home, at the RNC, and now here at the DNC, because we know regardless of who wins this election, Trump or Harris, our work will not be done. We need an end to USA to Israel, and in order to do this, we need to continue to fight for divestment in our states, on our campuses, wherever we can. We need students to continue and build the momentum that they built in the spring. We need our movements to keep up pressure on weapons manufacturers. We need to be at the inauguration to send a message that we will not be ignored. We need to keep growing our movement until it cannot be ignored. Some people think social change is made by delegates in the DNC, but in reality it is made by us, and it is made in the streets. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Favorite artist, poet, and R&B singer Jamila Woods. Born in Chicago and raised on the city's south side in both Washington Park and the suburb Beverly Hills.
I lost host.
You lost host? It's okay, comrade.
Yeah, when you rejoined.
Not. Okay, I wasn't sure if if you were still with us. That's all, comrade. So I was going to regain host. But it's okay. Was the video ended by then, or did it stop because you lost host?
They only stopped because I lost host. It's at 30 minutes out of 41 minutes.
Okay, yeah, you could put it back in. Then. I'm sorry, I just was trying to contact you. I wasn't sure if you were there, but I was trying to show, so I was gonna just try and troubleshoot from my other phone. But it's okay, comrade. If you got it, I'll give host back to you. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, you're all good.
There you go, comrade. My fault.
It's all good. Bing.
Start bringing up new things. Let's give it up for Jamila, y'all.
sorry وين بدك انت؟ بدك تسال واحد من ورا يعملوا منه
Hello, operator. Emergency hotline. If I say that I can't breathe, will I become a chalk line? I just lost my spot for that. Line up to see the act. The officers are scheming to cover up their Ask me no more questions. Tell me no more lies. You're serving and protecting. Stealing babies' lives. I'm very black. Can't send me back. You take my brother. I fight back. I'm very black. I'm made of black. You take my brother. I fight back, and that is all I know. Are there any introverts at the protest today? Congratulations, thank you for being here. I'm just gonna share a couple more songs with you all. This next song is inspired by the Land Back movement and the climate justice movement. As we know, all of the struggles are connected, and one of the first tools of colonialism is to separate the people from the land and to separate people's ability to sustain themselves through the land. So this song is called Teach Me. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Così.
I think a lot about the olive trees in Palestine and the ways that indigenous wisdom teaches us how to relate to the land. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We already know. And this song is about opening up to those lessons that the earth is ready to teach us. Stick and seasons, cornrows, daughters of land they never own. Where we come from, soil is sacred, not a paycheck. The less we want for more, the freer we get. A place where we just till the sun's warm. Where we can move to the water and the sand. You hear us, you always come by. I take for granted how you keep us alive. Now can we slow down? Can we spread the harvest around? Can we turn the lights way down? No machines dig our hands in the ground, slow down. There's always enough to go around. The great showing you how. No machines dig our hands in the ground. So this next song, thank you so much. This next song is inspired by a black woman named Makia Boyd, who was killed by an off-duty police officer named Dante Servin in Douglas Park. She was just my age. She would have been my age today. And it's inspired by the black women organizers who organized the way we are doing today to speak truth to power. This song is called Black Girl Soldier. Ain't nobody checking for us, ain't nobody checking for us. The camera loves us, I can wrongfully imprisoned and spent 22 years in solitary confinement, died 2 days ago in the hospital due to medical neglect at the hands of the federal prison system. Shame. He was a member of the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, and I would like to take a moment of silence. We can use this time to reflect and remember that the same systems that are killing our people in Gaza are torturing and killing Black people in Chicago, in the U.S. These are the same systems. Chicago is the police torture capital of the world. Anthony Gay was failed by this system, and we carry Anthony Gay's spirit with us as we march on the DNC today, and we join the Alliance's call to free all wrongfully convicted torture survivors from prison immediately. And when I say free them all, you say free them now. Free them all! Free them now! 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 Thank you, everyone. I would like to welcome up our next speaker. Mohammed is an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, a transnational grassroots movement of young Palestinians in Palestine and in exile who strive to ensure a better future for themselves and subsequent generations.
I'll be back. Don't go too far. Oh, Rob's back.
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Chicago, I can't hear you. Whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Whose streets?
Our streets!
Our streets. Not theirs, ours. We have for generations walked and suffered as we built these streets with our own hands, while the ruling class overlooked us from their ivory towers and flew over us in their private jets, and yet they claim that they exist amongst us. Shame! In 1968, we gathered in these very streets to protest the illegal war on Vietnam that sacrificed our children of the working class and plummeted the citizens of this country into a depression. And the city responded not by listening, but by their usual way of systemic oppression and brutality, in hopes of quelling the movement. Shame. 50 years later, we find ourselves walking those same steps in history, with Gaza being the most recent target of U.S. imperialism at the suffering of their own people. And it has responded in the same way: systemic oppression and brutality. But what the ruling class has yet to understand for the last is that no amount of brutality will ever quell the movement. Their violences has only increased our will for justice, our will for freedom, and our steadfastness. Continuously play performative politics and utter the word ceasefire while they send checks to Israel. Who are they trying to fool? We are here to demand better. We know that it was our movement that made Joe Biden so unpopular that he had to step down. And we know and have known for 10 months, the power of the movement. And that is why we continuously mobilize by the millions and have not lost any energy along the way. So what makes them think we will stop now? We won't stop, that is right! To the current administration and to Kamala Harris, we are done with your words and platitudes. We demand action. We demand an end to Israel's war on Gaza, and we demand a total arms embargo. $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Imagine what you can do with $3.5 billion within your own communities. That amount of money has just this week been awarded to Israel by our so-called democratic administration. This comes at a time where 2/3 of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. The leading cause of bankruptcy is medical debt, and test scores across American schools are at its lowest. And even here in Chicago, 200,000 residents of marginalized communities are at threat of gentrification and displacement. And do you know how our representatives responded to these problems? Well, you guys know the answer. With more funding to a foreign nation, the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel, as it commits the worst genocide of this century, over 100,000 estimated killed, including my very own baby cousins, Nuran Allah, only 12 years old, and Razan Allah, only 10 years old, were found in pieces by their families. Imagine that. And just to wrap up, in our thousands and our millions, we are all Palestinians. This is not merely a slogan of solidarity. It is the reality of our intertwined interests. My brothers and sisters, let us be the generation of change. Let us be the generation of liberation. Free Palestine.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Go, let's go, Abdul!
My name is Abdul and I am a student organizer. I'm currently residing as the SJP Chicago co-chair. I love you too. Okay. In what seems like an overnight shift, the city of Chicago has been transformed into what resembles a police state. The city has issued road closures within the perimeter of the DNC. They have deployed 2,500 police officers and even sent the National Guard out here to protect these genocidal profiteers. Chicago communities do not need increased policing. We need our welfare systems funded. We need our schools to stop shutting down. We need access to quality health care, and we need an end to this damn genocide. I witnessed firsthand during my time at the Chicago encampment the effort to stifle our voices and repress our movement. The student encampments curated a space of education, community support, and beautiful solidarity. Day in and day out, on multiple encampment grounds, student, faculty, and community members came through for each other in unprecedented ways. However, we see the crooks, like the Biden administration, criminalizing the students, deploying public and private police force to violently suppress our presence on campuses. Shame! Up until now, students continue to be targeted by both the administration and the police. And currently, UChicago is housing 500 cops. Our people are facing unprecedented homelessness, yet the administrations like UChicago are more committed to giving cops a place to stay than to meet their students' demands of divestment. Why are we funding Israel and not our students? Why are the students painted as the criminals when our universities are the ones backing a genocide? Even to get on this stage, we had to fight the city for approval, even though this is our right. But despite their repressive tactics, we have not stopped. We will no longer accept the status quo. These are not normal times, and we will continue to dissent for immigrant rights, for Black liberation, for queer liberation, and for the total and inevitable liberation of all of us. And to our corrupt university, and to the corrupt universities, and to the racist Democrats, the whole world is watching. Repeat after me. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. The whole world is watching. Reverend Jamie from the Soul Organization.
Good afternoon. I'm gonna try that one more time. Good afternoon. That's better. Hello, I am Reverend Jamie Fluker. I am a faith organizer with Southsiders Organized for Unity and Liberation, also known as Soul. And I stand here today as a faith leader called to fight the good fight for justice. And in the words of the freedom-fighting Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm here to tell the Democratic Party that I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And to tell them, no more nickel, no more dime, no more money for Israel's crimes. I'm here to introduce also our next speaker. Javi Velasquez is a unionized worker with the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers and a Chicano community organizer with La Frontera Los Cruces in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. He is the son of a formerly undocumented immigrant and today is representing the National Immigrant Rights Organization, Legalization for All. Let's give him a rousing Chicago welcome.
All power to the people. Let's try that again. All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Much better, thank you. I'm Javi, very interesting, so I'm not going to go through that skill. Thank you. All right. The Legalization for All network is here in solidarity with the Palestine struggle. Our struggles are not isolated from one another. Both of our peoples live with the scars and constant threat of We immigrants, we children of immigrants are under attack. There has been a constant shift in our lifetimes, a rightward shift within the Democratic Party and their policies. Rather than lighten the weight of American imperialism that burdens the shoulders of hard-working immigrants, the Democrats, especially under Biden and Harris, have taken up anti-immigrant policy in an attempt to bring in Republican voters. Shame. Our borders are already being policed as if it were a war zone. With the same technology Israel uses from companies like Elbit Systems and Caterpillar, U.S. Border Patrol uses the same tactics to genocide and oppress our Palestinian brothers and sisters. We immigrants who come here for refuge within the belly of the beast gather in solidarity with the Palestinian liberation struggle and the Black liberation struggle. We gathered in solidarity against the RNC, and we gather in solidarity today against the DNC for both parties' complicity in the imperial project at home and abroad. I was in Matawala, Mexico, a few weeks ago, and I saw people living in utter desperation. I saw families who marry off their 2 young daughters in hopes of one less mouth to feed in the house. I saw broken neighborhoods living in funded by U.S. capital that receive no environmental oversight, no worker safety standards. And this was just a tiny glimpse into what happens in the rest of Latin America. In Mexico, I saw families so full of love for their children that they do everything possible to make sure they are fed through very desperate conditions. Contradictory to the ongoing rhetoric of the right that these people are violent criminals, I saw hungry children and tired parents yearning for some sense of stability, yearning for some sense of safety. And these are the conditions from which people flee their homeland. We see through the lies they tell against our people, and we demand Harris put a stop to all anti-immigration policies. We demand an end to the border wall and border militarization. We demand an end to the demonization and exploitation of our people. We demand an end to the Palestinian genocide, and we demand legalization for all and equality for all. If you're interested in joining us, you can follow Legalization for All Network on all social media. And I'll leave you with an oldie but a goldie. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you.
Medicine box part of my screen. I can't fucking see what I'm doing. There we go.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Okay, calm down. Yeah, what you were saying, that's we could definitely do that again. Probably pause it sometime as well. But if there's more to share, yeah. I know I didn't see Chairman Jake's speech. I would like to see that.
See, that's not recorded thing. That was when Rob was in the chat and was like streaming.
Okay.
So that would be earlier on in this specific stream.
Okay.
Why is it getting angry at me about the size of the screen?
Don't worry.
It keeps flashing yellow going, don't cover up the screen share thing. And it's like, I'm not covering it up. Stop yelling at me.
What the issue? With the Zoom prompt?
Yeah, it was like the window around my Firefox thing was going yellow bar around it, and it was saying, don't cover up the stream window. And it's like, I'm not covering it up. What are you on about?
Yeah.
Cracked up shit.
No problem. Well, I'm just trying to make sure that we got it going smoothly. But whatever else we can show, again, we'll go ahead and show it. What is going on? Let's see what there. Yeah, Rob Q just shared something.
Yeah, the only thing I'm finding on Poor People's Army's page is Zen posting atting.
Yeah. Oh, nothing's else up on Poor People's Army?
Other than Zen sharing atting, nada.
Nothing. They're probably recording and gonna clean up theirs and Rob Q just shared something in the there's a couple more within the Flam chat.
Yeah, I want it.
Definitely.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 12, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Little case person.
Fucking sizzling pork.
Okay. All power. All right. In the meantime, we could probably play the other joint. What did it have? You said it was before. That Rob Q had posted it before. Earlier, was it posted in the chat?
No, I'm saying the thing with Jay, because when Rob was in Zoom and he was like had his camera on.
Right. But most likely it's gonna be on the 4 We Are Many page since we got it live, right? We re-aired it live, I believe.
Yeah, I guess. The audio is not great.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like when I passed out, I was struggling to hear a lot of what people were saying.
Yeah, I did hear at the end of the is that the part where Jill Stein and the comrade, the commander, the Brown Beret commander, is that
Yeah,
the area
yeah,
you're talking about?
yeah,
Okay, yeah,
I think I passed out when Jill was speaking or just after.
Okay.
Because I remember Jill coming on. She was pretty fucking fire with some of the things she was saying. Like, gotta love Jill. She might be a sock damn, but God, she's a radical sock damn. I'll give her that. Fuck me.
Yeah. To some extent, yeah, I give her respect.
Because like my point of suggestion of actually having something conversive going on would be that it's a little more different than us going over the same footage over again.
Yeah, of course, that's probably what we need to do. I mean, the whole issue with me today was just so much happened inner wise where I don't want to speak on it at all, and I was just kind of angry about a lot of that. So I was really just keeping my conversation short because for a minute I did not want to speak.
Well, you don't have to. That's fed income.
That's what it was. I mean, I didn't mean to, but that kind of.
No.
I still
Don't
don't want to
stress
speak.
yourself.
Yeah. I still don't want to speak on
I
any of
wasn't
that.
putting no prerequisite on you. So, like, the main reason you kind of come in to put all this together was because we were having Zoom problems. You would be off doing like all the other fucking things you got sorted. If it wasn't for that technical issue.
Yeah, it's no problem. I mean, I did want to be a part of this anyway.
Absolutely.
Oh, I mean, I kind of did want to see Comrade Che up here, but I think yeah, the technical issues, that's all the inner stuff, may have derailed some of that.
I sent him like the original link for the room that me and Zen started, but he never even read my message. So
okay.
He had an Attica Brothers thing to go to today.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he said he'd record that for me. I hope he got some footage, eh?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You'll have to ask him later.
Yeah, he said he'd show me a few things from that. I'll have to catch up with him. I know he has
I'll be
another
right-
Attica thing some point soon.
Sorry, I'll be right back. Rob is sending voice messages in the chat, so I'm gonna go give those a listen right quick and see what's up with him and how the march is going.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to like get to streaming that.
Yeah, I agree. That definitely go ahead and play that if you can.
Do you know what? So I'm not just like airing directly the chat because that just I don't care what's on the screen. That doesn't suit me for like
Yeah, you're right. For
security. I'm
measures.
just gonna like pull up an image or something and just
Yeah, that'd be good.
stream that but have audio on, and then it'll like stream that thing. There we go. It's a little treat from Ireland. Do I have audio on actually first before I go through that fucking rigmarole again? Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of audio. I don't really have battery to take long videos right now, but there have been tents erected. There has been a police line formed. The police want the tents, and to quote Kat, they can't have them. It doesn't look very huge scale, but it does look like some shit might pop off. Right now we're about even strength with the pigs from what I can see. They're all over the place. And I really hope that the other march gets here. No, we haven't even met back up with the march. The police line formed over here, and naturally we're here. We're with the people.
Yeah. You know, dropping the bait from that. Comrades have been segregated off from the rest of the struggle by the pigs. This is very typical Porky tactics to weaken up the movement. They've figured out that there's a smaller group of protesters and they've tried to strangle us.
Yeah. Definitely kettling tactics and all that bullshit.
They use military tactics, and well, some of it comes from the U.S. military. A lot of it damn be coming from the Zionist military. When BLM went down, they went straight to the Zionists for support on how to break down the protests.
Yeah, Iowa bullshit.
Yeah, for those who don't know who are watching, there was 2 points for people to congregate and gather and, you know, listen to the speakers and stuff before merging into one march. There's 2 different parks that we've shown you footage from today. I think one was Union Park and the other Humboldt Park. And right now the people marching from each of those parks are supposed to be able to converge together to go to the site where the DNC is being held. And so that's what the pigs are trying to cock block right now, is the 2 groups of people coming back together.
God damn. All right.
Leave it to the fucking pigs.
Okay, hopefully they're not successful. Hopefully the pigs are not successful.
All right.
We need to get a...
Oh, we got Rob joining.
Oh shit. Welcome back, comrade.
One, brethren.
Sit back out.
Okay, that's what's up.
Got it. Yeah. 3 to 1. They're not going to do everything first. They brought empty wagon.
Yeah. Hey, stop your screen share. I need to show you what's going on here.
There we go. Thank you.
These fuckers just rolled up deep. They got the whole side of the street all around the park. I don't know if you had a chance to see. I don't know if you had a chance to see the short videos that I sent.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get them kind of over here. I can't obviously leave the site of comrades. We're kind of on alert now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're trying to segregate you from the rest of the tank.
So we got these tents over here in a police line form, and there was a standoff going. There's too many people in the way, but there's a line of protesters that's facing off the police line. They have locked arms. Some of them are wearing helmets, some of them are wearing goggles. The police obviously are, they're gearing out right now. They're fucking.
I'm going to tactical withdrawal.
Yeah. I am very low on battery though, so I am only going to be in here for a minute, but I wanted to give you guys the rundown. They are everywhere. Now, keep in mind that these cowards moved in after the bulk of the crowd left. And we just went from about the same amount of people as the cops to probably 3 to 1 outnumbered in the matter of 5 minutes. We heard the sirens and we were just like, oh. I am not sure what the plan is. The other march is still, going on. It's down the road. We have to make contact with them and figure out what we're doing. Chairman Jake is making an announcement, it would look like. I think we're advocating a tactical retreat at this point because they've got us seriously outnumbered.
Yeah, you can't stay in a situation like this where you're surrounded.
I will keep you comrades updated, but yeah, looks like they're ready for 1968 Part 2. Like I said, I'll keep you updated. All power.
All
All
power.
power. Stay safe, comrade.
God fucking damn it.
I mean, that's what we expected, right? That's exactly when we're kind of down some manpower on our side.
Yeah.
This is
Especially
this is not good. But yeah, I don't even want to speak on that. But
Thing is,
shit,
it's being revolutionary parties that makes it a little harder, because if it's just let's say like a single issue Palestine organization that's not necessarily calling for more aggressive means of struggle or anything like that, they'll bully you. They'll take the piss out of you. They'll try and gate herd you to a specific protest path. They'll shove you and push you around. They'll bully you. They'll make you feel like belittled and childlike. They know they're dealing with revolutionaries. They're ready to break every ounce of your skull. Like that's when they're gonna start getting the fucking the picture Curtis sent, where they're in the like fucking militant riot gear with the fucking
this
purple
is
fucking shit.
this shit is Occupy Wall Street all over again. It's where Barack is down the street acting like he's with the fucking shit, and then and then down the street, cop pigs are busting skulls. It's exactly the same scenario. Just Kamila, fake ass Kamila, up the street, giving her sock them speech. According to the right wingers, she's supposed to be a socialist now. She's up the street with Tim Walz giving the progressive speech while ordering the pigs to move in.
Call me liar.
Kamala's a cop, so
yeah.
Kamala's just as big of a fucking coward as those pigs that are gearing up in that fucking riot gear right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Barack Part 2.
At the end of the day, if Kami Laya is gonna like fucking try and envision herself as this sock dam, then what she could fucking do that would like in a lot of ways guarantee maybe not so much the Panthers, but a lot of people that are organizing here, they ain't gonna vote for her if she ended the genocide now. Not maybe sorta we might after the election, but also here's fucking $3 billion worth of weapons for Israel while we're in the middle of this kind of conversation. But they've agreed to a ceasefire. I know he said that 2 weeks ago, and I know he said that 4 weeks ago before, and I know he said that 6 weeks ago before then. But they've agreed to a ceasefire, and end the fucking genocide and put guarantees of safety that protect the rights of minorities that are under target from the rising fascist Republican state and local municipalities. Because that's the problem. It's not just about the rise of Trump or not. The Republicans still control a shite ton of municipalities, and the Democrats had 4 years to put protections in for groups like trans people, and they did nothing. Oh, but they recognized that there was more than 2 genders, which does nothing to protect people. And so, all the shit that they're riding on the coattails of, they could just fucking do it. And then ride on the fact that there are labor issues that need to be solved. Put that as your measure to move forward. But if you're going to want to get people to not struggle against you like this, the pigs ain't the fucking right answer. It's giving people actually a reason to want to fucking vote for you. Because no one is necessarily saying that the Democrats put an option. The problem is they're not. Like, the only option they got is that they're not as bad as Trump. And that's like the easiest bottom of the barrel ship to pull out of. If you're going to set the bar as low as I'm not as bad as Benito Cittadini, then you're not offering us anything. So at least I'm not Hitler.
Well, yeah, basically. But I mean, we went over this a couple weeks ago. And it's basically, I think that Kamala has too many pathways to victory now for her to really give a fuck about the groups that have already that are uncommitted or not willing to vote for her. At this point, they can smash as many heads as they want to and still probably make it. The typical cocky or arrogant liberal, neoliberal tendencies are basically showing themselves right now.
Yeah, she literally, was it last week or the week before, doubled down on her shit and was like, yo, we're not going to stop funding and arming Israel. So, I mean, if she was really fucking worried about what the people think, she wouldn't have done that, because that would have been shooting herself in the fucking foot, when there's a fuck ton of people who actually are Democrats who are going, wait a fucking minute, you know, you're being a fascist fuck. And so in that light, I will point out that she is actually a social fascist, not even a social dem, you know. Yeah, she's a fucking fascist.
The term social fascism actually is sourced from the term social democracy.
Well, but I'm saying, as far as in context of like how people view that, of like, they're like, oh, well, that's a nice moderate who, you know, cares about the people. Like, let's be clear, she's a social fascist.
She is. She's not a radical social democrat. She's a moderate fascist. Let's say the moderate wing of fascism is a little more collaborative in its efforts, but and it's not the same as militant fascism, but has a lot of similarities. They're two sides of a very weirdly twisted coin, but they're like very distinctly different sides. The coin analogy kind of breaks down a bit, but I will say is that one of her things is that it's like, as Richard said, that like overconfidence, because that cocky liberal shit. Because at the end of the day, yeah, she has a lot of pathways to victory, and it essentially relies on one state, one swing state. I can't remember which one it was. Is basically what's riding the coattails on. I think it's Michigan. I think is the one that they're relying on.
It could have been, but I think Michigan has a huge Arab or Muslim constituency. I believe that's the other thing. I think that they found a way to bypass that at the moment. But when they didn't have all this teaming support, they weren't sure. There was that whole where she went back on her arrogance a little bit and decided that she was going to hear people out, or at least give credence to that with some pandering. But at the end of the day, like, as this goes on, we see much more support amongst other demographics for Kamala. I'm pretty sure that they're gonna just shit on. They're just gonna shit on folks.
Yeah, they're basically riding in on nothing but Orange Man worse.
Yeah,
seriously.
And with the Project 2025 shit, they have the perfect environment to fearmonger in. And then we have what I think needs to be addressed now is this growing dissension between the Black community and the Muslim community. If anyone's been paying attention to that, now there's been a lesser evilism stance by the Black community, which not everyone, but some who are less radical, less revolutionary, who just did allyship and advocacy, but then they're telling them that we must worry about our community first. So voting for Kamala is in our best interest. At least that's what they're saying. What I was hoping, and that's horrible. I was hoping that we would have way more, because that's what I was hoping for. You know, all of our works together to go and gather up those people who are disillusioned by a lot of those stances. Like, here we have our Black revolutionaries who are completely against electoralism and are completely with abolition of everything you can think of, ceasefire, embargo, everything they've lifted the embargo, or putting an embargo on Israel, right? That's what I think some of that has been introduced now into they're now introducing that, but I think that's still soft, you know?
Yeah.
It's still pretty soft, and I think people are just looking for softer demands as we go
We can't
forward.
be like that. BDS last time both won because it was more aggressive than some of the shit we've done this time, but then failed because people started giving up as soon as the call for legal end of apartheid occurred. No one kept at it to make sure that it was actually like ended. And then, like in this case, people are already abandoning the Palestinian protests in the UK and the USA before we've even ended apartheid, before we've even gotten a ceasefire, even. And you know, BDS is supposed to be the whole kit and caboodle, but it seems like we can only just about get some divestment, maybe a bit of boycott, and then sanctions are just like not even on the table because we gotta be polite, we gotta be careful. And it's like, no, that's always been the problem, is that no one goes far enough. You know, everyone's skirting around trying to like make it out as if from the river to the sea doesn't mean obliterate the state of Israel. That's what it means. It means Israel no longer exists. Get the fuck out of that land from the river to the sea. You know, it was actually the Zionists that invented that statement for the second round of the Nakba in '67. So yeah, that's where that comes from. It was when they were trying to completely take over the whole place, and technically they did, and technically they own the whole territory after that war. The 3 Days War. And what's it? There is truth behind their low bar they set. Oh, absolutely, the Democrats aren't as bad as Trump, but you're setting the bar low when, you know, basically the only thing you've got going for you is you're not going to set up a military dictatorship. You're not going to ram absolutely all sorts of people into death camps and start fucking gassing people and shit like that. Like when you're having to set the bar low as, well, we're not the Nazis, is ridiculous. You see this shit from like the way people try and defend like someone like Winston Churchill, like in the British Empire, where they're going about how he fought the Nazis and stuff like that, and you go look at all the shit he's doing, and it's like, okay, he's like a step above Hitler by like a minute amount. He's like so close.
Exactly. And it comes to the point where I don't even look at it as if they're not as bad. I look at it as a slower, more clever rollout to essentially the same thing. Because we've had Biden and we didn't have a full-on genocide in as many cop cities as we have now. Like we always have to keep going to that. There, whatever extension of law enforcement that a fascist state would have needed, the liberal wing has given the fascist wing, the overtly fascist wing. So I look at the liberal wing, it's like you say, like it doesn't, but it's like a covert support of fascism, if it makes any sense, you know. And,
I mean,
it's polite fascism.
Yeah, diet fascism.
In a sense,
they're just being polite about it, but the fact of the matter is it's still the two sides of the same twisted coin, because the end goal of fascism is the fucking same. The only difference is the Democrats are like, well, here, I'll put a little bit of lube on your asshole before we ram our fucking donkey dick up your ass. And you know, the Republicans are like, wait, no lube, tear it open.
I think though we kind of have to be wary of like taking a dogmatic approach between what are two different sides. So like it's why I say the coin analogy kind of falls flat. They're not the same thing, because yes, they all are eventually going to do the same goal. Stalin talks about this when talking about what moderate fascism is. It is trying to prepare people for slaughter in Afghanistan, but it's trying, so it has to get there first. So there's a breathing window. The reason that shit didn't get better under Biden for revolutionary activity is a failure on revolutionaries out of anything, because a slow burner gives you more chance to organize. And so the fact that we didn't manage to organize after 4 years of Trump, then the 4 year breather of Biden, and then back as we're rolling around again, the moderates have already started turning more militant. Because that's what's going to eventually happen. The moderates only have so long; they're a ticking time bomb before they'll crack down as hard as possible. And we've gone from like Union Man Joe to like whatever the fuck this is. So I feel like there is, as Mao Zedong said, any failure on the revolutionary movement develop is a failure on the vanguard organization. I think it's kind of one of them situations where the revolutionaries failed to take BLM away from the BLM organization. They failed to keep the ante up. They failed to keep the protests going. Failed to hold any promise accountable of protection for LGBTQ people or other peoples from like the rising threat of the Republicans, other stuff like that could have enticed people to abandon the Democrats from the get-go. It's that exposure of the wolves in sheep clothing, and you got to do it through exposure, because just telling people ain't gonna jive with people when they're seeing something that tells them something different from the wise shit we're trying to say, because being able to say wise shit just ain't enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's true, but I mean, we have exposed certain things and tried to wake people the fuck up when it comes to things like Tortuguita being fucking murdered by the pigs for protesting the cop city down there by Atlanta. And you'd think that would have lit a fire under more people's asses, and in some cases it did, but then there was others who were being reactionary about it, like, oh well, you don't live here, so why are you coming here from other states to protest? And it's like, it's called fucking intercommunal support, motherfuckers. So it actually caused infighting there instead of solidarity that it should have brought forth. There's things where people have definitely tried to raise the awareness and go, come the fuck on, people, how much longer are you going to keep taking this shit? And they're like, well, we're stuck with it, let's just haw the fuck along and go with the flow. No, we can't go with the flow.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's the pacifism that comes with being in the imperial core. This is the hardest shit to radical. I mean, we are really the most privileged nation. No, go ahead. Of all time, but
I was just gonna say, it's like one of the things is that you've got is the whole situation where a lot of these people are like really hard to get through. You got to beat around the bush a lot, because we're talking liberal-minded people. As soon as stuff gets combative, they flight. They want anything that they can do that has them doing the least amount of stuff possible. And sometimes to wake those people up, you've got to dance a dance to then show them that there is just no route. You've got to play their like secret sauce of crazy liberal logic until you can show them that their logic has no congruency. It's a stressful battle. It's one of those kind of situations where it is, you scratch a liberal, you get a fascist. You got to kind of beat around the bush sometimes with them, especially with the general public side of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not good at beating around the bush. I'm more of a shoot straight from the hip kind of bitch. And it's been a really frustrating point lately, and especially with people being like, well, I'm a pacifist, so it makes me want to fucking scream, because it's like, okay, that is a point of privilege for you to sit there like, but I'm a pacifist, I can't get violent, blah blah blah. Like, what the fuck you gonna do if the cops start fucking swinging their fucking bats at your head or at the person next to you? Are you gonna sit there and just let them beat the shit out of you because you want to claim some fucking moral superiority of being a pacifist? Because there's nothing morally fucking superior about just standing there and letting the cops fucking kill you.
Absolutely, but like, it's easier to shout, scream, yell, and defame than it is to like listen, understand, relate, and explain. That's my point, is that like if I screamed at you about those things, you won't want to fucking listen to me. But if I like sat down and tried to reason with your own logic, respect where you're coming from, even if I completely outright disagree with you, understand that, you know, you as a person have a logical brain that's trying to think around that route, and it comes from a different set of experiences that creates logic that doesn't work. I respect that that's logical, but I respect that the logic is wrong. And then I like break it down and I get into detail on it. It gets into a pointation of like putting that person's intelligence into a point of respect, but showing them that it's incorrect. And then it kind of like spins that person on their shit. It's that kind of situation of liberals are the hardest people to convince because you've got to. I beat around the bushes in the right statement, but you do have to tread on glass. Like it's one of them kind of difficult things where, you know, heavy stomps will stab you in the foot.
And that's the thing, like, I'm not saying that I screamed at these individuals about that shit, but even having a reasonable conversation about hold the fucking train, that is a point of privilege that we don't actually have when the government and is further militarizing the police and all that shit. They are coming at us with violence. We don't have the privilege to be pacifists in the face of guns and bats and fucking pepper spray and all the other shit that they bust out to try to quell any kind of fucking people speaking out against their bullshit. We don't have the privilege. We don't have it.
Understood.
That is, you know,
What's the
that's
thing?
some fantasy shit. Sorry, go ahead, Richard.
No, I would just add, I think the political environment in America is a great example of having when you're so divided among so that you people who are cheering for one part of it getting beat down by the military law here. You know that you'd like the Republican conservative minded. When they see so radical left, they're so well indoctrinated against seeing their own fellow of their own class being attacked. They rejoice in it. I think that's one part of it. It's like half of the country. It's not half of the country, maybe a third. That is really against they hold the they back the blue line, and they're these types of leniencies that they have, tendencies that they have, which it makes that shit so hard. And then the liberals are very much the same way. So it is probably 2/3 country against the rest, you know, who are seriously in line with the police keeping order or the establishment or societal order. And because they think they are from a young age that thing that we want, even though it's popular with the overall population, but at least without ever looking into what we talk about, they are convinced that we are completely radical in everything that we want, and they take pride in us being beat up, you know, by law enforcement. They feel protected, even though they are not the property that's being protected, but they feel protected to see us losing these fights and these conflicts.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Tom.
Well, I was going to add that, like, I think the dynamic's going to be like majorly more complicated because you have, you are going to have people who just feel that way because they're white people from white estates, and the police always keep them safe. You know, they keep their neighborhoods very protected. They don't think about how, like, a lot of the reason they don't see poor people on their estates is they don't have any fucking paths or anyone to fucking walk on because fucking despotic fucking zone middle class areas are. But, you know, a lot of people, it's that they don't know any better. They haven't been taught much better. And then other people, I feel like they want to live in disbelief. They don't care for the pigs, but the other side is scary enough right now that they'll just take the Democrats. And like that's an understandable fucking reaction. Like, you know, little fucking Cheeto Hitler over here is definitely offering a worse bargain for people. And I think we might end up sounding jaded if we don't acknowledge that. Like at the end of the day, as a trans person, if Kamala wins, I don't get rounded up into a camp. If Trump wins, they are going to make us illegal. You know what I'm saying? So like all the trans revolutionaries can no longer help out if we all get fucking rounded up into a camp.
You know, I get it, but
Well, are
then
we supposed to like them run to the countryside and fight from the countryside in a country where that just can't work?
no, I understand. I get that perspective, but sometimes I think that that perspective is hyped up in a way. It's exaggerated. In this country, when it comes to policy making, the gridlock situation that would come with even the other side proposing something that's too extreme. At least as far as we know, the liberals will try to hold that that the at least the aura that they're so much better, more privileged, more principled than the fascists, that we end up with these gridlocks where most of these Agenda 47, Project 2025 things would never really be put into play. Yeah, I find it
That's not
kind
how
of.
that's not how they're putting it through. Did you not
I
hear
know, but
the Supreme Court hearing?
the Supreme, yeah.
The
Well, wait,
Supreme
no,
Court
I did.
clarified that the presidency can put anything through executive order that they want and not be stopped.
And now,
Like they basically said the president has all the power in the fucking world.
Yep. No more checks and balances, and can't be held legally accountable for anything that they do that is an absolute fucking atrocity.
Mm-hmm. So what's being classified now is that Trump can just put these bans in through executive order, and that's what he's suggested. He said the first day he's in office, he's going to do this, this, and this. That's not a call for a vote. Votes can take 2 years to go through. It's about gridlocking. It's about avoiding gridlocking lasting too long. If gridlocking goes on for 2 years, the bill is thrown out of Parliament. But so they'll just skip the legislator, and if they win the Senate, even just to the tiniest majority, they win the House to a tiny majority, ain't no stopping them. Gridlock ain't gonna get in the way of shit.
But that's
So
okay.
I don't think
I
we
guess
can
where I
ride
am.
off on gridlock on a situation that is pretty dire. Like we would be like the KPD if we're gonna sit here and act like the Nazis aren't gonna be a big issue.
Right. I totally understand that. I just think that not even I just think right. Even when we had the last primaries where the red wave was supposed to take, I was waiting for it. Then you have to understand. I've been waiting as an American. I've been waiting for the end to hit every fucking election because that is how they promote it. Yeah, I don't even vote, but they have told me the end is nigh every single time, and I've not seen it yet. And but I've literally seen it get worse under liberal rule. I've seen it get worse every time. Or when the liberal puts something into play, the reform is then de-reformed consistently.
I'm not talking about them making it better though. I know they're going to make it worse. The problem is they're not going to skyrocket us into the ground. Like Donald Trump is not the same as George W. Bush. George W. Bush was like someone who crossed the aisle. He worked a lot with the Democrats. Donald Trump is someone who like did a mock coup to get people to be riled up for fascist uprising. He used a beer hole putsch level tactic. Like the guy has been known for reading Hitler. He's been known for studying Jackson.
He's a clown to me. All right. Even the January 16th, it's like on the left. We know if we're not gonna do it, Mr. Fed guy who's watching this right now. But we know if we fucking go anywhere near the Capitol with firearms, we understand what that means. We understand the extent that we're willing to take it to. We're not doing that shit now, so to the feds who's watching, fuck off. But we know what it means to see what they did. It's like it's hard for me to take them that seriously. I understand the rhetoric is extreme. The rhetoric is extreme, But then even on when it comes to the Roe v. Wade issue, in separate states, there have been all of these votes with those as a separate the abortion as a separate issue, and most of the crazy bans on abortion have been pretty much overturned by these constituents of those states. So I just don't. I think people want a normal fucking life at the end of the day. But
People
I'm not.
might want a normal fucking life. So did they in Germany.
That's very true.
People wanted a normal life in Germany. No, the point I'm making is not that, like, oh, if we did it, it'd be any different. My point is that, like, January 6th wasn't meant to win. January the 6th was supposed to tell a lot of those right-wing paramilitary types that are afraid that they couldn't have a struggle because there isn't enough people who would fight, that, look, there's a lot of goons that you could get recruited and turn into your little fascist foot soldiers. So next time we can make sure it succeeds. So if Trump loses, there'll be a fight. If Trump wins, there'll be a fight, because these people aren't just there for Trump. They're there for Patriot Front. They're there for the Aryan fucking Brotherhood. They're waiting to come out of the woodwork. They've been waiting for a long fucking time. The Libertarian Party too. Like, they've been waiting to come out. Like, there has been a big move from the right wing. It's been going on in Europe. It's been going on in America. And we can't, like, start sitting in a situation and treating it like it's 2008 or 2012 or even 2016. This is 2020 to 2024 problem where we have seen a massive uptaking from the fascist movement. And they are looking to take power, and they are looking to genocide people. Trump himself probably doesn't even give a shit about the trans issue. He seemed to not care about it when, like, a lot of his supporters were forcing him to talk about it one time at one meeting. He's going on about it because the people who rabidly support him want it. They want it. They want it so bad. The Christian fascists, the evangelicals, they want this. They've been waiting for it for ages, and they're waiting to come out the woodwork. We are not at a time where we can expect that this is going to be the same as the other side would be, because the gridlock or other stuff or bureaucracy this or bureaucracy that. They know they need to remove these barriers. That's why, like, when Trump lost the last time, they were talking about sabotaging the state legislature and, like, basically sabotaging the power structure of the United States to create a dictatorship. What was it? It was that fucking Gates wanker who was going on about it.
Right, and that's what it. When it comes to January 6th, that's literally what I look at it like. What it was all about. It was a postponement of confirming the election, right? A postponement to get all these state legislators, that whole doctrine, together and try to attack the presidency from that direction. But for me, I don't see as much, even right now, when we're seeing the surge of Kamala. It's, for me, my whole life, it's kind of been like that. The conservatives, they don't have the popular vote, and they never have. Most people are pretty much fucking normal there. Even though on TV you could see a bunch of crazy fascists any day of the week. You could turn to Fox and see crazy MAGA people, but they lose out just in numbers. Most people are typically okay. I'm not saying it can't go to Germany, but from what we see with the uptick of Kamala's surge and all of these other things, not to say that there's no danger there. I'm not trying to downplay it, but to some extent, I feel like it's exaggerated.
Okay, Labour Party won in this country. Also, the British are moving left. And now I can't go outside when it's dark at risk of being attacked by EDL gangs.
Well, you said they're moving left, so Labour Party won. Labour Party is
I'm saying that. I'm saying that as a sarcastic point. I'm saying, oh, Britain's moving left, yet there's fascist gangs.
But that's the point.
Fascist gangs hit my town. No, my point I'm making is that, like, the state also being like that, like, let's say Reform win over the UK, and so we have a state that supports the EDL. What would that create? Because the British government actually did use the police to go violent against the fascists.
Right.
This is the thing, is that, like, and we can't rely on those things. The thing that mainly put a stop to it was the people coming out and protesting. But my point is that there is a general trend right now that is incredibly volatile because imperialism is in crisis. In 2019, a Great Depression started. Not a normal recession, not a Great Recession. We're talking 1927 shit.
Right.
We're still in that Great Depression right now. Capitalism is crumbling in crisis, and fascism and social fascism, social democracy, they're all competing with each other for power. They're all competing with each other to try and hold the system together. And so the right wing is becoming much more virulent in its activities. This isn't the simple situation we've had before. The problem is that the US relies on this fear-mongering tactic every single election, that when a situation like this actually comes up, it's the boy who cries wolf. But we need to be better than to like get caught up in that sort of tragedy. We play the boy that cries wolf like the KPD, and then Nazism's knocking on our door. It already is.
It is to some extent. I won't argue with you to say that these assholes aren't dangerous in some form or fashion. But I'll tell you this, right? When 2020 hit, we saw BLM, we saw the protests. It was like the largest protest we've seen. Then on the Palestinian issue, another large protest. I don't see, for all of the stink that these assholes fart up, excuse my whatever, for everything that they've done, right, with these issues, they can't create a world movement in protest of trans rights and protest of women's rights. They can't march the fucking street. They don't have as much support as they would have you believe. From where we're just the left, we're just not organized the way we need to be. But as far as numbers and strength, they're clowns to me. The conservatives, the fascists, in my eyes, maybe I'm an optimist, but I've not seen them since my whole life, right? Since my eyes got open watching Empire Files in fucking 2012, I've never seen them have a mass movement in my lifetime that fucking mattered. They've never broken a record with their ability to gather the people. Our problem is we're just not organized. But their fucking ideas are so far out there, they could never beat us in our entirety. Even when I watch this fascist bullshit, I literally almost shed a tear the other day watching the Revolutionary Communists of America, a party that just started. It was a few hundred of them, right, all waving their red flag. And we know the typical communist rhetoric, and it kind of blew my mind. I didn't see anyone run around that could to beat them up. I don't think they could take them. We've seen these little fascist patsies run around and get their asses kicked, handed to them. Well, they've landed in people's backyards out of a freight truck in Pennsylvania and other states. And so it's hard for me to take them as serious as other people do. When I'm here in America, it's very hard. And I know, to a hood near you, any clan gang want to show up, get it popping. That's just how a lot of us New Africans have looked at it. If you dead ass serious, you can go to any projects you want and pick a spot, pick a day. They won't do it. Even when the NFAC was out here, right? They're not fucking around coalition, which was sort of backwards in their portrayal of Black revolutionary thought, but they had some, I would say, the Black nationalist and even metaphysical things mixed into their organizing. But when they were out here, they dared the racist nationalist paramilitary to show up. They didn't show up. They backed out. So it's just I get it, but to me, the fear mongering is exaggerated. Our ability could be so much more with better organizing.
We're living in a world where thousands of anti-trans bills have popped through. They are trying a genocide, and we cannot therefore treat it as equal grounds when they are also trying a genocide whilst also wanting to commit to the Palestinian genocide. What was it Trump said? I will pressure Bibi to finish the job. So the point I am the point
I don't mean to undermine trans rights at all, comrade. And if I just want to say that I don't mean to undermine trans rights or even the Palestinian human rights. I didn't mean to undermine those at all.
I'm not saying you are, but my point is that what we got to get into is the situation where these are components of this fascism. Trans people are the new Jewish fucking like scapegoat. Trans people are destroying America. They're destroying the foundation of the white man. That's literally the same thing the Nazis said about us before they burnt down our library and fucking rammed us into camps.
Right.
The
I get
same
the
shit they
rhetoric,
said.
but
The exact
I
same
get
shit.
the
They said
rhetoric.
Jewish people invented us to weaken the white race. And so the point I'm trying to make is that like these are not the same run-of-the-mill Republicans, and they are a lot different. And you know, yeah, they don't have the kind of numbers we can build together, but we also in 8 years haven't managed to form a united front. In 8 years, at BLM, when we were all together, no one decided to think maybe forming a united front would be a good idea. So like we in 8 years are still where we were 8 years ago in a lot of ways.
That was an attempt. That was an attempt at a united front, comrade. But it was co-opted and undermined because of its misleadership. But go ahead.
But then if it's co-opted and undermined, people need to make new shit. They can't just fucking go, well, the house is burning and then just sit down on the couch. But the other point is as well is that you know, we're if they get the state and the people who are saying they want to make all these people illegal, they want to make all these organizations illegal, they want to like even more advance the police state. The fact the Democrats have just gone and made them a load of fucking cop cities and then they're going to hand that over to them should be fucking frightening, because now, I mean, it was Trump that started the cop city project. He's got what he fucking wants set up. He has a militant armed police force that you can deploy at will. It's kind of that situation where the Dems are fucking awful, and I wouldn't push for support of them, but we can't be dogmatic and treat them as like two sides, like the exact same thing, even if they are two sides of the same dirty coin. Because
I just don't want them to be even seen as a solution at all. I'm sorry.
They're not a solution, but that's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is as revolutionaries, we've got to understand that there are situations that are easier to operate under, and there's been kind of a failure of revolutionaries to operate under things that's making some revolutionaries take the almost scorched earth approach of just let the Cheeto man win. And like, that's not really the other solution either.
I understand, comrade, but from what I've seen with my own, I shouldn't go to anecdote and belief, but these times have been passive. It has pacified a lot of the movement. It's just I don't want to be an accelerationist, but from where I'm standing, I've never seen any attempt at a united front that was successful until people were faced with the enemy with the mask off. When they're faced with the wolf in sheep's clothing, they do become docile, a docile movement. At best, there's so much infighting and
thing is, Stalin made a really good position on this. That is a risk that comes with those things. It is a grave risk, and it is one that relies on whether the communists are doing effective work that invites people to question these people, that shows these wolves in sheep clothing for what they are. The problem is that communists are terrible at interfacing with average people. I think sometimes we forget how we sound sometimes. I think sometimes we forget how, like, this is life and death for us every single day, and that's not the case for a lot of average people. And so, like, when we come at it, it's in such rigid ways, it just turns people off. Like, and we never get through that conversation. It's like the example I use of like people who go on about immigrants stealing jobs. If you jump straight away and call them a racist, you've lost any chance of getting them away from those ideas. You've just kind of like pushed them into it. Someone else is going to have to deal with it because they ain't going to want to listen to you anymore. Like, you've called them the one thing that they're afraid of being called of, rather than like questioning them, breaking it down, trying to realize where they're coming from, and then deciding whether they're a racist or someone that you can prove otherwise. So it's like there's a lack of dynamism in the way we approach things that kind of ends up suffocating us and gets us in a situation where we end up saying things that don't jive well with what people are experiencing.
No, I agree. I agree. I think that we can have some of that dynamism, but I just think that the dynamism isn't even just in going up and talking to people. We have to utilize, when we talk about a cultural revolution, what does that look like in America, right? Culture is so integral with the way of life. It is everywhere, but we're talking about in America where we're supposedly the innovators of culture worldwide. Not just because we're America's so good at it, but we are the the advertiser in chief of culture worldwide, right? Through our propagandizing capitalist beliefs throughout the world. But we have to grab some of that. It's different from we don't have to run around screaming Marx all day, but we should grab a hold of the arts correctly, or not correctly, but at least innovate a way to make it intelligible and digestible for the common man. We need to grab a hold of comics. We need to grab a hold of music, rap, rock, punk, whatever. How you dress. I mean, we shouldn't be walking around like we're in fucking the USSR in the 19. We shouldn't run around like that. Figure out what do you got to wear now, right? What is a united front of America? What does that look like? But it may seem a little patriotic. It may seem a little. So people may want to run around like Dipset, lumping pro revolutionaries, where like back then when Dipset had the American flag as a bandana. It may look a little different from what we thought of before, but we have to get to it. You know, we have to utilize the arts, utilize all forms of that are at least admissible and allowed to be used by revolutionaries or would be revolutionaries. And when we get to that, instead of just talk, because we're saying a lot of concepts without breaking them down.
What's it? You mentioned something. I forgot what I was going to talk about. Oh fuck! You mentioned something that caught me. No, you don't know what to apologize for. What's it?
Maybe I can help you. Which part was it?
It was something you said in the middle, I think. I can't remember. Okay. It's really fucking hot in here.
Yeah, also, comrades, there's I think comrade Marissa did give an update of there's a 2-minute video in the chat. If by any chance you would like to show it, yeah.
Oh, just opening a window.
I hope you get your thought back.
Yeah, it was a really good one. What's it? Yeah. So you mentioned like acceleration. Accelerationism is a lot of bollocks, but dialectical acceleration is a really important thing. Now, there's two things that can go down. Either we're accelerating the dialectic, and so we can push things towards a left development of revolutionary struggle, or in a situation where the Overton window is in a like complete havoc state, the state moves accelerates the dialectic, which will most likely push things right. So it's kind of the situation that happened when the Nazis came in. I mean, a united front struggle arose, but it got completely crushed in Germany. Like almost straight out the gates. Part of that was the KPD's own like incompetence, but another part of that was just because once they got control over the state, well, they didn't need to beat around the bush with the normal rights to protest and other stuff like that. They could just go, well, do we need this anymore? And just kind of rip it up and do whatever the hell they want. And it's not like to say they're very nice to us about protests now, but it could be worse. Like it could be like Israel. Like the police definitely take training from the Zionists, but it's not as bad as it is in Israel, where they'll just shoot people.
You're correct. I mean, that was one of the things that I think riled the people up in 2020, where like you like to call him Chitolini, right? He sat there with the they loot, we shoot. He I believe that he proposed something to police departments across America, which would take a lethal stance against protesters throughout the nation. And that you're 100% correct on that. The other thing that I think that you just went over, it's funny because Germany, right, pre-Hitler, was ripe for Marxist revolution at the time. This was the whole point of him even being funded by the monopolistic types within Germany, right? Is the fact that he could help to squash the socialist uh, tendencies of the proletariat that was happening in Germany. That was the whole point. So I guess that speaks to what you were speaking of earlier, because even though I do constantly say that it's a joke to me, the fascists, they're not a joke, but they don't overpower us the way, and not in my eyes, but you could be right in the fact that the leftist movements were more prominent than in Germany right before Hitler's rise. So it's a toss up, but that's just to kind of agree with you.
They don't outnumber us, but they're more brutal than us. And they can move around easier than us. Think about how hard it was to get all the comrades to Chicago today, but then like how easy it is for like the fucking EDL to bust their people all over England for Charlottesville. What was it, like fucking 60-70% of the right wingers at Charlottesville weren't even from like that part of the country.
Right.
The Jan 6, I think it was something like fucking more than 2/3 again that were like not from like even the East Coast, let alone that part of the US. So it's like they have like a power of concentration because of them usually. Fascism originates from the petty bourgeoisie. And it does become a big bourgeois thing. It's not necessarily incorrect to say that fascism is a policy of the big bourgeoisie, yada yada yada. But its actual like ideological philosophical origin is from the petty bourgeois fasci, or the Freikorps that formed after World War II. Sorry, World War One. Fucking hell. This time zone is looking wonky. What happened with them is that they banded together and formed these concentrated petty bourgeois fighting organizations that went against the larger mass, but less like brutally violent for the obvious humanitarian reasons, communist movement. And so they have an upper advantage of us because no matter what, they're going to be more inhumane than we are. And that's their like one hitch, is that they'll just slaughter us. We're less inclined towards slaughter. Even in the war against fascists, we are less inclined towards slaughter. So it becomes one of those situations where we go to a peaceful protest, they turn up with guns, they start slaughtering people, and that situation. And was it 2016 or 2017? Charlottesville happened. With the truck. 2017 with the truck killing that lass. That was, I mean, it's not necessarily the first blood in quotation marks of the alt-right, but it was in like actuality. Like that was their like first blood to get them thirsty. And then they've been turning up with hatchets to like fight against Antifa, and like fucking throwing down with hammers and hatchets and things and other stuff like that.
Yeah, we had the Boogaloo Boys in 2020. The funniest thing that people don't even address now, it's not funny, but the multiple lynchings that went on across the states, which it was a weird, eerie time. I remember walking outside just very, very, very on the edge. But more about that than anything. I know a policeman can do it, but to think that there were these types running around with their citizens arrest ideology, and they'll lynch you or pop you outright for any little thing, right? That was crazy in that time. So you do make sense there, but I guess that's why, to some extent, especially if we're thinking about pantherism, the cry for pantherism specifically has so much to do with self-defense. I remember talking to Felix before I even joined a while back, and Felix was so distraught that there were distraught about the same reasons that you're distraught about. These calls for basically some type of cultural genocide, or I wouldn't be cultural genocide, but the beginning stages of genocide towards the trans community, right? And then I told Felix like what you need, right? Or I don't want to seem like a privileged asshole when I say that, but I said you basically need a trans Panthers. You basically need to have a perspective that you're ready to defend each other tooth and nail. That's the only way to really get these motherfuckers off at the end of the day. And I think that's why I kind of have some of the stance that I have, even when it comes to the fascists, because at the end of the day, I wholeheartedly believe and have seen it. There's no one coming to the hood really. Like there's no Klansman is going to go to Inglewood right now. No one's going to the South Side of Chicago. They're not going. They're not. No one's gonna stand around and say the N-word anywhere where there's too many black folk, and any of them have in any area where it's concentrated where everybody's wearing the same color, and are gonna ask you, "Yo, where you from?" when you step on a certain corner. So I don't mean to undermine how dangerous they are, but they typically do their bullshit where they live.
They do their bullshit where they can get the most power, because they're taking advantage of concentrative struggle.
Then there's the other thing, demagoguery, right? That's also a huge part of the fascist movements that we see. Their ability to concentrate has a lot to do with the cult of personality. Much more than the left, right? That we have infighting because it's not about any one person. Everyone believes that they know every facet of Marxism better than the next leftist. So we have nothing but the complete opposite of what the
neurosis. You had everyone like wanting to suck Hitler's dick in the Nazi party.
Exactly. Same thing as what we see with Trump. The same exact thing where they want some strong man to give them all the answers, tell them it will be okay, and I defeat everyone for
pads.
Right. Exactly.
On their,
Oh, did we sell Marissa's video, comrade?
Well, I wanted to say one thing first. So, like, I mean, for one, I would say that I am certainly not calling for the voting of Kamala. It's like my position always will be that if they want people to vote for him, stop the genocide. Like, that's pretty simple shit. It's pretty easy shit. It's almost like they have the power to do it. But like, yeah, the thing that just makes it kind of scary is that we're not just on the early stages of genocide. We're on the 7th or 8th stage out of the I can't remember if it's 10 or 11 stages of genocide. I'll pull them up while I'm saying my other things. But what's it? The kind of my point regarding the Democrats is that, like, it's more of the case of that I don't think we should be voting for him, but I don't think they're gonna be equal to Trump in any name. I think it's more a matter of principle solidarity with Palestine. That's why, like, even the Palestinian movement isn't necessarily calling people to not vote for Kamala. They've just been asking people to actually make demands. But I feel like in solidarity, if they're not going to genocide, they ain't getting no vote from me. That's why I didn't vote for Labour. Like, Labour have now actually started sticking to some of their, like, what were originally bullshit promises that they intended to backtrack on because they got backlash for it. They're gonna back the ICC now, apparently. So that's interesting. But I wasn't going out to vote for Labour while they were fucking like putting outright Zionists in their cabinet and shit. Like, actually go fuck yourself. But my position just is on the factor that if they're in instead, it's definitely going to be easier to organize. But this relies on like breaking the back of American like brunch. Like, y'all love brunch so much, it is mental.
I've never had brunch, but not me. Okay.
Well, you don't go to brunch, but you know the types.
fucking brunch. There's dinner. That's all I know. There's dinner. Oh man, brunch. It was breakfast and dinner. Oh man, for me.
Yeah, no,
But
it's
again,
like
go ahead, continue. Continue with your thing.
you gotta have that midday breakfast, the 10 stages of genocide, Holocaust Memorial Day Trust. Okay, gonna let me open the full image. Oh, I love it when images are really small. So, the 10 stages of genocide. Stage 1, classification. The differences between people are not respected. There's a division of us and them, which can be carried out using stereotypes or excluding people who are perceived to be different. Symbolization. This is stage 2. This is the visual manifestation of hatred. Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe were forced to wear the yellow Star of David. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge forced people from the Eastern Zone to wear blue scarves from 1992. In Northwest Bosnia, from 1992 in Northwest Bosnia, all non-Serbian citizens were forced to wear white armbands. Stage 3, discrimination. The dominant group denies civil rights or even citizenship to identified groups. The 1935 Nuremberg laws stripped Jews of the German citizenship, made it illegal for them to do many jobs or to marry German non-Jews. Stage 4, dehumanization. Those perceived as different are treated with no form of human rights or personal dignity. During the genocide in Rwanda, Tutsia were referred to as cockroaches. The Nazis referred to Jews as vermin. Stage 5 is organization. Genocides are always planned. Regimes of hatred often train those who go on to carry out the destruction of a people. The Sudanese government supports and arms the Janjaweed Arab militia in Darfur to carry out the violence and killings and things like the Proud Boys, the Boogaloo Boys, Patriot Front. Stage 6, polarization. Propaganda begins to spread by hate groups. The Nazis used newspaper Der Stürmer to spread the incite messages of hate about Jewish people. Bingo Shapiroid and fucking Stephen White Powder and all those lot, and like a lot of the state media, Republican TV, what is it, Fox. And then stage 7, preparation, which is where we at. Preparation. Perpetrators plan the genocide. They often use euphemisms such as the Nazis' phrase, the final solution, to cloak their intentions. We've literally had the big lie be quoted, like directly quoted. The woman at it was at the Scottish gender bill counter protest the Turfs are holding. It was last year, I think. Yeah, last year. The woman goes, I'm going to quote from Hitler's Mein Kampf about the big lie. Transgenderism is the big lie. We all know it to be true. And like shit like that. Then it goes up to persecution. Victims are identified because of their ethnicity or religion, and death lists are drawn up. People are sometimes segregated into ghettos, deported or starved, and property is often expropriated. Genocidal massacres begin. Trump has already said that he's going to like deport Palestinian protesters and stuff like that. And what's it? They want to target communists and they want to target trans people in that regard. Extermination. The hate group murders their identified victims in a deliberate and systemic campaign. Destroyed or changed beyond recognition through genocide. And then the denial is the last one, stage 10. The perpetrators or later generations deny the existence of any crime. Evidence is destroyed and witnesses are intimidated. There has been an increase in Holocaust denial online in recent years. So we're like at stage 7. I mean, there's certain things that haven't occurred in earlier stages, but most of them have. Like, we're at the point of preparation. Like, those bills and other stuff like that are pretty exemplary of it. And then the rising evangelical sort of war stuff. So the trans community is incredibly on edge about a lot of things that go on at the minute.
Yeah, I totally understand. You're right.
Oh, we got a chunk of new videos, goddamn.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. We definitely should go over them before we get into some of this other. These conversations are always good, but we should also focus on the matter at hand. We are focusing on the matter at hand, to be honest, but
We gotta doubly focus on the matter at hand. Gotta eyes on the back of your head for this job.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's go.
Fuck 12! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Fuck 12! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Fuck 12! Free, free Palestine! 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 Whose part is it? Our part! Whose part? Our part!
Okay.
Actually, let's look at some of the pictures.
Yeah, they do
So,
have some more images. I'm sorry.
All those piggies back there, there's fucking like clusters of them, and they're the big armored up pigs in the fucking black uniforms. In the UK, I know it's a little different in the US. We have like a sort of rating thing. You've got like the PCSOs, they wear like the high vis jackets. You've got like the fucking then the people that are in the high vis colored police outfits, they're like your usual active officers. And then you have like the boys in black, or what I call Mosley's black shirts. Those are the head crushing elites. Those are like fucking combat trained police force. And then you got like the armored things and all that.
Yeah. I think what was it? My father knew some Marine who's cool with a bunch of people in the police force, right? And they basically confirmed to him like the reason for the black is like to strike fear in the heart of people. There's nothing that strikes fear in the heart of people psychologically than the color black, which that also speaks to the bullshit killings of black people or more melanated people. The darker you are, the harder of a time you'll possibly have with a policeman in there. But yeah.
There's something they got from the British, the British actually come up with that position like way back in the 1800s, when they standardized what the police would be in, what was it, the 1840s? They went for dark navy blue that almost is black, so you get the effect of the piercing intimidation of black. But at night, when there's lantern lit streets, you're not going to be able to see them properly, but you'll see their silhouette, and it'll be distinct, it'll be tall, it'll be terrifying. And so like they created a whole system about that, and that's why the police, I don't know if America's like this, but they wear like heels, and then it's also where they use the colonial garrison helmets. Well, also because they're based off the colonial garrisons of the British Empire, but they make them look taller. Those weird penis-shaped helmets.
Yeah, I see the nonsense. Yeah, it's bullshit they were. But yeah, I mean, there could be some truth to that. I don't want to dispute you wholeheartedly, but we have for us allegedly, I don't even want to say allegedly, because there's some proof. There's too much proof of it, but we already know like a lot of the policing here has to do with slave patrol, right? And we'll typically do that within our own culture. Basically, be knowledgeable about the factors that play more into our existence than the next. But you could be saying something that's 100% factual, and both of them play a huge hand into why our
Oh,
police
they
are
play into each other massively. No, you're absolutely correct.
Mhm.
Those slave catchers were still slave catchers when the British police force formed. They eventually took notes from what the British were doing, well, the capitalists did, and then used the state to basically hire those slave catchers as full-time policemen. And it was that, and then similarly to what was going on in Britain, it was also trying to take away the petty bourgeois, like union buster, and turn them into it. So it was like a cross of like, well, the Pinkertons were already a cross of union busters and slave catchers, but like, well, that basically, the Pinkertons were the basis for the U.S. police force, but they took notes from the British, and that's why they were very quick to get onto the dark blue, almost black uniforms, stick, and other stuff like that. So they took a more naval look to their uniform, with like the pointed like hats and shit like that.
Yeah, I would say the Brits. That's why I tell us the Brits are just very strange, and I don't mean to like undermine to be.
The
I'm
Brits
so
are strange.
I look at so much of them as just unserious. Not unserious. They are very. They're the systems of oppression that all of these fascist forces have put together is very serious. But it's like on their own. If I were to think of some of these people, and they didn't have the system behind them, and they were just like one-on-one, I'm scary. No, you're not. Like in my eyes, in my purview. You know what I'm saying? It's like from my perspective. And I think it should be like that across the board. Like, no, you're not. You need that system. That system makes you scary. But besides that, no.
Trying
Just
to
know that.
explain to people that the British are a serious threat while trying also not to laugh is
Yeah,
a
like,
hard struggle.
yeah, it's like what? It's like, okay, English muffin, I feel you, bro. Like, and sorry if that isn't that a slur of some type. I don't mean to say it's some type of
I
slur.
didn't even like hear. What did you
Yeah,
say? I'm not
no, I
sure.
don't know. I just said English muffin. I don't know. I don't know if it's a slur
English
of any type.
muffin is like a food type. It's a
Yeah, I
breakfast
know it's a
muffin.
food. Right. Okay. So
But then there's
just
like a joke Top Gear did where they put like a
yeah.
banner on a train and then it disconnected and it went from saying Great English Muffin to Great English Muff, and like muff is
Oh God.
a
Yeah.
British word for a
Like
vagina.
yeah, the muff. Yeah, great English muffs. Whoa, whoa,
Right
whoa.
English Muff.
Let me stop. Yeah, they British people are funny to me, but the solidarity with those who are on the left, of course, but it I guess with our culture, especially when we get into like lumping pro or lumping black culture, to see the how sometimes they even I guess they mimic lumping pro black culture, but then with their vernacular is it's some of the funniest shit we ever witnessed. But at the same time, we shouldn't even undermine it like that. They are going through what they go through,
But you
despite
know what?
sometimes.
It's one of those kind of things where like I feel the lumpen culture in the UK is like the only part that's sane. And a lot of that comes into how while there is a lot of racist sides to it, a lot of it can't deny itself that it has to like take notes from both our own black community and then also the black community in America and the Caribbean community. They just can't avoid it. It's in our music, it's in our culture, it's in the word on the street. Like you got the only way you're gonna like you can't avoid it. You can either embrace it or you can be racist about it, or you can be the people
Yeah.
who decidedly do both, where they embrace it to be racist about it, because those kind of white people always have to exist.
Yeah. That's why it's so confusing to be a black person sometimes, because it just yeah, the constant appropriation of black culture to the extent that it is. It's just like, and then the following hatred of black people is it can be overwhelming.
Some of it's appropriated, some of it's exchanged. I think that's kind of the difficult issue, is trying to devise the difference while your culture's under
Yeah,
siege. Because it's
yeah,
like a lot
and
of it
it's
is that we grow up in these like zones and we're affected by a lot of these things, and then we kind of get abandoned. Like white people
yeah,
don't want anything to do with us. And then
mhm,
obviously, like understandably, a lot of black people are gonna be sussed out by like, where did this inside out Oreo motherfucker come from? Like and
yeah,
then like you kind of end up lost, and so you end up walking your own path. And it's a similar
mhm,
experience if I'm to come from the perspective of being mixed between English and Celtic. That comes from like being mixed heritage. You almost feel like you got nowhere to go. Like, if I was to
mhm,
speak to the West Brits back in Dublin, they'd try and fucking, you weren't born in Ireland, Irish kind of bullshit. Unless you're a famous
mhm.
Irish American, then they'll lick your asshole clean. Um,
Okay.
and then the English, they don't want fucking anything to do with me. So you end up kind of like in this like limbo zone.
Yeah.
um
Well, I guess
the Northern Irish, though, they're based. They respect
yeah.
the
Well,
diaspora.
the exchange parts, it's not hard for me to believe from the Irish. Like that's a different thing. But the exchange in even in Hispanic countries and in the Caribbean, where you well, they deny their own blackness while being melanated. I mean, that's an easy one to pick at. But across the world, the Asian countries where the paler skin is glorified, and then they want to spin on their head and break dance and also do drill music, and that's how it is. They have twerk schools in Switzerland somewhere, but for some reason, it's just most popular consensus is we dislike black people, but we know it's like aestheticism. That most have never interacted, you know.
Yeah, it's to no surprise the Irish folk are dabbling with things. But yeah, no, I'm glad you brought up Asian racism, because like fuck China. Like all these
Yeah.
people want to huck us that China's socialist. It's like it's I won't say it's like, I think it literally is like the worst place in Asia to go if you're black. I've heard so many like black, like petty bourgeois people who have gone there as like a part of a political program for education and have
Mhm.
hated their every waking moment there. And then they've gone to like Hong Kong and they felt like actually like relaxed and safe. Like
Yeah.
racism inside mainland China is insane. And then, like you say, they'll do the shit where it's not even just that they're breakdancing on TikTok. They got like schools and shit that are teaching you how to dance like black
Yeah.
people. I'm like,
And this
yo,
is
your people do like adverts where like
it's
black people get in
consistent.
the washing machine and then white people get out of them.
Exactly. We've seen that nonsense. Exactly. And it's like that across the board because like it or not, like being a part of the privilege, the imperial core, they have used us. We've been tokenized even whether we're lumping or not. Where even especially those stories of great exceptionalism from the dirtiest bottom of the ghetto to billionaire or to even a millionaire or even a drug kingpin in a movie. It has been we become this phenomenon that helps other people in more lumpenized communities across the globe have a very capitalistic point of view in the world, right? They use us like some type of poster boy for that, while
Fucking
also
Biggie.
spreading the hate of blackness, which is crazy. But
Fucking Biggie. Fucking Biggie
yeah,
fucking Smalls. He didn't even come from the street. You know that motherfucker comes from some like petty
I mean,
bourgeois
I wouldn't say
Oreo
that.
ass family.
I
Like
wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that about Biggie. I wouldn't say that.
no, he trapped the streets. He just doesn't come from it. Like
I
he
don't know.
was in gangs and shit. He was in
I read
gangs and shit. No,
No, it
no, no.
wasn't
Like
McDaniel.
I'm on about Summit that like went down. Like he went to uni. Like that guy was like a uni guy and all that. He dropped out and then he got like in the rap scene. Like
Where'd
he
y'all
comes
get
from.
this from? I mean, I know Pac went to uni, but I don't know if Biggie
I
did.
remember it coming out like 6 years ago or something like that. That like Biggie was full of shit. Guy like
But
lied
this is
about
the
coming
thing,
from the
though.
bottom.
All right. This is the thing. What the fuck does going to uni have to do with
No, I
with?
don't mean just that. I mean like someone made an
Yeah.
expose going on about him coming from like a rich family. You know how he sings that song, I come from the bottom and all that. Now I'm here.
Yeah.
Like he didn't come from no bottom.
What?
Like he
I can't confirm that.
guy
Because the way
ain't but what I'm trying to point out is that people like Biggie have been an image for the like I'm gonna become a gangster, I'm gonna become a drug dealer, I'm gonna make it big. Over
yeah,
here in the UK, like a lot of white people,
it
they're in
happens.
like even primary school, but high school mainly, were like
Yeah.
fucking rapping how they're gonna like fucking they're gonna make it big, they're gonna be big man and all that sort of thing. And then like that rap started to like explode in what was it like the late 2000s? Like 2006, 2007, you started getting all the gangster rap shit fucking flying out.
Oh,
But,
I mean, way before that, but because Biggie's
well, I know
90.
it started in the 90s, but like when it was
No, it
like
started in the
flying out,
80s,
like, oh,
70s. It's way before that. But I mean, I get you. I kind of get it.
I'm on about like the shit that's made for white people is what I mean. Like not the
The
rap
more
that's done by
popular.
gangsters, but like the rap that's imitating gangsters.
Yeah, the thing about it is I'll say this about that, right? From what I know about what the industry is, it's like maybe a lot of them would fit the mold that I fit in, which where it's a mixed bag of a background where like I've I've had a little bit of everything. You know what I'm saying? And that's where most because you're dealing with the black community. And if you're living amongst the black community, you're going to experience certain things. But
Oh,
it's
of
never
course.
yeah. Most people are not I've never really seen, not that I haven't seen, but like the 100% fake gangster that has no background, that's highly celebrated. The most we've seen that from is like the Vanilla Ice shit. But other than that, a lot of people have at least some proximity to gangsterism or the cruddy shitty side of life. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. But there is definitely since the like dawn of the
Like
90s, there was started to become this like section off group of rappers that
yeah,
don't. Usually the white
that's true.
rappers.
It's just you could say some things about anybody. Like I did what 1 year at Arts Institute of Jacksonville. It was a shitty school. My father was a landlord, but when our fucking windows got broken out, we covered that shit up with plastic bags. We heated the house with the oven. We had
Yeah.
mice, and rats. I didn't have no fucking room. I slept on the couch forever. When that motherfucker was cold, it was cold. I was sleeping with 3 jackets on. It was shitty. Well, but it just on paper, someone could say like my father was in Bridgeport, Connecticut, one of the in CT, one of the first black men to own a laundromat. Right, that's historical. But on the flip side, it was shitty. Like it was shitty, right? Like so it's easy to like you can cherry pick anybody's background really, but
But like
then
when you own
we
your own workspace and you're working that workspace and it is run down and you're struggling and you ain't got that much money, that's a
Mhm.
little different than what I heard accused of Biggie. Like I heard accused that he come from a place that was like pretty wealthy. And so like my ass felt a bit betrayed, because I was like brought up hearing this guy as some like rep of us from like the poor. And it's like, yo, nada. This guy
Yeah,
comes from like some gated community. Like
I don't know. Man,
that's
see,
what
I
I'm
guess
saying.
I'm
Like that's a
biased
little different than
because
just like owning
all right,
property. Like gated communities are fucked.
I'm biased. I'm biased because all right, before I understood Pac's politics at all, I was a Biggie fucking fan, right? That when I die,
Oh,
fuck it, I wanna
fair
go to
enough.
hell. Yeah,
Hey, I
but
still love
that
his tunes.
all right, but that's a all right in the hood, right? Or any hood, because I mean CT. We were also like it's not seen as the most hoodest place in the world. But I also come from Jamaica, Queens, but we got raided. My family had to move to CT, but my life was more shittier in CT. It was in CT where my life was more shittier. I always said I should have fucking ran away, but it just was what it was. But like my brother, my stepbrother, he was an immigrant from Jamaica. They got deported, but when we were there, he was going through everything he was going through. His mom was kicking him out. My father was cheating on my mom with his mom, and his mom was kicking him out in the snow. He would come to our house, where it was shitty at, but we had love for him. But them lyrics, when I die, fuck it, I want to go to hell. Like, it's different when people have an affinity with certain things. Like, we didn't always just praise like the most poppy shit, but certain things in our minds, like it was a suicidal aspect, but because we all felt it, we were comforted by it. It fucked up, but that we reveled in the fact that we all felt the same way, if that makes sense. And it's hard for me to think that certain
I would
people,
never want to take that away from you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's hard to, and it's like fuck Biggie now, like especially with some of he has made some really questionable lyrics about underage girls, right? And that's when I really like and then me understanding the capitalistic side, the Diddy shit and all that, like where it's just like I can't really embrace that as much as I used to, and I wouldn't even try to now.
There's also just like all the shit that went down with Park that also hits a bit weird. Like, I don't know whether like you can just jump to blame Biggie, but he's definitely got some involvement. Like, I don't think I'm not gonna be as quick as to say Biggie's a Fed, like some people say. I think that's like a wild like jump. But
I say it because of my background. Like, it's hard for me because anyone could cherry pick my little aspects of my background and say, "Yo, he ain't this and he ain't that." And I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not a gangster, this and but I've been through some shit. You understand?
Yo,
like,
I mean,
and go ahead, comrade.
I was gonna say, like, I would never want to take that away from you, and I don't think there's anything wrong with necessarily listening to his music, but it was just a thing I saw of him like being so like his like a position of authority as being someone who seemed like they come from the bottom was something that kind of got in like that a lot of white lumpins when they got attached to it, they took a kind of different response to a lot of Biggie and started trying to get like Biggie, like capitalist Biggie, because we're talking the early, mid 2000s here. So this was like, because I'm on the younger side of things, so like this was well into like capitalist era Biggie, and everyone was trying to imitate
he dies
the
in
shit.
the 90s, comrade. That's what, he dies in the 90s. He dies in. It's just that the music goes for so long. But hey, before we go, we are delving into so many different conversations at once. I want us to finish some of these videos.
Yeah.
Kernel of truth to this statement. I have stage 3A chronic kidney disease, but this pales in comparison to the disease of poverty. Gandhi was absolutely correct when he said, quote, poverty is the worst form of violence, unquote. We are here today to say enough is enough and too much stinks. It's time for people to organize to provide affordable.
That was very beautifully put.
So we were trying to meet up at the march down there. He directed us to the next street because that's not closed. Look at this fucking shit. Fuck 12.
Fucking fascist pieces of shit. No, let's explain it again. Press the arrow. Fuck it off. There you can see again, thick to the fucking brim. You can see all their little fucking helmets at the top with the fucking visors and things, like thick to the brim. There's loads of them. Gearing up.
Yeah. Typical pig activities.
Oh wait, is it going back around again? Like,
I don't
oh,
know.
there
I
we
think
go.
some of them are similar to one another. Like, yeah, there was that one was completely similar. I think it may be a
I have
continuation.
stage 3A chronic kidney disease, but this pales in comparison to the disease of poverty.
Okay. It must have
For the
glitched.
benefit of all, thank you very much.
Okay.
Motherfucker is mad dogging, like, holy shit.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like, how many more are there? There's like probably 6 little videos there.
Yeah, there's at least like a group of 6 of them standing right there. 2 of them are off camera on the side. They're like swarming.
I wonder if any of typically there's always like the undercover within the crowd. I'm kind of, we haven't heard of so much provocateur type of shit going on yet. That's also another thing that we have to hash out within the movement is the adventurous aspect.
Oh my god, the people that are like, "Ooh, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna have a fight. Ooh, let's go fight the
Yeah.
fascists," when we're going for like a peaceful protest and we're just trying to like show like, right, we gotta be prepared to defend ourselves, but you can never trust someone who's like eager for a fight like that. It's like, yo, you need to calm your shit, because fighting is like a final resort. It's not like something that we should be pushing for. You know, it's the Black Panther Party of self-defense, not the Black Panther Party of let's go get ourselves killed in a bunch of fucking show charades.
Yeah. I mean, that was never the way, even when I remember when
Well, what is it? It's Weather Underground, isn't it? Like, let's go get black communities shut up by being a bunch of white adventurists.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because the
basically.
police protect the communities most of them lived in, so they were.
Yeah, it's never been.
So,
it's never been. Go ahead.
Sorry.
So we're here with Minister of Justice of the White Panther Party, Rob Rich. We're going to be discussing fucking this army over here. You see all these fucking bike pigs. You see all these riot. Well, actually, they're not geared up yet.
That's at least 60 walking up right now.
That's at least 60.
They just
This
probably got
whole
off the
street
bus.
over here is lined with bike cops. Sorry about that, comrade. Rob, what's your opinion on today?
If we want to conceptualize what an open air prison is right now, this is what it feels like. Everywhere we go, every corner that we turn, they are armies.
For example, right
here.
fucking there. I'm kind of shaking.
So what they're doing is they're starting to move in on us, and they're closing in on us, and nothing's happening right now. But they're talking and having.
It's not even a big crowd, and as you can see, it is a peaceful crowd.
They literally have us outnumbered. Probably.
I'd say 4 to 1 at this point. Easy.
More than that.
Easy.
There's more than
maybe 50.
We have way more.
Literally, from here, there is a nucleus. So there's literally the immediate barrier right here. So behind the fence that's protecting the DNC at the United Center. Now this entire side going all the way up to Damon and what is that, Lake Street?
Yeah.
Yeah, on Lake Street, they're literally getting off buses. Buses, like literally the transportation that was supposed to be for the city that people are having a hard time with are being used to shuttle in armies. Literally what's happening right now.
It's fucking harrowing, like. I hope the comrades get out safely.
Good to go.
Yeah, we got them here. We're trying to, do a citizen's arrest, but as you can see,
very much impossible. These people serve and protect the capitalists and imperialists.
Yep, this is Cop
They're not here
Mall.
for us.
Yeah.
So,
Cop Mall is overwhelmed.
a little park,
The
nice area, nice weather.
You
possibility. Yeah, she is overwhelmed the possibility of any chances of this getting out of hand. That was their strategy, and it probably worked for them. We'll see. If anything else happens down the line with the other days during the week, but for what that's what it seems like. Keep the DNC convention as under wraps as possible by completely overwhelming the protesters. That's what it seems
Yeah.
like. Yeah.
Straight up.
What fuck they gonna do? 100 to 1 at this point? Like not 100 to 1, but shit.
It feels like it's getting that way when you see a fucking whole squadron of like 60 of them marching like it's a fucking like it's out of the fucking Star Wars like prequel trilogy or some shit. Like they got CGI to extend the amount of police officers. Like fuck,
And
my
this
town
is
has my town like is like fucking 70 odd thousand people, which is like a lot of people. We don't have the level of percentage of police here. We have more than we would like, and they keep increasing the number because they're little wankers. But it decreased to a pretty low number, thankfully, here. Like seeing Chicago, the police capital of the world, do its thing, where, like you said, armies,
yeah, this is
motherfucking armies.
and back to what we were speaking about before. This is my point. This is the point of the covert fascist, right? The covert
Yeah.
fascist wing, where one side will talk that shit. They will talk it to the conservative nationalists will talk it to their blue in the face, but the liberal side will smile and they will do that shit.
The
That's
thing
my problem.
is like my position is that we kind of like really fucked up our window. Like I feel like the 4 years of Biden were the best time to try and like expose the wolf in sheep clothing. The wolf kind of already exposed itself now, and people are now finding a way to turn it back into a sheep, and it is like they ain't gonna work. They gotta turn themselves back into sheep first if they're gonna like get to a point like that again. And I don't think people are gonna fall for that so easily this time. But then again, a lot of people are. Like it's a fucking mess. But yeah, no, I know that the state is whippersnapping itself into position because they know they're about to get shit go off the beat because the Palestinian protests usher in the concept of another BLM happening when they thought they had
Yeah.
appeased us enough to prevent such an event.
Mhm. And I think they've had a lot of practice, especially when it came down to finally eliminating the BLM. You know, they have all those strategies down. Whatever the fuck worked to the point of 2020 becoming nothingness, you know, going up in flames. They're pretty much using all of that now.
Did you like hear the recording of the conference meeting that the BLM this is like the bullshit replacement leadership that happened after the original one died. They were at like a conference meeting with Joe Biden when it was either before he won or it was after he won. It was after, I think, actually, and he just like
Yeah.
white splained to them about like Latino population getting bigger
Yeah,
anyway and shit like
that
that.
stupid shit. Yeah, pretty soon we're not even gonna worry about your vote. We gotta worry about the Latino. I heard that fuck shit. Yeah.
It was like, and they just took it, and I'm like, motherfucker, I would not like. It's supposed like
The truth
it's
is,
supposed to be
yeah,
a
and then on another note, it's just we should never take any. So just taking them serious. They're supposed to be so well informed that everything they say is 100% correct. Here they are depending on the black vote again. If anyone who is here who would come across this video as a liberal, pay attention to that. They've told you that they didn't need your vote. The Latino will take over America. But here they are, depending on your vote again. They were scared shitless that Biden had lost the black vote, and now the black woman will take America's Liberal Party to another victory. They're ready to praise black women again. It's just take note, of the type
Black
of
woman
bullshit.
that like is fucking like
And
offensive
nothing.
to our own heritage. Like,
I love
did you
my black
see?
women, but yeah, they're gonna use the same narrative again and again and again and again.
I think what her like fucking father said about her is like damning, the way that she like fucking plays into racial stereotypes about her own black heritage, because her black heritage comes from Jamaica, and like she's like treating it as if Jamaicans are just all a bunch of like pot smoking hippies, which I mean that's already offensive to what like marijuana actually means to Rastafari culture specifically, but not all Jamaicans smoke marijuana. Like that's
Right.
such a fucking like, oh my God. Of course I
Yeah,
smoke
no, I get it.
marijuana. I'm Jamaican. It's like fuck.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, even though you do have a point, I think she was more or less of the Jamaican part in that respect because of the Snoop Dogg reference, and it was like just her trying to pander to the young black crowd to death, because the culture is just wherever it is
It's
with, yeah,
it was the
and
cackle that she did when she did it after all the people she's sentenced to like fucking
exactly,
essentially what's equivalent to life sentences for fucking
exactly.
marijuana.
Yeah, I mean, and then we have people who are on TikTok talking about, oh, well, it was only 40 something people. Yes, okay, even if you figure out that it was a small amount of people that she prosecuted to for 10 years for a couple baggies, that's still a lot of fucking people for a fucking
That
baggie.
they're actually being little shits. They're
Yeah, I've
obfuscating
had baggies,
because
like, what
it
the
wasn't just that. Like it was the people she was keeping in prison that were arrested for
right.
marijuana during the big part of the crime bill in like the 80s and the 90s, where people were getting like 20 years sometimes for weed charges. Like they would challenge because they've been wrongly arrested to be
Yeah,
released, and then like Kamala would like use her money and her institutional power to like fight against these court hearings and get them put into prison and prevent them from getting any early release or
100%. Yeah, and
compensation.
then yeah, were you the one who brought up the fact that in California the using the black inmates for an extension of the fire department,
Oh,
more slave labor?
that would have been Rob.
Okay, yeah, someone brought that up, but yes, that's a whole nother point. It's just like,
Slavery.
yeah, this is just a person who will perpetuate that, and we understand how it would seem on the outside looking in, especially when you have comrades that are of all colors speaking on somewhat a black woman. And this is the thing. If you read the article, I'm still trying to perfect it. Right? It's not there yet because I noticed there's some things that are very repetitive when it comes to the Kamala situation. She is black. She isn't foundational black. She isn't ADOS. She is an African descendant of slavery. She is an American descendant of slavery. But for the most part, as far as her experience, I would say that she is Black American.
Yes.
And I know that's hard for other people internationally to understand, but it's like with us, Black is a culture. That's just really what it is. For white people in America, the negative context is Black as a color, and that color is supposed to have some relation to how they feel about Darwinism and all these, and then eugenics and all this other bullshit. For us,
Yeah.
she is culturally black, and we would never deny her that. She doesn't speak like an Indian woman or someone from the West Indies. She doesn't speak patois or Hindi and anything of that nature. So we, it's hard for those within our culture to see her as anything but. And when people try to, pick her apart on that front, I think that it's kind of counterintuitive. It doesn't work as well as you want it to, and then some of that argument, it just comes off as coming from a bunch of white nationalists, because we have to look at it from the aspect of the people who brought this up it was the fascist wing of America. It was the overtly fascist wing of America. And they did that because they don't have a strong understanding of blackness at all, of black culture. For us, black will never be a negative word. Even though I know we use terms like blue African, I'll never find black as negative at all. To me, black is very powerful. And I don't. When we look at culture, someone who resonates with us in that way, it's like I just would urge our comrades who are non-black to kind of step away from some of that argument, because it's almost like
I think
Go
what
ahead.
it comes into is that some people make the mistake. I've definitely done it before, where you can get caught up in the being an exploiter has a lot of similarities with what one would typically call whiteness from the traditional term that comes from, which is like the Whitman or the landowner. So I think people then, instead of treating them as black exploiters, they see where they start to be. It's kind of like the term Oreo and other stuff like that, which ends up getting kind of undermined as for what that implies. Where it ends up becoming more about their association with the white establishment, that people do kind of lose sight on the fact that these people are black.
Yeah, but that's the other thing. Is like we would tell you if she was, at least if she was an Oreo culturally, but even if someone is an Oreo, we would have less of an offense as far as black culture. Your typical common black person who's just on the street, you may come, especially like a black woman right now. I would suggest like some of those arguments, steer clear from them. But if she was an Oreo, like if you have a Tim Scott, that's an Oreo. Or a Tim Scott.
At the end, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, comment.
I was just gonna say that yeah, we don't have no right to be choosing who'd be Oreos or who'd be not. Like, you gotta be told what language, that sort of thing. You gotta follow the beat.
Yeah, sometimes we feel like it's a parent who's who. Even though
it does stand out. Like, you definitely get what's his fucking name? Is that comedian, touchy feely guy? Fucking I can't remember his fucking name. Oh shit. Don't worry, go on.
Okay. I would say that just with what we're seeing right here, there's so much more as far as revolutionaries for you to go off of and attack. So much more that is that has more substance behind it than her ethnicity or race, because that for Black Americans, it's such a you're looking at something that's just loaded, and you could step in shit. You understand? Like, don't do it.
Not that I'm trying to go at anything like that. What I was more pointing out is how that they have.
Oh, it's not even you, comrade.
No, I was just I just wanted to clarify that I wanted to get at the internalized racism that exists with her, because she kind of did talk dirty on her Jamaican heritage just to get 5 cents of support from young people who all hate her.
You're talking about the marijuana, but yeah, that's what I was, and that's why I brought it up, because it's like when you're to our community, right? That reference wouldn't come off as a Rasta. It would come off as a Snoop Dogg and Dre made the Chronic. Like, to those who understand that aspect of it, the Chronic, so it becomes more of a Black American thing, but then we know that she's pandering to the youth, less of she's throwing dirt on the Rastas. It's more of a, hey, I'm cool I'm relatable because when I went to college, when she said the wrong year, Snoop Dogg just came out, and I was listening to Snoop Dogg. I was listening to the Chronic while smoking Chronic, and her father said, "Yo, that's bullshit."
Oh
You
no, there
know,
was like a different time as well where she turned around and said, "I'm Jamaican, of course I smoked marijuana." Like she said that
oh, did she
explicitly.
say that?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. That's what I was
did
on
she?
about.
Yeah.
Like that shit was like like not necessarily anywhere near as bad. That was like, okay, we've all smoked weed at like some point in our life kind of shit. That's actually
Yeah.
kind of relatable if she wasn't jailing people for marijuana or like stopping
Right.
people from getting out who've been jailed for marijuana. But it
Mhm.
was the more the like fucking trying to do a thing where she's obviously doesn't come across like someone who like is like some daily like pot smoker or something like that, and then she's like fucking it just definitely didn't rub me
I
the right
get it.
way.
I hear you. I hear you. And the other thing is, to me, she looked like she could have smoked weed before. She looked like she could have sniffed coke before. Like all these motherfuckers, like
She did the
they're not
Democrat
clean.
Party, cocaine's likely.
Yeah, yeah, they're not clean like that. But the other aspect is just like a person's the blackness of any of these people. It doesn't matter. They can be as black as night. They can be fucking Wesley Snipes. They can
They're
be
still
Denzel
black.
Washington smooth. We seen it. Obama, right? They could be smooth as fuck. They could be Tupac and the DNC could getting sworn in right now. Just what that imperial seat will do to you, or what they'll be inclined to do, is shit on you. That's it. It doesn't matter the blackness or not. Just we
At
get
the
to a
end of
point where yeah, go ahead.
at the end of the day, they're like being used as a racial tool to try and manipulate black people into supporting the white supremacist state.
Exactly.
Kamala was a pet project for the Clintons, like to be quite like Obama was as well. This pseudo left visage that will allow the Democrats to have easier chance at winning amongst minorities and keep maintaining a higher voting population. So Kamala's been their wild card for a while, I think. What was it Adam Schiff said? They only needed Biden to beat Bernie. They didn't need him to beat Trump.
Of course. Yeah. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell. Right there. That's it in a nutshell.
But what's it? I think you made an absolutely beautiful point though about that sort of situation with like how we look at and approach the situation regarding politicians of different groups. I think there's kind of a situation where everything that's bad ends up being like the thing that's defined just specifically as white, as if there can't be oppressors of different like ethnic groups that are specifically of those ethnic groups, even with the like internalized racism stuff like that will exist, because that's a thing that you see with like people who are in the oppressor group that are trans. They have like a transphobic measure at how they treat other trans people.
Yes.
But those people are not trans. They're still trans people. It's just they're fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly the case. Okay, comrade. I think we should definitely try to get to the next video.
Pretty much is it. Let's see how
Come on with the
20,
fucking
25
push
come.
bikes.
As you can see, look at all these fans around the United States. All around. With the tax money.
Yeah, and just to elaborate, they got concrete barriers on both sides, fences on both sides. They got pigs in the middle.
Yes.
And it's all the way around.
Yeah.
And then, like you see over there, another line of bike cops and a whole platoon of foot soldiers. That's all the way around in a 3-block radius in every direction.
Christ.
There were line of pigs all along, all the way.
That's insane.
Motherfucker.
You
Fuck.
Mhm.
Like, as people can see from the fucking footage, like, shit is wild. We are dealing with the foot soldiers upon foot soldiers of the fascist fucking Billy Boys.
In the belly of the beast.
God damn. Every time I hear that phrase, the fucking Anthrax song starts playing in my head. But it's straight up like, and the fucking belly of the beast has got acid reflux right now. Shit is cooking hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chicago fucking PD is always waiting to fucking crack the skulls of the fucking minorities of Chicago.
And there we go again. This is the liberal faction. It's in a progressive Democrat is the mayor of that town. You know, it's like it just seems that they become better in a black progressive Democrat. Not not an Oreo. Not someone who doesn't try to push for SOCDEM reform. So a truly black progressive Democrat is the mayor of a town where you are seeing advanced fascist strategies in front of your eyes, and this
It
is just
really. Sorry.
Yeah. No, go
No,
ahead.
go on. You were still saying something.
No, go ahead, comrade. Go ahead.
I was
Jump
gonna
in.
say, like, it wouldn't surprise me if they're holding the brother hostage. Then is like what might be the situation. Like they might have threatened that motherfucker to keep police spending high and shit like that, or mayors just don't have as much power as people think they do. Like
I
I
mean,
don't know.
see,
It's hard.
I guess that's where I beg to differ with you. They don't gotta when you're within such a corrupt system, someone doesn't have to threaten you. You know your role.
Fair
You
enough. That's a good
and
point.
you're balancing. You're doing a balancing act of. It's a constant balancing of act of how progressive can I be, how fascist can I go before I lose my progressive card. You know, and
Yeah.
that's where you are. And as he does that, I'm sure he's thinking of some type of legislation he's going to do to counteract what they're going to say about how he dealt with this situation. He's pretty sure that I'm going to make sure that the police keep their can't turn their camera off after 5. You know, like he's some bullshit. Exactly. Like
Gotta make sure it doesn't enrage the police too much. They got to at least be able to turn the camera up and beat up poor people at some time of the day.
yeah.
But I like, kind of feel like an idiot that I forgot that position because that was the same criticism I pointed out regarding like Jeremy Corbyn. Corbyn, when he wasn't like the leader of the Labour Party, was a fiery motherfucker. Then he gets into the leadership and he's like still somewhat fiery at first, but that motherfucker got stagnant when the Labour Party was being accused of anti-Semitism because they criticized Israel and said it shouldn't exist. One of them party members. Rather than like just saying the fucking quiet part out loud, he just kept repeating this like rehearsed apology bullshit and wouldn't fucking like speak up. Let's try not to piss off the new Labour. And it's just like it's that total emotion of wanting to be the progressive side of the party, but oh no, like half our organization are actually Blairites. How do I pander to these fuckers? And it's like just stop associating with them. They're not good for your health at that point. He kind of figured that out now, but the fucking too late, and he hasn't formed his own party, so he's kind of a bit of a dipshit in that regard.
So, yeah.
He won though, independent Islington though.
Yeah. I mean, we have to just get the fuck away from like electoralism altogether.
Absolutely, it's poison.
Yeah, I know I sound just hard lines sometimes, but it's just I've since I've been on this earth, it's only gone downhill. Like
I
maybe the best years with Barack, but for me, but those were he was drone striking chief. Like it was just like he would hold Netanyahu back, but my new drone strike can accidentally kill you depending on if it mistakes your phone for somebody else's IP now. Like it's just what the fuck? You understand? And
yeah.
then even when he was there, a lot of the more radical Black Lives Matter leadership, a lot of them they were disappearing. Or they were randomly dying during Barack's presidency. I mean, it kept happening. It started happening again, at least visibly so, when Trump got in office. Like when you all of a
Yes.
sudden see one person go and then their family member go. That's the crazy part about the Sonia Massey ordeal as well. Is that type of you would see so what some at least they're advertised as coincidences, right? To the to the layman, but I don't want to be conspiracy theorist about it, but we've seen those types of patterns before, where it's just like family members will disappear. We've had a comrade here who was indigenous, Native American, who that was something they saw within the Native American community. On the outskirts, one family member would disappear, then the other family members would threaten to do something, and then one by one, they all not disappear but die. They are all dead violently by
Yeah.
police, and no one talks about it. It's just
If people get so caught up in these presidential elections, they'll never see what really ends up changing. The only thing I ever suggest is people getting on like school boards, and involved in like local body elections and stuff like that that can like at least get some local amenities sorted and
yes,
stuff in
yes.
protest. That stuff
Mhm.
is really all I support in election wise. Way I
Yeah.
see it is like I like looking at some of the like trends and trackings in the system because there's definitely like a pointiation of, well, is shit gonna devolve or not? Like Labour, Labour didn't win because the left got more votes this time. In 2019, Jeremy Corbyn got more votes than Keir Starmer did in 2024. The reason they
Mm.
won is because all the fucking right wingers voted for the fascist parties.
Uh-huh.
Britain First, Reform,
Right.
Britannica,
So
fucking UKIP, because they still
they
exist.
abandoned centricism completely.
So, like, conservatives were being used as a wet rag, and I think they also wanted Labour to win so that they could start these fascist riots while Labour was in power to decrease Keir's like positive image that he's like been casting for himself, like make him look more brutal.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
also so that they could try and take advantage of the situation and cause a lot of the uprisings in labor strongholds and make it out as if, a lot of these are like labor loving working class Englishmen that feel wronged done by the Labour Party betraying us and siding with the migrant invasion sort of shit.
Oh
Oh,
Lord.
wash my mouth
And
out with salt.
I mean, I think those type of sentiments are happening. That's exactly what's happening here with the Kamala Tim Walz ticket. I believe it's just rivaling with some of those same sentiments. It is. I mean, and they are literally using that strategy because it worked when it worked there in Britain, and also it worked also in France as well, right? Macron was
Um,
able to defeat a pending fascist government. Did he
oh,
not?
Macron, I mean, he might still be president, but like, the government that the party that won was the New Popular
Um,
Front.
right.
Uh, which the Nuovo Front Popular they won, but Macron is refusing to allow this left wing front.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah. And
we,
it's funny.
this is France. We don't know how left wing they will be yet. We got to test
Yeah.
the metal with that. But this left wing
Well,
front.
there's too many. You already know foreign policy. All my gold comes from the Congo, and so there's no way, as far as ever letting a truly left government completely
Exactly what
take
I'm
over.
saying, because like do you know the Algerian Revolution? That nearly kicked off in the 1920s.
Wait,
Well, it
say that
actually did
again?
kick off.
Yeah.
It was an Algerian Revolution that kicked off in
Right.
I'm pretty sure it was the 1920s. It might have been the early 30s, but I'm pretty sure it's the late
Mhm.
20s. The French had just turned into a quote unquote like people's government of a united front collaboration between the Social Democrats and the communists. And that's why, like, United Fronts are great, but not when they go into bourgeois government. Stay the fuck away from bourgeois government. Like, that's my advice for United Fronts. It doesn't end good. And this communist social democrat United Front decided to call in the military against the communist and bourgeois nationalist led United Front against French colonial rule over the Algiers. So these
Right.
imperialist hating Frenchies dropped the imperial troops in.
Yeah. Imperial hating Frenchies dropped the Imperials. Yeah. That sounds like that's my point in a nutshell. That's typical. Oh, but comrade, we've got a little bit of some of these other videos that are being dropped in the chat from
We got
what's
some
going
more
on the
vids.
ground. Yeah, there's a couple more coming in videos, and whoa, there's a shit ton. Is that a shit ton? I'm not even sure. Yeah, there's a lot.
Some of them
Comrade Rob Rich has dropped in some more. Pick up where you left off at. I don't think you finished some of the ones I've been dropping in.
Okay, there was one that was dropped after I opened the thing, so it didn't come up on my radar. It's my bad.
Yeah. There's a number of them being dropped.
I might just show all of these things that were like reposted, like it's the event from yesterday. Yeah. Or do I skip those ones?
The images. Yeah, you can skip the images. But those of which that didn't get to as a bit. I think we stopped at where the marching.
Oh, I've got it.
Where this pig parade up there. And then
yeah, I thought we'd gotten through them all. That's my bad.
Yeah.
The whole world is watching!
Yeah, we're gonna have to do our due diligence to make sure this gets out there, you know, as far as the people see this.
Yeah, absolutely.
How can I lift you up and give you what you need? I give myself piece by piece, gratis. I was raised in the trenches with the treacherous, homeless families and single mothers having to hustle for survival. How can you sleep with no worries when young single mothers raise their children with no homes? While this system brainwashes our children into submission. Society with the appetite to consume our men, incarcerated and intoxicated without spitting out the bones. Leaving generations fatherless and mothers' hearts hardened, left to compensate. Why should I keep quiet if I try that our sons and daughters have no prospect of a future? Aren't you tired? Consumers of our fate, destroyers of this earth. Oh, you have enough on your plate while others beg for the scraps of your life. You think you have a right. You're privileged, untouchable, and your head's held so high. You think because you ignore the problem that it won't escalate. Because you can't see, hear, or feel oppression that it's not heaped up on your plate. You think we are unworthy of shelter and security without strife. Now it ain't accountability if it's revealed doesn't pull you out of the dark. Where is your humanity? I guess it left with the wealth, weapons, and the consumptions of your luxurious lives. We're losing our humanity now, and I'm calling it out. So, last but not least, my daughter and I are going to lead in a call. So.
Shit, in the background.
Went down to the rich man's house and I took back what he stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back to the end. Went down to the rich man's house and I took back what he stole from me. I took back my dignity. I took back my humanity. Ain't no system gonna walk all over me.
That's yeah. Oh shit, that leaves me like, what will we do to get the children more involved? Not even the children, the youth in general, from that age to, you know, teenage age, high school age. You know, we also have to, especially when dealing with trying to build a united front, trying to just a mass base. A lot of the revolutionary fervor we need is within the vibrance of youth.
Yeah, and I mean it's like the world that the new generation, I can't remember what it's Generation Alpha, they're coming into, is like absolutely terrifying. Like
Yes.
shit, since like God, I remember what it was like before 2008 and how like you know, you hear the way people talked about before 2002 and then after 2002. That was like what it felt like after 2008 and before 2008. It was like a switch was flipped and everything just got a hell of a lot worse. It was the same with the massive crash we had in like 2014 and the one in 2019. It's just like darker times coming, and like we've been falling on our ass like time and time again, and now it's gotten to the point that like generation after generation has been getting poorer and poorer.
Yes, exactly, and it'll be best to inform the youth now, inform everyone at a younger age. Uh, Part of the reason why, if I had not found a Marxist approach to analyzing the world, then I'd be screwed. Like I was screwed, damn near suicidal, at a death wish. You feel me? A lot of people do though. You know, it's just the psychological trauma of dealing with this world, and you don't understand what the fuck is really wrong with it.
I was
Yeah,
like fucking absolutely mind blown, and at the end of my tether, like trying to cope with existence when I come across Marxism, and Marxism just gave me a scientific understanding that really helped get me get a grip on myself. I mean, it didn't stop me from having like those struggles. I mean, fuck, suicidal ideation is still bitch that comes around the corner and causes trouble when it feels like it. But I definitely feel like I've been a lot better at getting out of those situations compared to my past, where I've been a little more susceptible to my own harm.
exactly, exactly, and we have to reach the youth. That's why we were talking about the arts earlier. They learn through music. They learn through things that are, you got to jolt them awake, and it doesn't have to be a violent jolt, you know. But it has to be more than, especially in dealing with the younger mind. It has to be more than lulling them to sleep with a bunch of concepts that we don't even all the way understand as thoroughly as those who actually applied them to the max, you know. But
If you get too bogged down in conceptualization, you'll never really get to a point of realization. And one should be able to convert concepts on the fly and be able to express them in more like convenient means so that they are
exactly,
less jargony and obtuse. And it kind of comes into that whole situation of what's the way of putting it? Um, like um Richard and Storm casually in support shock therapy as a solution to lack of radicalism. But you do need like a cultural shock therapy. You need something that kind of busts out, That was kind of like rap's big hit in the fucking 70s and the 80s was that it was punky, it was shock therapy. It was like, yo, this is the word of the street, and it is not like beating around the bush. It's telling you like why. But we also need to be able to like, I guess also on the side of rap, be poetic, be like inviting for people to get their shit pushed.
yeah, real shit, exactly, exactly. I mean, it starts with the message, right? I believe that was Melly Mel. When broken glass everywhere, when you finally start addressing the poverty that's in, but we can do it better, just slightly better by understanding what these things are more than a lot of our, predecessors did. And if we could simplify it and do it better, at least in the informing stages, right? Then we got it. We gotta create the new superhero. It can't be another Black Panther. Can't be another fucking prince from a made up technocratic uh, nation somewhere in the imaginary side of Africa. It has to become, yeah, it has to become what it's supposed to be. It has to be a Burkina Faso reimagined with Thomas Sankara won and was never slaughtered. It has to be. It has to be that now. What does the world look like if the people who you fearmongered about won and stayed alive and really were able to bring their concepts fully to fruition without the constant impediment of the fucking imperial monster that we all have to stare into every day, right? What
You
does that
can
look
kind
like?
you can
Yeah.
kind of see where like the American perspective like wades in a lot in this because I feel like the Wakanda thing is like a really like poignant example to point out because it like the story tries to say it's like oh it like looks out for the like countries around it, it helps keep them safe and other stuff like that, and it's like helps keep them safe by what? Like
Right.
the groups that are
Yeah.
around it are like painted as like groups that like don't have like guns, they
Yeah.
don't have like vehicles, they like live like in like pretty awful poverty compared to like the super city that lives right fucking next door. And that's their like that's the
Yeah.
support that they give to them for helping out. It's like it's a very American perspective on like
Isolationist
what
type of. Yeah.
but it's
You're
also like
right.
what the Americans would want out of like the quote unquote good ones in like the American like colonial eye. Like that's what they that's their like ideal black people is the ones that are like essentially colonizing the black peoples and using them to like I know it's for the purpose of hiding them, but I guess that's like their big capital is that like their big coination and finance capital is that they're like a secret city that's well protected.
Mm-hmm.
So or
Yeah.
secret
Yeah.
country.
The other thing is there a social? There probably is a socialist element to Wakanda that we probably gloss over because I think the 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 city it shares a lot of its technology amongst the citizenry. But yeah, it does practice that isolationism to the max. The other countries are suffering dearly from neocolonialism, and the people with guns in their countries are given to by the empire. They're basically puppets for the empire, and then here you are, just the hidden magic kingdom,
That then
protecting
also
your own
like
self
works with the
interest.
CIA.
Yeah, that's the other
I
thing. You work with the you work with the feds. Yeah, that's the other thing. Oh, let's get. But you know what? Before, because I know me and you, we will conceptualize for eternity. So I think let's get a lot of these videos on the rep.
I would
So
say like there
we'll
was
go
one
ahead.
thing I kind of took myself away from, and that was
Mhm.
humor. Comedy is something leftists need to get better at doing. Like it is funny to dunk on right
Yeah,
wingers, but not to like most people. Like most people don't care.
yeah, yeah. You're right.
I
That's
mean,
for
at
chronic
times of
knowledge.
political intensity, they might care, but not most of the time.
Yeah, you're right. It is for the chronically online. Yeah, unless you're talking about things that just right wingers are when they're in an outrage out about something that everyone has already either taken a I don't care attitude about, and they're outraging about it, and then when you poke fun at them, then you're doing so with the rest of the population. But if you're doing it from a perspective that's like just so left that you're talking over everyone's head, then yeah,
Yeah, I feel like the people don't know well about how to like make comedy outside the realms of their own little
yeah,
like echo chamber of thought because they don't engage with enough normal people.
yeah. That even yeah, that's the other thing. I guess you know what you make a grip. You make a solid point. Even that as us calling certain groups fascist, like the way that the people in the Imperial Court do not relate that to anything. They don't. They'll no matter how much this little fucking machine in their hand can do whatever you ask it to, they will not look up the word for the meaning or anything or capitalism for that matter or communism for that matter. They will not press the Google search bar and get the four sentences that could have enlightened them. They refuse. So it's like you have to put things in some fucking neat box that
If
makes
you
them want to unwrap the box.
if you give someone a preconceived notion, they will believe they know what they are talking about. It is one of the
Yes.
most powerful parts of hidden curriculum, and it is why they sprinkle a lot of anti-communist shit throughout media.
Yeah. and it won't even be anti-communist shit because they still don't know what the fuck it means. To them, anti-communist is I don't want the jab.
The amount of people that think Russia is communist still is immense.
Yeah.
Like, most of them are people who were alive when Russia, like, I mean, it already had stopped being communist, but when they officially broke up, like in 91, it's like all these people were alive back then. How the fuck do they not remember? Like, the fucking US was like gobsmacked enough that it made like the rounds on the news for like weeks.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah,
It's probably also because the Soviet Union broke down into like chaos when after the 91 disbanding, like Russia and all that lot, it just turned into a civil war.
Yeah. All right, Carmen, we got to get to some of these videos. Thank you.
It's a massive open air prison. Shut up, you try to escape the prison all planned. Systematic. It's all planned. Systematic. 100,000 hotel bomb. The water treatment plants are bomb. It's all planned. Systematic. It's all planned. Systematic. If you dare to get food, if you dare to get food, you're hit by bullets exploding. Bullet. Dare to get food, you dare to get food, you're hit by gasoline. No gas if you dare to get food. You be shot in the head. You be shot in the head. You be shot. Imagine. Try. Can you imagine being a Palestinian in Gaza? Can you imagine being a Palestinian in Gaza? Can you imagine being a Palestinian in Gaza? Try.
Beautiful. What do you mean failed to load?
Failed to load. Okay.
Oh, no, there we go.
Yeah, you could probably just press that arrow and we get to get some of the images as well.
You what, sorry?
No, I'm saying you can just basically hit the arrow on the side and we can get some of the images as well if we're trying to get some videos. You know, just there's so many of them. I know there's a lot of them, but we can just skim through them as fast as possible and then get to the videos.
Yeah. Should be able to use my keyboard arrows.
Hey, what was that? The concert situation?
Yeah, from yesterday.
Oh, that's from yesterday. Okay, there's like a pre DNC convention rally concert. Respect.
Absolutely brilliant. And I have to stop on the like Genocide Joe pro-Palestine end USA to Israel bike. Like, where can I get a bike like this? Go everywhere
Custom
like that.
made. Exactly. We're gonna have to get it custom made by whoever owns that. Reach
That
out,
is
comrade.
You need to start supplying, brethren.
Yeah.
We all need to be riding around on our Palestine push bikes. You know, I mean, I got a cafe. Like, you know, I'll go out wearing that. Like, whether I'm going to a protest or not, because it's like the Palestinian symbol, you know, being shown to everyone.
Good Lord.
Is that the fucking APO? I mean, it's the Holocaust symbol, so I think it'd be the APO.
Okay.
I mean, it could be someone else.
I mean, typically a peaceful protest. I mean, like a typical peaceful protest. No, there's no reason for that the level of.
I mean, the thing is as well is the British establishment's evaluation of things left them turning around and stating a warning to the United States that they need to be careful about X as a danger for its ability to quickly mobilize like fascist like riots instead of just normal protesting. You probably want like they won't deploy this many police that quickly. They'll let a few days of riots go on until it gets too out of hand before they start deploying this many police if the fascists start kicking off. Because I mean, eventually there'll be a point where they get pig sick of them, the brethren herd. But like eventually they're gonna let them cause enough havoc as much as possible, especially given that like some of them are gonna be off duty and inside those organizations.
Yeah, but the
You know,
way
it's
they're
the whole.
doing this,
Oh, sorry.
I mean, if money can be a corporation's speech that we should not infringe on, then I believe that that amount of policing and virtually peaceful protests is that is infringing on our rights as well. Obviously, so but that seems like a First Amendment infringement right there for sure.
Absolutely.
That I mean, if this is how Kamala's gonna do it, which I think this is not gonna be it's not the last time we'll see this level of authoritarianism. I'm pretty sure during her presidency, this will not be the last time. But it seems like this will be the route, like quell any uprising in such a way that you won't even, it's like quash it out before the flame rekindles approach.
Yeah, the First Amendment has like a sub clause that essentially specifically like states that protesting is like a legal way of like challenging the system. For those that don't know, the Constitution is written like kind of crazy like because they can't change the big clauses because they'll get in trouble because America's weird and stinky, even though the Constitution was actually designed to be changed. So they just have to add loads of sub clauses on. So every like part of the Constitution has like several like sub amendments that make it painful to navigate.
You're right. 4,000% correct.
God, and they use those sub clauses to bury the fact that like it's a little more than just what is it the 14th Amendment that says that slavery is allowed if it's in prisons? Because like there's some sub clauses that make that shit like a little bit worse.
Yes.
And it's like, because it also justifies like a lot of the more worse stuff around it. And, fuck. The fact that we're like, Europe is at the point of having the conversation in some parts of it, like Scandinavia, of like whether we should even be doing like correction facility based punishment, like, corporal punishment, stuff like that. And the US is like, well, Alabama fucking returned the fucking gas chambers to the point the UN actually like fucking charged America with a breach of human rights. I mean, they didn't do anything about it, but like the UN had to like fucking halt and like in the middle of a genocide and flip its head around and go, what the fuck, Alabama? Because Alabama just went and did Nazi shit out of like Scotch nowhere and brought the gas chambers back.
No, I agree. Comrade, yeah, let's press play. Because Comrade Rob is dropping.
What are you doing in line right now?
Yeah, I've seen the list get bigger over time.
Pretty long line, bud.
Yeah.
You think you got it in you?
No.
All right.
Or I guess yes. That's the problem, right?
Yeah. So what brings you out this way?
The top-notch facilities.
Top-notch
Top-notch facilities.
So are you voting for Kamala Harris?
No, but that guy over there with the Biden-Harris flag, that guy probably is.
He's got the right idea, huh?
Someone should play the fucking like Empire fucking theme, like the dun 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 man. It's fucking like literally like fucking stormtroopers. All the fucking Sturmtruppen to really give them the Nazi edge. Like motherfuckers, like holy shit. Like it is like dealing with a fucking Imperial army. Fucking doing that little march. We're meant to be the ones doing a march and a parade, motherfuckers. Like, piss off. The U.S. out of the Philippines. Under Biden-Harris, the U.S. has doubled the number of military bases in the Philippines and is calling for, is that 2.5 or 25 billion? 2.5 billion in military aid to the Philippines with the PERA Act. This is a part of the US plans to use the Philippines to provoke war with China, all while spending tax dollars to kill Filipino activists and human rights defenders. The Democrats and Republicans alike have continued to fund the fascist Marcos Jr. regime despite his countless human rights violations. But
Most of you would be in prison, tortured, and killed.
Thank you.
The religion of Satan. Satan has come to kill, steal, and destroy. You have tried to Satan, or you tried to death. You are from the God of Rock. Jesus Christ.
Free Palestine!
Oh, what's up, comrade?
mighty Palestinian flag as the fucking starry plow. It's what you see at Palestinian protests. Irish flags always show up. I swear to God, it was the same it was the same when I went down to London. Met quite a few Irish folk down there, and had a good chat with them.
Yeah, that's why I've always gone to respect Irish comrades, and anytime that I could have have a chat with one, I would. Yeah, your history is worth worth honoring for sure.
Oh, fuck. They brought Zionists here? No, that's not Jews. That's the fucking Israel flag. Oh, you got
Basically talking about with like swastikas, like motherfuckers.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I mean, I'm not against Israel people, but that whole what is it, a counter protest with a nationhood flag, that's Nazis. That's fucking Nazis.
Yeah, like that flag itself has some like weird like Nazi-esque origins anyway. Like
Yeah.
like
It's like,
yeah.
why
Sorry.
would you put the Jude in? No, you're correct. Why would you put the symbol that they branded you with, to slaughter you as your flag? Even though it's weird all around. I mean, I don't know the full all of the history of Zionism, but that
You know,
definitely needs some researching.
way my Jewish comrade put it, like he's a trained rabbi and a second generation Holocaust survivor. Like if they were trying to be like Jewish about their flag, they would have put I can't remember the name for it, but you know
Seven candles.
the candles, yeah. That
Yeah,
would have been their symbol, not the
yeah,
Star of David. Like the
yeah,
Star of David has its importance in Jewish culture, but David was a piece of
but I
shit.
don't know. Yeah, but
David
I don't even know if that's the fucking Star of Like, is that the? I mean, there. You know what? I don't want
six-sided
to go into
star is meant to be the
spiritualism.
Star of David, and that's why it was put on them and put Judah. It was like they had to wear the Star of David to mark them as Jewish, but like
Okay.
David is important to like Jewish canon, like absolutely, but he was also like a piece of shit. He's actually where Zionism kind of gets its inspiration from. It's the Kingdom of Israel of what's it, Solomon and David.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Then there's 100%. There's also a Jewish figure. I think it was around the same time as the Jewish revolts against Rome, right? Bar Kokhba, and he basically was on some acceleration and shit, and they won like one battle, and then Rome came and like fucking annihilated them, right? But that's like what the nationalists, that's like their hero. So any sign of that type of strength, that's why David is there's that's the only thing I could kind of relate it to, like that symbol of strength. The person who overcomes, who's chopped off all of the giants' heads, and has even dealt in you know, some genocidal events, which that's fucked up all the way around. I guess it's supposed to be like their never again flag.
before the Kingdom of Israel formed, the tribes were all separate in institutions, like groups, like they were their own things, and they lived like not in always in peace with the native population, but mostly. Like it's not like they were like always the Anglo-Saxons the moment they like turned up. I mean, even that's a bit complicated with the English and like the Anglo-Lander Saxons that come earlier. But like, you know, it was more of a kind of weird situation that eventually tensions grew and opportunists took power and they basically formed like a mini empire in a sense, like a local
Yeah,
colonial thing, and started
yeah.
colonizing the local peoples, and that eventually backfired on them. You know, it's where you will see in is it the Talmud is the one that was written after the exile?
The Talmud,
Um,
yeah,
yeah, you will see them mention like about how like one of the things that contributed to the exile was their hubris towards the Gentiles and their like treating them as lesser people
oh,
and
were you
taking
talking
advantage
about
of them via that.
Exodus? What were you saying? It was in the Torah. Are you talking about Exodus, or you
I'm
were speaking
talking
about
I,
something?
I'm no, I'm not talking Exodus. I'm talking like the Jewish exile out of Israel. Like
Okay.
when the kingdom of Israel collapsed and the Jewish people were exiled.
Yeah, so the Babylonian Talmud, right? I believe it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
What's it that was like a contribution of like a lot of different things, and one of them was considered to be like essentially like massive chauvinism.
Mhm. Exactly, exactly. Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. Have you? Oh, I mean, you were talking about. See, it's hard to bring up this concept without coming off as a fucking anti-Semite. So, but the whole issue of if you watch Richard Medhurst at all, where
I don't think so.
you don't watch Richard Medhurst, he had this whole segment where he was exposing the original last names of most of the people within the parliamentarian of Israel, and how most of them are typically European names. And I was looking on Wikipedia. Well, you can't trust everything you see on Wikipedia, right? But they were confirming some of what he was saying. How these people have changed their names to sound more Middle Eastern when a lot of them have just by their names alone, European ancestry. And then that feeds right into the neo-colonial aspect.
What's it like? It can kind of catch people off. See, usually exposing names is considered more so anti-Semitic when you're like someone has changed their name to sound less Jewish, like Ayn Rand. When people expose what Ayn Rand's like original name was, like that usually tends to be like anti-Semitism because they're like bringing it up because she has originally a very Jewish name. What's it in this case? It's like, okay, it could be because like in a sense restoring Yiddish into like the way they label themselves isn't necessarily a problem, but the thing is it kind of shows the thing that they're behaving like white supremacists, they act like white supremacists, and they just so happen to have some like white sounding names if you dig deep enough. And so, like, there's a thing that's going on there that's a little different than it just being about the name. It's about the type of people associated with it, and I think that's a big thing. Because they want to think that they're about the Middle East, but them being about the Middle East means massacring and ethnically cleansing it because they don't want to like ethnically integrate, which would be the way that you would restore the West Asian culture to Hebrew would be to like reconnect it with the land via like actual integration rather than bloodthirsty massacre.
Right.
Did I play this one? Yeah, I did. Oh wait, no, that's a video. Them Zionist bastards. No aid for apartheid Israel. Fund education, help the homeless. Palestine. Free Palestine, it said around it. My brain is working on like microwave mode, so I'm just reading what's in front of me. I just do what the teleprompter tell me to. Yo, I've been loving all the drummers that have been coming to protests. We had like a whole like drummer set thing. Like I saw like people that were with this Roman drummer crew that I met like all the way up in like fucking Litchfield. Well, actually I was a little out from Litchfield, but nearby. And then like I saw them when I went all the way down to London, and they're doing like this traditional drum set thing where they got loads of them with those drums where you've got to be like a big boy. You gotta be built like a fucking like bodybuilder, like a traditional bodybuilder, not the fucking steroid jacked motherfuckers, the guys that look like they fucking bench press cows. Like you gotta be one of those motherfuckers to wear these drums, and they're huge. And they're doing all sorts of like dope ass like fucking tunes. It's been neat.
Liver King and shit. Right.
That was from the speech we were watching earlier on the first clip. Now all the brethren with the fucking like signs and things. There's like fucking thousands of people came out today. Like the police, they may have managed to split us up, but they have not managed to have us actually be divided. Like we come out strong and they have acted in fear.
That's all. Let me see if I can. Yeah, they can't have their little electoral process spoiled by people actually wanting more democracy, wanting to be heard, right? We can't let democracy spoil the electoral process.
Like the Democrats, like just they're like, oh, maybe we don't need to give anything again this time. It's like you motherfuckers like have been referencing Roosevelt. Learn from him. Like you motherfuckers are gonna do people so many times that when they actually do need like at least something that's not Nazism, y'all have nothing to offer. So then no one's gonna vote for you, and then just by proxy of no one voting for the Democrats, the Republicans will win. It's not even that people are gonna be like necessarily even flocking to them. I mean, it actually looks like it's gonna be a tight vote this year, but nevertheless, like they're not offering like they're not offering those of us that don't want to vote at all anything. They're pandering to the right with their fucking border policy.
As
We went
always,
hard on the border and the Republicans refused to agree to it.
as always, and look, and that's something I was writing about as well. I mean, even with the Tim Walz pick, which is supposedly the great progressive pick, it's pandering to rural white America. What will the black constituency even get out of this? And then on another note, what were you just saying about Roosevelt? They are following one of the Roosevelts. It wouldn't be FDR. But Theodore, I believe one of the things about his strategy is he's supposedly not innovative, but he was known for being um one of the ones to co-opt some of the socialist rhetoric that Eugene Debs was throwing around, and he kind of created some of that centrism, brought people right back to the middle, still pandering to the monopoly at the same time as giving some concessions to the people who wanted to push the unions further, right, or unionize for even stronger policy, but that they're following Roosevelt to the T, just not the right Roosevelt. Well, is any Roosevelt even a
Well,
right
I mean,
one?
even the fucking right Roosevelt is still bad, but it would be better than this.
The right wing. Yeah, they're following the right wing Roosevelt.
And,
For sure.
and like what's it to a T, like the whole like getting into like supporting unions, but only to like support the union establishment, like and essentially like tear down actual union support in a sense. Like Joe Biden is considered the most union president, and it's like okay, but like for what? Like what has that actually really done to like advance workers' rights?
I mean,
Where are the
there's no
militant unions of the 1800s where you need them?
exactly. Here's the thing: isn't that the whole? When we think about Nazi Germany, which is always my argument, right? There were these little pepperings of some socialistic policy throughout their German administrative, uh, whatever the fuck it was, his dictatorship, right? There was some of this. Let me appeal to some of that Marxist ideology all Germans have been espousing to one another for the better part of a decade. Let me go ahead and give in to some of that while destroying those who are purely and living to see a communist future. So it's like it's the same thing. That's why I'm just so
I
much
would
like,
say the Republicans actually fit that T better because like the Democrats don't really preach collectivism. Neither do the Republicans, but the Nazis that have been trying to take over the Republicans, they might try and preach some twisted American collectivism. That's what the whole like MAGA and like the national like Trump going on about how
that's
he
what I
believes in
mean.
nationalism because he thinks the
I
nation should
feel
be united.
I feel like one is you're talking not that you're wrong for saying it, but the preaching aspect. One is very verbal in how much of a Nazi they are and how proud they are. The other one is like not verbalizing any of it, but just doing it. And it's like a consistent. thing. I've not seen a competent right wing yet. Like I've not seen. Remember, George Bush. That's my memory from George Bush on to now. I've never seen competency like at all. But I mean, there was the Patriot Act, those types of very authoritarian policies. But I've never seen in this country. We've always supposedly upheld the liberal base for having like the creme de la creme as far as the intelligentsia, the most academic candidates, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to, I've never seen this. All it's like they were always jokes. So maybe that's why I don't know what the propaganda looks like across the seas. I know we've had our fill of the Bill O'Reillys and these types of people, but we've always viewed them as like not the most popular ideas. Like,
Breitbart,
yeah,
it's like closely associated with Trump, and they're literally like a
yeah,
white supremacist news media outlet.
exactly.
Trump himself has been very well read on a lot of these things, and as he actually had like an anti-Semitic get together. I think it was either last year or early this year at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, Fuente and Yiannopoulos, I believe, whatever their fucking name is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Milo.
Milo. Yeah, he did. I mean, yeah, he does meet with Nazis, and I whenever right wingers would kind of like refuse to believe it, I would show them like the videos of what was his fucking name who got punched in the face? Um,
Oh, Dick Spencer,
yeah,
Richard.
Spencer, the one who gave up on Nazism after one punch. But that's why we use them as jokes to some extent. I mean, it's not a joke. Some are serious. I know, but
I mean, he basically just like rebranded his Nazism. He did like the Azov Battalion when the war like really kicked off the Ukraine. The West basically told Azov Battalion to like cut it out with the Nazi symbols. So they like edited the way they present themselves and dropped all the Nazi symbols. And I had people arguing with me that they stopped using the Nazi symbols, so they're not Nazis anymore. And I'm like, oh yeah, the NSDAP 1 year after World War II stops using the swastika, and it's like, yeah, no, I think they've reformed. I think they've rehabilitated.
exactly. Oh man.
Let's drop the beat.
Yeah.
Complete liberation of Palestine and all colonized Arab lands. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And from the sea to the river, Palestine will live forever. Palestine will live forever. Thank you. Help me welcome up my co-MC, Sada Mahmoud. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
I like that flag. Hot down. Oh, it's a video.
Thank you so much for being with us here today. My name is Abda
Abadid, and I am a student organizer.
Possession, ethnic cleansing, land theft, oppression, and denial of self-determination and basic human rights and repatriation, freedom, justice, and liberation. You've done nothing while Palestinians were being slaughtered. The specific intention to destroy civilian life and infrastructure was clear, yet you did nothing. The ICJ ruled that Israel's plausibly
Pigs everywhere.
For mass murder. But they can show up here because one mind can change the empire. We're here in the city of the chairman, Fred Hampton. And these same dark forces right here, along with the Alphabet Boys and the FBI, came in and committed cold-blooded murder of Chairman Fred and Mark Clark. Understand the ground that you stand on, the legacy of this city. What we're doing today is no little thing. It's a big damn thing. And we're doing this for the people. We're doing this for the people. We're doing this to liberate our minds. The minds of people that think that Jim Crow Joe, Kamala Harris, Donald Trump, two wings of the same bird. Both parties are the parties of war. Both parties dropped the bombs in Gaza and dropped the bombs in Lebanon, dropped the bombs in Africa. Both parties support AFRICOM. Both parties support the military industrial complex. Both parties support the nonprofit industrial complex. Both parties support privatization. Both parties, neither one is for universal health care. Neither one is for universal housing. So we don't have a choice but to support an independent candidate like Jill Stein, Dr. Dr. Stein, Claudia De La Cruz, Dr. West, but we're not gonna be frightened into supporting the Democratic Party. Come on, you ain't gonna scare us. You're not gonna make us emotional. You're not gonna tell us about the boogeyman, because we don't believe in the boogeyman. We're here to support the revolution of the mind. And we're here to do the most important thing, and I'm going to close with this. We're putting our bodies on the line. Some people have financial capital. Most of them aren't here today. Some people have social capital. Most of them aren't here. But we have physical capital. We have our lifeblood. And as the Hebrew Messiah and melanated Messiah said, don't man take my life from me. I lay it down free. So some of us may pay the ultimate price. It might be me. But if I die, my death should not be in vain. My death will be for freedom. Viva la revolution.
Please get bust in. There might be more things, but they're not showing up for me, so I gotta check. There are so we're gonna get the stream back on. Share screen.
Yeah, they're about to start whooping ass. Yeah, they're about. Okay? Again, I just want to let you know, I just got my body-worn camera on. Everything's being visually recorded. Okay? No, the next street's not going to be blocked. You actually, that's the street you guys actually walked down initially. Okay? Thank you.
You guys are class traitors. You know that, right? You're working class. You're fucking class traitors.
This one knows how to fuck say it.
Yeah.
What's up, comrade? Did I leave this fucking mute on? Did you hear a bunch of talk just now or no?
I heard you talk just, but I didn't hear you talk otherwise.
Huh? You said what?
No, I said this fucking comrade knows how to say it how it is, and then like you said something.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
I don't know.
You know, it's good.
Got it down.
Oh, wait.
That bus right there is full of cops. That bus.
The piggy bus. Fucking pork. The pork wagon. Like, motherfuckers be shipping pork all around town.
Where's the bus?
No, the march already passed. Yeah, but they already passed that way.
They already passed there.
But you see all the.
And then the police are just going to pick you up.
Swap sides of the street and just go around these douchebags.
Everywhere we go. So we might as well take the shortcut that they gave us. No, they told us to go in there. Jesus Christ. I thought this was a free country. Is this March? The March is right there.
Okay, here.
Yeah. They took the city bus. They all came off that bus.
Oh, you're a Republican. I mean, yeah, you are a little bit more than that. Yeah.
So how interesting is it that the party intolerance seems to have been very intolerant towards what you had to say?
Right? Hey, they're not tolerant at all. They're fake. For real.
Yeah. So any words you want to express to America and the world right now while you're on camera? You got a lot of media here. Just so you guys know,
they're
he's
not
lying.
Agitating. He's lying. I wasn't lying. No, I wasn't.
I was standing next to you right now. You're lying. What did I do? I was standing right there. You touched anybody. I never did that.
So why did you just say that? Clearly you felt accused.
Sir, are you concerned with the gash across his face? Does that bother you? No, stand up, sir. Do you see the gash across his face? Let me tell you this.
What happened here? You got hit?
I want y'all to know. The words you say have an impact. Just because, wait, let me finish, just like I let you finish. Just because you didn't touch nobody. Just because you didn't touch nobody. What's your name, sir? Don't worry about it.
What did you hear him say?
Okay. Yeah, I know.
What did you hear him say?
What did you hear him say? What did he say?
It's
that?
words, right?
Yeah, words.
He's the one that said fuck Palestine when this is a
Okay,
pro-Palestinian.
so even if he did say that, does that mean he should get punched in the face? No, even if he said
I never
that.
said that was okay. I never said that was okay.
What happened from your
That's the question,
perspective?
but you said the words.
I was standing there and I was saying, hey, leave this guy alone, because they were surrounding this one guy. They were saying,
Were you putting hands on people?
no, I wasn't. No, I wasn't.
Of you putting hands on people?
No, it was
Name me
bullshit.
specifically.
I was no bullshit. I was.
He put hands on you?
He put hands on me.
How? What did I do? What did I do to you?
Sir, you want to talk to us? What's your name? Huh? I'm asking questions.
No, you're asking me.
No, I'm not. I'm not starting anything.
There's all the cops. Look at all the cops out there. That was all the cops. They were getting out. The cops are giving the cops an escort. Look at that.
Use the left 2 lanes to keep left onto Dan Ryan Expressway toward Garfield Boulevard.
And just having that sat video like what?
They're making quota tonight. Jesus Christ.
But that was the pig bus transport.
Yeah. Pig bus. Huh?
It's not all of them now, I think. There's more come. No, that's everything.
That's everything? Alright. Our comrades got out the situation safely.
I thought it was going to take a lot longer because there was a lot of stuff there, but like, God damn, I'm glad they got out.
Yeah.
That
No,
was
it seemed
looking like
like
it was going to
I
get
don't think
very hairy.
Yeah, but it seemed like Kamala and they was trying to they're trying to make it, trying to catch any chance of uprising or actual rioting before it even happens. That's why this fucking overpowering police numbers and all that.
Trying to find a way to paint us as violent, so they're waiting for us to pop. And that's why it's like people gotta be careful of adventuristic activities. Like we gotta defend ourselves, don't let people punk us, but you also gotta be like really, really vigilant about how you hold yourself back, so that you just try and like you use prevention measures to try and prevent any harm, and don't get into like, full on like throwing hands and shit unless you actually need to. Because like provocateurs on either side are trying to cause us to, respond. It was like what happened with I can't remember which it was one of the uni protests in America. The right wing came and started attacking. I think it was in California, and the right wing came. They attacked the thing, and then when the left wing encampment fought back, the police, like seemingly just out of fucking shit thin air, came in and fucking started cracking everyone's skull and destroyed the encampment.
Yeah. At least a comment made it safe. I would have hoped for. Earlier on there was a situation. There was. It could have been even. Just more on our part. But we have more organizing to do. More attempts to get it right. be a little stronger in our, you know, with all of this shit, even the technical difficulty side. But all power to the people. It's good that everyone made it through. Those who couldn't be there, you know, for whatever reason, we would have loved to have seen y'all out there with the other comrades. You know, we're all supposed to stay together. It's supposed to be unity. Panther love.
You know, the
We came
comrades
out there.
did.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
say comrade.
I was gonna say, like, the Panthers brethren out there did like really brave thing today. Like, they knew that they were gonna get swarmed by the Chicago PD. Like, it was guaranteed, and they came out with the force expected of the most police, like, fucking city police state in the world. And you know, like, going out there in like what was like, you know, a number of us, like, as like, you know, you separate like us and like the poor people's army off, and then we get trapped away from everyone else, or anything like that. It gets to a situation where we're outnumbered like fucking 50 to 1, and then you just crash us. Like, that's brave shit. It was absolutely wonderful seeing y'all like push through that and still lay down like really solid fucking on the ground camera work, as well as educative, short and snappy statements on the state of things, that showed us a real image of the struggle going on and how hard it is in Chicagoland to struggle for Palestinian rights.
It is highly difficult to organize in this nation, in this empire. It is extremely difficult. You know what I mean, I think we are obviously dealing with an enemy that is far more advanced than anything we've ever seen. When they outmaneuvered the USSR, they were not as advanced as they are now. So we got to take that and, you know, that into consideration of what we're dealing with here while being within the beast. And what is
Ain't no
really
bastion of the revolution this time.
Yeah, what is realistic for us to do. I think that's what it is. We kind of have to figure out what's the most realistic thing and do that. But always, like, this is good what the comrades have done. I just would have loved to see a little bit more of our comrades, or a little bit more unity in another aspect. But it's all good. A lot
Everything's
more.
coming to an head.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, I'm glad we got through it. It was a rough day. Even for those that weren't on the ground, it was kind of rough.
Yeah, like, we had a lot of technical difficulties, and then my passing out didn't fucking help. I hit the hay like a brick. I don't even know how long I was out for. I think it was like an hour or two. I don't know. I have no recollection, and I haven't done the maths yet. And then me being a bit scrambled brain, I have kind of slowed down the process of dealing with the last bit, but we've had some really solid discussions and broke down a lot of like really, I guess, things that come across really dense when Marxists just kind of throw them around in like a single sentence, and there's actually like several like statements worth of things you gotta pass that I think a lot of people don't think about breaking down.
Yeah. Oh. As always, comrades, good conversation. I don't know if one of comrades is gonna hop in at all. We may have to chop. I don't know if we're gonna just let this roll how it is. There are some parts of the video that could probably be edited out. I think when we went dead for a couple, probably like half an hour or something of that nature. I think that they're saying that when if we need to, we'll edit some things out, right?
Yeah, we can trim it up, and we can also make like bite-sized clips and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
got all sorts we can do with it.
yeah, definitely. All power comment. I'm out. I'm signing
Well,
out.
that's it. Love and solidarity, everyone. It was great streaming this event, and we'll catch you in next time the Free Many podcast hits the God,
We
I'm
should
not
have
very good for my sentences. When we all get together and we do another session, it should hopefully be Monday, but it might be a week from Monday because everyone's probably going to be a bit lagged from this event.
yeah.
But
All right,
love and
all power
solidarity.
comrades. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying all power comrades.
All power.